Chapter 3267. It was no wonder that Xiaofan refused. Once he arrived in the three continents, he had accepted the invitations of Venerable Jing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain, Chu Muhuan from the Jingzhou Chu family, and Xue Ping from the Left General of the Nanpu Prefecture. Although the first two had fallen, Xiaofan did not feel relaxed. Not only did he have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple in the Western Paradise, he also felt that he had to give an explanation to the Jingzhou Chu family. If all of this could be accomplished easily, Xiaofan would not be stingy with his strength and luck. He could follow Sir Zhu of Zhai Lu to the Star Moon Palace. However, if even the imposing Zhai Lu was so serious about this matter, then the dangers of the Star Moon Palace were obvious. Furthermore, his Dao sect cultivation had not even recovered 10% of his supernatural powers. How could he go there? Therefore, Xiaofan felt a headache coming on when he heard this. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to say more, his first reaction was to refuse. When Zhu Qing saw that the expression on Xiaohua's face was not the shock and joy that he had expected, but instead one of impatience, he was stunned as well. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, you are the first cultivator that I've ever seen or heard of who doesn't want to go to Star Moon Palace. This really makes me depressed. That 2 hours. I have worked for nothing." Xiaohua smiled. He could not bear it and said, "My cultivation is shallow, I dare not risk my life to laugh proudly in the mortal world. I am so sorry." After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing smiled and said, "How about this? I will not force you to do anything. How about we just briefly talk about the Star Moon Palace?" Xiaohua knew that this was Zhu Qing's delaying tactic. Zhu Qing wanted to say something that would move his heart, but he was originally a soft-hearted person. Thinking about how Zhu Qing had helped him out of his predicament a moment ago, and then delayed the auction for him for an hour, he could only nod his head and say, "Young Master Zhu, please speak." It is said that the Star Moon Palace was passed down from ancient times. It contains the secrets of the stars and the moon. Cultivators who are fated to know about the Star Moon Palace, whether they are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Taoist cultivators, demons, or even the ancient dragon clan, all covet the Star Moon Palace. According to ancient legends, the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the three continents. There are also legends that say that the Star Moon Palace was established by the great divine ability of an ancient god. At this point, Zhu Qing took a deep look at Xiaohua and continued, "Legend has it that the Dao sect fought with the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators for the Star Moon Palace. That was why the two sects joined forces and annihilated them. In short, this Star Moon Palace is a mysterious place. It is also a place of luck. Whoever can enter will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter." Xiaohua's expression was calm as he nodded lightly. "Yes. It doesn't matter if fellow immortal Xiao believes it or not. According to the records of our Star and Moon Palace, among the few who entered the Star and Moon Palace, there were indeed quite a number of people who were fated to reach the heavens, and became arrogant characters in the three continents." Zhu Qing did not try to persuade him, and only explained. Xiaohua frowned. "What? How many times has Star Moon organized such operations?" "It's like this." Zhu Qing nodded. "My cultivation is not good enough, so I have not participated in these operations. Moreover, the appearance of the Star and Moon Palace does not have any pattern. Even the location is ever-changing. Even if I invite fellow immortal Xiaohua now, I don't know when I can honor it. Of course, if fellow immortal Xiaohua accepts the Star and Moon token and does not intend to go, Star Moon will not force you." Then is the screen in front of your star-picking tower used to select the candidates to enter the Star and Moon Palace?" Xiaohua did not continue the conversation, but chuckled and continued to ask. "Of course. The operations of our Bright Moon organization have all been carefully planned, and we have made many preparations beforehand. Compared to those aristocratic families and sects, we are worlds apart. Many cultivators who know the inside story want to follow our star and moon's operations. Our star and moon naturally have to carefully select the candidates. Zhu Qing said proudly. This screen is one of the checkpoints of the selection. Only cultivators who have divine consciousness, primordial thought, divine eyes, or Buddhist consciousness that have a unique perception of the moon and the stars can enter the Star and Moon Palace and gain the favor of the Star and Moon Palace. Alright, Xiaohua was speechless, and expressed a kind of surrender. What specific benefits can one get from entering the Star and Moon Palace? That's hard to say. Seeing that Xiaohua had relented, Zhu Qing was somewhat happy, but he still shrugged and said helplessly, everyone's opportunities are different. There are Confucian cultivators who cultivate the heart of heaven and become literary stars. There are also demon kings who cultivate the heart of heaven and become great saints. Of course, there are also Taoist seniors who break through the void and ascend. Ah, really? Xiaohua was a little shocked. This Star and Moon Palace is too powerful? It's fake. Zhu Qing said resolutely. These are all legends. There are only a few words in the records of our star and moon, but these cannot be taken seriously. It's true that only you can enter. Just like this rainbow bridge, if you want to participate in the auction in the Bright Moon Palace, you can't just listen to others. Only when you participate will you know the grand occasion inside. When Zhu Qing said this, the boat had already reached the rainbow bridge. Zhu Qing looked at the tricolored rainbow bridge in front of him, then looked at Xiaohua as he spoke. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. Actually, this Xiao should have closed his ears long ago and not listened to Sir Zhu's advice. Sir Zhu's words have still moved this Xiao. Whether you are moved or not is fellow immortal Zhao's own matter, it has nothing to do with this Zhu. Forget it. The Bright Moon Palace doesn't seem to force others to participate, right? Xiaohua asked tentatively. Even if this Xiao doesn't go, it's fine, right? Yes, that's for sure. Zhu Qing nodded. Because I don't believe that anyone can resist the temptation of the Star and Moon Palace. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. I hope this Xiao is the first person who can resist the temptation. Maybe. Zhu Qing answered with a smile, then looked at Xiaohua's outstretched hand and asked curiously, fellow immortal Xiao, why are you doing this? Don't you have any token? Naturally, there's no need for that. Zhu Qing waved his hand. When the Star and Moon Palace descends, all 3 continents will know. When the time comes, fellow immortal Xiao can go to any star-picking tower and just report your name. Naturally, there will be people specially assigned to arrange everything for you. That's strange. Xiaohua slapped his forehead. Then your Star and Moon Palace, what benefits do you get? Hehe, this one doesn't know. This one is only responsible for finding and selecting fellow immortal Xiao who is qualified to enter the Star and Moon Palace. Zhu Qing smiled lightly and raised his hand. Fellow immortal Xiao, the boat has reached the shore. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to step onto the rainbow bridge, and the star-picking tower's disciples will naturally receive Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, Lord Zhu. Xiaohua shook his Taoist robe and stepped onto the boat. Could it be that Lord Zhu doesn't want to go in with this one? Our guest has arrived. Our star-picking tower has its own way of entertaining guests. As for the host, he naturally has his own path to walk. Zhu Qing stretched out his hand and took out a star-patterned mask from his sleeve and handed it to Xiaohua. Once you enter the marquee gate, you will be a passerby from now on. This one doesn't dare to travel with fellow immortal Xiao. Ha ha ha, passerby Zhu, goodbye. Xiaohua didn't put it on. He put his hand behind his back and stepped onto the rainbow bridge, his body and mind following the rainbow bridge as it flew towards the full moon. This Taoist is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhu Qing looked at Xiao Hua's confident and unrestrained back and said with a smile, if he changed into Confucian attire, he would definitely be a romantic youth. Immediately, starlight flashed around Zhu Qing's body and his figure disappeared again. Xiao Hua's figure rose up along with the rainbow bridge. He watched as the bright moon gradually grew bigger, finally transforming into a huge moon hall high up in the sky. The number of cultivators flying towards the moon gate had already decreased. Xiao Hua knew that he had arrived a bit late. He swept his divine sense around and discovered that he had actually been restricted. Immediately, he put the mask in his hand on his face. However, he felt a wave of coolness sweep over his body from top to bottom. A figure that was also covered in stardust appeared in front of the moon gate. This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior. Xiao Hua's figure had just stopped in front of the moon gate when a woman with a graceful figure walked out from the gate. She placed her hands on her waist and saluted. "Anne, this old man has come to participate in the auction. Little girl, lead the way." Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said. Unexpectedly, his voice was also somewhat different. It was impossible to tell that it was Xiao Hua's voice. That woman smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, please take out your star token. This one will arrange a place for you to go. Here." Xiao Hua extended his hand and handed over the star token that Zhu Qing gave him. "Oh. Senior is a distinguished guest of 3 Dawn. Please follow Xiao Yi." The woman looked at it and carefully returned the star token to Xiao Hua. Okay, Xiao Hua took the star token. Just as he was about to step into the moon gate, he heard another voice not far away. "This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior, oh." Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, there was also another woman walking out from that place. She was bowing and saluting a figure covered in stardust next to him. "Senior, please." Xiao Yi seemed to know what Xiao Hua wanted to say. She smiled and said, "In this bright moon palace, all the disciples of Zhai Xing Lu are called Xiao Yi." "Huh, interesting." Xiao Hua smiled. "In Star Palace, all the disciples are numbered. In Bright Moon Palace, all the disciples are only given one name. This Zhai Xing Lu is really interesting." Xiao Yi didn't reply. She pursed her lips and smiled as she walked into the moon gate. The space inside the moon gate was extremely large. Above their heads were specks of starry sky and below their feet was solid ground. In the center of the space was an enormous vermilion palace. It was divided into 3 levels. In front of this palace, there was an enormous, perfectly straight osmanthus tree. "Senior, please." Xiao Yi raised her hand again. Xiao Hua gave a rough glance and followed Xiao Yi towards the vermilion palace. That palace looked very far away, but after walking for a few dozen steps, they arrived in front of the palace. The palace was simple and unadorned, but its specifications were elegant. Rather than calling it a palace, it was better to call it a large embroidered building. A kind of indescribable hidden bitterness seeped out from the vermilion palace. Even the 3 words, "Bright Moon Palace," on the door in the middle of the palace exuded endless loneliness. "Senior, please take out the star token and place it here." Xiao Yi extended her jade-like index finger and tapped on the door. A furry little white rabbit poked its head out from the door. Xiao Yi used her finger to point at the rabbit's 3-petaled mouth and smiled. Chapter 3268. Xiao Hua glanced at it with interest and placed the star tablet in his hand into the rabbit's mouth. Squeak squeak. The rabbit seemed to be crying out as it retracted its head. Creak. The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing a room of 1 zhang in size. When the rabbit retracted its head, Xiao Hua did not feel any fluctuation of magic power. It seemed to be completely a kind of mechanism technique. Seeing the door open, Xiao Yi bowed again and said, "Senior, please." Xiao Hua nodded and walked into the room. He saw that the room was very clean. Other than the door he came in from, there was only a window on the opposite side. Leaning against the window, there was a desk and a chair. On the desk, there were some 4 treasures of the study, a plate of spirit fruits, and a jade plate with a wine pot and a wine cup. "Senior, please sit." Xiao Yi walked to the side of the window and invited Xiao Hua to sit. She carefully picked up the wine pot and poured a cup of jade-like spirit wine. She smiled and said, "This is my Zhai Xing Lu's Yun E.G. It can be considered a famous wine in Hidden Immortal Continent. Senior, please have a taste." "Forget it," Xiao Hua waved his hand, "this old man does not like spirit wine. You can have all these spirit wine. This old man will have a taste of these spirit fruits." "He, many thanks, Senior." Xiao Yi was very happy. Seeing Xiao Hua pick up a spirit fruit to taste, she put away the jade plate. Then, she walked to the front of the window and pushed her hand. The window also opened with a creak, buzz buzz. As the window opened, a burst of abnormal noise rushed in from outside the window. There was even a kind of slightly hot breath that entered. "Oh!" Xiao Hua was startled. He seemed to have not experienced this kind of noise in the secular world for a long time. Xiao Hua unconsciously stood up and looked outside the window. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Hua very considerately. Although she could not see Xiao Hua's expression, Xiao Hua's sluggishness when he turned his head immediately aroused her vigilance. She hurriedly said, "Senior, if you feel that it is noisy, this servant will ban all the noise." "No need." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Since your Zhai Xing Lu has this kind of consideration, there must be someone who likes this kind of noise. This old man will also join in the fun." "Yes, Senior. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can tell me immediately." Xiao Yi was very happy that she had met such a kind senior. She stood at the side with a smile. Xiao Hua walked to the window and stretched his head out to look. He saw that this was a huge space, and at the top of the space, there was a resplendent Milky Way across the sky. The starlight was not flashing in the Milky Way, but it was really like the mischievous eyes of a child, blinking from time to time. In the surroundings of this space, on the opposite side of Xiao Hua, were rings of star veins that rippled like waves. Every place where the star veins dimmed should be a cultivator participating in the auction. This was because every starlight would more or less emit some sort of sound. There were even many places where the starlight lines were connected together, and there were also loud discussions. In the beginning, what Xiao Hua didn't understand was that some of these star patterns were bright while others were dim. Furthermore, there were layers to them. It was as if the starlight around him was already extremely bright. However, in a short moment, Xiao Hua already knew that the brightness of these star patterns should be related to the star veins. The area where the cultivator holding the 1-star veins was located should be a bit dimmer. If the cultivator holding the 3-star veins was like him, then shouldn't it be a bit brighter? Everything was beautiful, and compared to the star palace from before, it was even more enjoyable. However, in this misty illusion, there were some bald heads and white beards, that were especially eye-catching. Xiao Hua looked for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are these Buddhist cultivators?" Xiao Yi glanced at them and nodded, "These are all monks from the temples near the Bronze Pillar State. There are also those old men wearing Confucian robes, they are also rotten Confucians from the Bronze Pillar State." "Oh. They came here to participate in the auction? Why aren't they wearing masks?" Xiao Hua was a bit surprised because these monks didn't seem to have a high cultivation. Those old men were even panting, they didn't seem like Confucian cultivators at all. He, Xiao Yi laughed, "Those monks naturally came to participate in the auction, but they only bid for the Buddhist sect's relics, ignoring all cultivation techniques and Buddhist artifacts, so they don't need to hide anything. As for those rotten Confucians, they are purely here to cause trouble, since they aren't here to participate in the auction, they don't need to hide their true faces, right? Oh? 'Cause trouble? Xiaohua asked curiously. They don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, what kind of trouble can they cause? Senior will know in a while. Xiao Yi actually kept him in suspense, pursing her lips and smiling. Senior, take a look. Aside from you and the other seniors holding the 3-star veins who have their own rooms, the others don't have rooms and are sitting together with the others. There are so many people, even if some of them are unwilling to wear masks, they still wear them for the beautiful scenery of the Bright Moon Palace. But these people are really annoying, adding so many bald white flies to the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way. Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and said unhappily, everyone has their own ideas, and they are also abiding by the rules of Zhai Xinglu. As for whether they wear masks or not, that is their own business. These Buddhist sect's great masters are merciful and have come here to welcome the Buddhist sect's disciples' relics back to the sect. How can you casually insult them? Even these elders, they may have some thoughts of causing trouble, but they are old enough to be your grandfather. Don't you feel guilty for being so eloquent? When Xiao Yi heard this, her expression changed rapidly. Perhaps she didn't have so many filthy thoughts in her heart, so she followed Xiaohua's words and even had the intention to curry favor with him. But she didn't expect that she would end up making a fool of herself. With a plop, without waiting for Xiaohua to say a second word, Xiao Yi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Senior, it's all Xiao Yi's fault, please forgive me. Ah, get up. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xiao Yi up with a flick of his sleeve and sighed, don't think too much, this old man doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that you should have more awareness of respecting your elders. You have no reason to lose your moral integrity in order to curry favor with honored guests. Yes, this servant also didn't want to, but this servant is only a disciple who attends to honored guests. Xiao Yi lowered her head and replied with some hidden bitterness. Don't say any more. Xiaohua said with a smile, tell this old man, what is a pedantic scholar? A pedantic scholar is naturally a pedantic Confucian scholar. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes. Although she was very curious, she didn't dare to ask too much. She answered obediently, it's those bookworms. They only know how to read, they are inflexible and ignorant of worldly affairs. So they are called pedantic scholars. Are these white-bearded elders all bookworms? Xiaohua naturally knew the meaning of being ignorant of worldly affairs, but he didn't expect that these bookworms would have such an elegant name. Xiao Yi's heart became lively again as she said with a smile, actually, simple bookworms can't be considered pedantic scholars. Sometimes, Zhai Xinglu will also have some bookworm scholars. They are quite cute, but most of them don't know worldly affairs, that's why they are ignorant of worldly affairs. On the other hand, these old, pedantic scholars are really pedantic. They only know how to use the dogmas in the books to apply to people. They are simply stuck to the rules. Look, this is not good, that is also not good. They also say that our Zhai Xinglu's female disciples should kneel and serve them. They also say that women without talent are virtuous. Zhai Xinglu shouldn't have female disciples at all. Other than marrying and having children, women have no other merits. Ha ha ha, this old man understands, Xiaohua laughed, finally understanding why Xiao Yi was so disdainful of these so-called pedantic scholars. This old man has wronged you just now. This person's words are indeed very annoying. That's right. Xiao Yi also beamed with joy, looking at your appearance, you are not a pedantic scholar. Sweat, this old man wants to be a pedantic scholar. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's a pity that this old man hasn't read a lot of poetry and books, and also doesn't have that kind of scholarly wisdom. Even if I want to apply dogmas to people, I can't. Hee hee, if you are like those pedantic scholars who read books, you will have read all the books into a dog's stomach. At this point, Xiao Yi was shocked again, knowing that she had said something wrong. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua, but she couldn't see his expression clearly, so she covered it up and said, on the other hand, the famous great scholars, although they are well-read and can write poems that can shock the wind and rain, and make ghosts and gods weep, they also won't take advantage of their seniority, Dong. Just as Xiao Yi was afraid that Xiao Hua would get angry and was trying her best to remedy the situation, she heard a clear bell ring outside the window. Not only did this voice cover up all the other noises in an instant, it even swept away the heat that filled the entire space. Senior, the auction has begun. If you have anything you want to bid, feel free to tell this servant. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. Xiao Hua had participated in many auction gatherings, but when had he ever received such treatment? He didn't need to know how to bid, he only needed to tell Xiao Yi, and it would be easy. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said with a smile, then I will have to trouble Miss Xiao Yi. I don't dare. Xiao Hua's seemingly ordinary words made Xiao Yi's tense heartstrings immediately relax. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to it, he only looked outside the window and saw that in the center of the space, a burst of star patterns flashed, and a fist-sized brilliance appeared out of thin air. It was just that this brilliance was too dazzling, just like a heartbeat, it was dazzling to Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua looked carefully again, the brilliance had already turned into 3 balls of light, and they were rapidly expanding. In just a moment, they had already turned into 3 balls of light of different shapes and colors. Hua! The sound of huge waves suddenly filled the entire space, and 3 water-blue brilliances appeared from the edges of the 3 balls of light, like a huge wave, rushed to the center, which was where the brilliance had appeared. On the tip of the wave, the boat that everyone was sitting on previously floated out of the water. A handsome scholar holding a folding fan stood on the boat with a serene expression. Chapter 3269. After the scholar appeared, the water quickly retreated and turned into a strangely shaped pool of blue water that surrounded the 3 different colored balls of light. At first, Xiao Hua was astonished by the appearance of these balls of light. He didn't know what these balls of light meant, but when the waves of water appeared, and turned into a water blue color that separated the 3 balls of light, he immediately had a sliver of understanding. Wasn't this the appearance of the 3 continents? Weren't these water streams the 4 seas? However, Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. The Dawn Rain continent was incomparably huge and no one knew its shape. Why did the people of the 3 continents know? Could it be that the cultivators of the 3 continents had a higher cultivation level than the Dawn Rain continent? With these thoughts, Xiao Hua's attention was clearly different from others. He stared closely at the edges of these balls of light. Unfortunately, the edges of these balls of light were abnormally blurry. If they were the boundaries of the 3 continents, wouldn't that be too deceptive? Fellow immortals, seniors, good evening. The scholar stood at the bow of the boat and gently opened the folding fan in his hand. He slightly shook it and cupped his fists towards the surrounding people. This one's surname is Yu and given name is Xian. My courtesy name is Lin Feng. Today, my star-plucking pavilion's Bright Moon Palace's auction will be hosted by this one. Oh, I forgot. Although this one can't see you all, this one can't be talking to myself in this sea of stars, right? And, fortunately, there are a few Buddhist masters and my Confucian seniors accompanying me. As he spoke, Yu Linfeng stomped his foot. The boat beneath his feet instantly shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out. The star patterns from before all shattered, revealing the human figures that sat around the Bright Moon Palace. They were condensed from stardust. Xiao Hua slightly poked his head out and saw that the entire Bright Moon Palace seemed to be in a spiral shape. Those spiral stripes were where the cultivators were sitting, and Xiao Hua and the others were sitting on the highest floor. The room on the highest floor was also affected, revealing the appearance of a window in space. However, everything inside the window couldn't be seen clearly. Although this one can't see the faces of fellow immortals, this way, I can always feel that someone is listening and watching. It's much better than playing the lute to a cow. Yu Linfeng's voice was very exaggerated. It sounded humorous, and many people actually laughed. Yu Linfeng circled around Bright Moon Palace again and said, "Originally, this auction was the same as the previous ones. I wanted to see if there were any familiar immortal friends. If there were many familiar immortal friends, I wouldn't have to waste my breath explaining the rules of the auction. But everyone is still hugging the pipa and covering half of their faces. Oh, the masters don't count." Boom. Some people roared with laughter again. Therefore, I have no choice but to explain the rules of the auction once again. Fellow Taoists who have already heard it can cover their ears. Yu Linfeng said from below. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the three balls of light. He didn't listen carefully. Now that he had little E by his side to serve him, he could just tell her if he wanted to bid on something. Why would he need to listen to the rules for no reason? Presumably, the cultivators on the same floor as him with the 3 Dawn Star plate wouldn't listen carefully. Little E, Xiaofan suddenly asked, "In this room, no matter what this old man says, you have to listen, right?" When Little E heard this, a trace of panic appeared on her face. She slightly clenched her teeth and said, "No, that's right. Senior's words, this servant has to listen. And then let this old man ask you. The tricolored brilliance under Yu Linfeng's feet should be the shape of the 3 continents, right?" Xiaofan didn't notice Little E's strange behavior and only asked indifferently. Little E was stunned and hurriedly replied, yes, that's right. These are the 3 continents and 4 seas. Then that's strange. Xiaofan muttered and probed. According to this old man's knowledge, these 3 continents don't have an end. Where did this shape come from? Xiaofan was naturally confused. If Little E said that he was wrong, he would definitely make Little E listen to his orders and not tell anyone about this. Unfortunately, Little E laughed again and said, "Of course. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's gimmick. Take a look, the edges are very blurry and there's also a blue brilliance. Just treat it as the 4 seas enveloping these continents. As for the end, only ghosts know." At this point, Little E hurriedly stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "This servant said the wrong thing again. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. This servant can't mention them." Xiaofan laughed. Just as he was about to look at Yu Linfeng, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly said in his heart, "Io, how could I forget about this matter?" Immediately after, Xiaofan pointed at the 3 continents diagram and said with a smile, "If this old man goes from hidden immortal continent to Western Paradise, is there any transportation array?" Transportation array? Little E stared blankly for a moment, confusion appearing on her face. "Senior? What's a transportation array?" "Oh no." Xiaohua's heart quivered again. He secretly said, could it be that the 3 continents don't have transportation arrays? Or perhaps it's called something else? Oh, it said that in ancient times, when Taoism was prosperous, there was a kind of array that connected 2 extremely far places. For example, one was Zhai Xing Lu in Bronze Pillar Country and the other was Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Entering the transportation array of Bronze Pillar Country's Zhai Xing Lu would bring you to Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Xiaohua thought for a moment and explained. Little E shook her head blankly. This servant's knowledge is shallow and has never heard of the transportation array that Senior is talking about. And this servant has never walked out of Yuzhou. Perhaps there are other transportation arrays that Senior is talking about? How about, this servant helps Senior ask? No need. Xiaohua faintly said, you can't reveal anything that this old man has said here. Yes, this servant understands. Little E hurriedly replied. This request was really simple. Zhai Xinglu originally asked them to keep their mouths shut. Even Zhai Xinglu itself never asked about the movements of these distinguished guests. After getting the answer that he didn't want, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Previously, when he heard Xiao Jian say that to go to Western Paradise, one had to take a boat across the East Sea, Xiaohua didn't care. He thought that Xiao Jian didn't know about transportation arrays, but now, after hearing Little E's words, he was afraid that the 3 continents really didn't have transportation arrays. The problem was, without transportation arrays, the cultivators of the 3 continents would go to very far places. How could they arrive quickly? Did they all fly over? Even if it was as fast as lightning evasion, then, it would still take a long time to fly a distance of 1,000,000 li. Oh, right, Master Qing Chen's rainbow luan, Chumuhuan's flying crane. Xiaohua suddenly realized, and young Master Duanmu's golden carriage. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators don't use transportation arrays. Instead, they use these flying magic tools and flying spirit beasts. Little E, Xiaohua muttered again and said, at the auction, are there flying magic tools? Senior should be talking about flying magic tools, right? Little E probed. Xiaohua slightly nodded and replied. Of course there are. And there are quite a few of them. Little E said with a smile, Senior should know that the word magic in magic tool originally meant to control. It said that in the earliest days, magic tools were all called magic tools. Only magic tools used for flying were called magic tools. But later, there were too many magic tools. Furthermore, magic tools and magic chi weren't easy to distinguish, so magic tools were all called magic tools. Hee, this old man knows. Xiaohua made up the numbers and waved his hand, saying, this old man is just a bit puzzled. The legendary transportation arrays are very convenient, so why were they lost? This. Little E said awkwardly, with this servant's knowledge, I'm afraid I can't answer Senior. However, this servant seemed to have served a great Confucian a few years ago. Although he didn't mention transportation arrays, he once said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 1,000 li. Confucian cultivators can only learn more by walking more. Moreover, one can't travel 1,000 li without accumulating one step. Only by advancing step by step can one understand the difficulty of each step. In his opinion, not only can you not have a magic tool for flying, you also can't have a flying demon pet. Where you want to go, you can only rely on your own ability. Sweat. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, Little E, are you sure this great Confucian isn't a rotten Confucian? Sometimes, it's impossible to travel extremely far in a short time just by relying on one person's flight. Senior, please don't laugh. This servant is just relaying what this servant has seen and heard. It may be a bit contrary to what this great Confucian said. Little E hurriedly smiled, that old man is a famous great Confucian in Yu province. He can't be wrong. Hee. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, let this old man ask you, do you know who flies the fastest in the 3 continents? Hee. Little E blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, Senior has asked the right person. Last time, it was also an old senior who asked this servant. This servant originally thought it was a cultivator of my human race. Who knew that senior told this servant that my human race's physical body is not good, unable to resist the pressure of space. Flying speed is limited. What is the fastest flying golden-winged great peng? It is said that with a flap of its wings, it can travel 90,000 li. Good heavens, it disappeared in an instant. Senior, is this servant right? It's really not bad. Xiaohua nodded with a bit of astonishment, I didn't expect you to know so much. That's. Little E stuck out her chest and said with some pride, although this servant's cultivation is shallow, and I have never traveled far. However, after serving many elites of the human race like Senior, I naturally know a lot of things. Little E's flattery was really not obvious, making Xiaohua feel comfortable listening to it. While they were talking, Yu Linfeng outside the window seemed to have finished speaking. With a wave of his folding fan, there were already some green-clothed youths holding red lacquered plates coming up one after another. However, seeing the green-clothed youths appearing one after another, the scene was a bit cold and cheerless. There weren't too many people bidding. It seemed like these were all ordinary things. Although Xiaohua was chatting with Little E, he was actually listening attentively. He knew that the things that were ordinary to the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were not the same to him. Chapter 3270. Unfortunately, in any auction, whether it was hidden immortal continent or dawn rain continent, there would always be a gimmick of throwing a brick to attract jade. Following Yu Linfeng's shout, if it wasn't some spirit herbs, some spirit fruits, and even some materials for refining tools. Even the 4 treasures of the study didn't appear. Although these spirit herbs were rare, no matter how Xiaohua looked at it, he felt that these things were only used to arouse the crowd's emotions. Little friend Yu. A voice rang out like a golden bell. This isn't the first time this old man has come to Zhai Xinglu. I've also participated in this auction 3 times. Why is the beginning of each auction so boring? These are all the trash your Zhai Xinglu threw at you. If you want, you can leave them in the first Heaven Star Palace. If we need them, we can go and buy them. Every time you take them out to show off, the price is so high. Who would want them? Haha, Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. This immortal friend is right. These things are indeed leftovers from the previous auctions. But how can my Zhai Xinglu be so stingy as you say? As the saying goes, the auction is made of iron, and the bidders flow like water. The immortal friends in this auction are naturally different from the previous ones. These immortal friends naturally don't know about the good things from the previous auctions. In order to not let these immortal friends miss out, my Zhai Xinglu has no choice but to take out these things for you to see. However, immortal friends, don't worry. There are still a few slightly rare items. After bidding, you can see the newest item in this auction. Quick, quick, quick. A group of people began to clamor. Next is. Yu Linfeng stretched out his voice and laughed loudly. Last time, a few female cultivators didn't come and bid, the beauty-preserving pill. Oh. That's great. Immediately, a few high-pitched female voices rang out from all around. Immortal friend Yu, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? I've been waiting for a long time. As they spoke, a young girl dressed in palace attire suddenly appeared in mid-air and leisurely walked to Yu Linfeng's side. With every step she took, there was an osmanthus flower. When the girl walked past, the osmanthus flowers turned into petals and fell from the sky. It looked very beautiful. The woman was holding a green lacquer plate in her hand, and on top of it was a budding flower. Yu Linfeng pointed with his finger and the flower flashed with brilliance. Layer by layer, it bloomed and a green pellet flew out from the flower. This is the famous beauty-retaining pill, Yu Linfeng said loudly. I don't need to explain the specific effects. As long as a pretty female cultivator takes this pill, they will be able to maintain the same appearance as when they took the beauty-retaining pill for the rest of their lives. They will not age for the rest of their lives. Woo! Another round of female cultivators cried out in alarm. Heh, isn't this Dawn Rain Continent's ageless pill? Xiaohua smiles, looks like, no matter what world it is, a woman's face and beauty will always be number one. It's just that. I don't know if there are many beauty-retaining pills in the hidden immortal continent, and how many spirit stones can one beauty-retaining pill be exchanged for. The price of this beauty-preserving pill is 50 mid-grade primordial stones. Every increment is 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please bid. After Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, I offer 80 mid-grade primordial stones. I offer 100 mid-grade primordial stones. The other female cultivators naturally did not hesitate to raise the price. In a short moment, the price had already reached 5 high-grade primordial stones. At this time, the surrounding female cultivators who were bidding suddenly became silent. The previous rising and falling bids had already disappeared. There were only 3 female cultivators bidding for 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Oh no! Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Looks like beauty-retaining grass is not very rare in the hidden immortal continent. Even the beauty-retaining pill that can retain one's appearance has fallen. If this was the Dawn Rain continent, I don't know how many top-grade spirit stones it would cost. Although there was a huge advantage to be taken, Xiaohua himself knew how to refine beauty-retaining pill. There was no reason for him to snatch these beauty-retaining pills from other female cultivators. Therefore, after a few more bids, a female cultivator finally bid for this beauty-retaining pill with 8 high-grade primordial stones. Following that, there were 2 more beauty-retaining pills. However, the price also fluctuated around 8 high-grade primordial stones. There was no special change. Next is the first-grade rejuvenation pill. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. That cyan-colored pill fell into the flower bud. The woman in palace attire used a lacquer plate to hold that flower bud-shaped thing and slowly walked away. When she disappeared in midair, Yu Linfeng spoke again. After taking this first-grade rejuvenation pill, you can return to your appearance from 10 years ago. Yu Linfeng introduced, although it can't compare to the 9th-grade rejuvenation pill that can completely restore one's youthful beauty, it is still much better than the beauty-retaining pill. Following Yu Linfeng's words, another woman in palace attire walked in front of Yu Linfeng. Her hand was still holding a lacquer plate. However, this time, it had already changed into a light green color. I want to remind you all that this first-grade rejuvenation pill can only be taken once. It cannot be taken more than once. As for the specific drawbacks, I don't need to say any more. Yu Linfeng chuckled and said, fellow immortal who wants to regain their youth, don't daydream. Ha ha ha. A few people couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they could see a white-bearded cultivator taking a few rejuvenation pills and immediately turning into a baby. After the laughter, Yu Linfeng spoke again. This rejuvenation pill has the same starting price as the beauty-retaining pill. However, each increment is 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Fellow immortals, please bid. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A group of female cultivators began to bid. Even a few male cultivators' voices appeared. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this rejuvenation pill was also quickly sold out. Moreover, the price wasn't very high. In the end, it was only 2 more primordial stones than the previous beauty-retaining pill. It was a successful bid for 10 high-grade primordial stones. This was great. Xiaohua, who originally wanted to rely on the rejuvenation pill to make a fortune, was disheartened by this reality. AI, that's right. Returning to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference between this and the beauty-retaining pill? Even if an old woman returns to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference? 2 high-grade primordial stones is still considered a lot. That's right, Xiao Yi. Xiaohua asked in a low voice, how many years can a 9th-grade rejuvenation pill restore one's appearance? Senior knows. It can restore one's appearance from 100 years ago, and it won't change for the rest of one's life. Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Oh, Xiaohua nodded, then, a first-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously. Then a first-grade and 9th-grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously either? Exactly. Xiao Yi said with a smile, my Zhai Xinglu hasn't bid on a 9th-grade rejuvenation pill for a long time. If Senior wants to take this kind of elixir, it's best to wait. Xiaohua smiled. Is there no elixir in this world that can directly restore one's appearance to one's youth? Is Senior testing this servant again? Xiao Yi pursed her lips and smiled. Isn't the immortal elixir from the immortal palace empress? Moreover, this servant also heard that the Dipankara Buddha in the Western Paradise also has elixirs that can restore one's youth. These aren't things that I can reach. Xiaohua pretended to sigh. I just don't know how much a 9th grade rejuvenation pill costs recently. It seems to be 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Xiao Yi replied solemnly, this kind of rare elixir is really rare, this servant remembers it very clearly. Sigh, only 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Why is it so little? Xiaohua listened very dejectedly, and he thought of Qian Diheng who was far away in the Dawn Rain continent for no reason. It's still more convenient to bid for the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, Qian Diheng, this guy took a huge advantage of this Xiao. I don't know how many spirit stones I earned from the rejuvenation pill in the end, but this guy doesn't know what to do with these spirit stones. Give them to Mistress and the rest? Or keep them for this Xiao? Sigh. Presumably, with his high standards, he might not take a fancy to the myriad Thunder Valley. Even if he did give some of those spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be too much. If this Xiao can return, these spirit stones will definitely be this Xiao's. This guy's character is still trustworthy. But if this Xiao can't return, these spirit stones will be too cheap for this guy. In just a few thoughts, Xiaohua actually sighed twice, and a kind of deep homesickness involuntarily overflowed in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything after asking a few questions, Xiao Yi also didn't dare to say more. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, not knowing whether he would bid or not. Below, Yu Linfeng didn't give Xiaohua a chance to hesitate, and in a moment, another 2 first-grade rejuvenation pills were sold. Okay, there's one last one. Yu Linfeng seemed to be relieved, and said, it's the thunder amplifying wood that failed in the previous auction. Last time, the starting price was 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and no one bid. This time, the starting price has dropped to 8 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and each increase is 1 piece of supreme-grade primordial stone. Which immortal friend is bidding? 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones? Damn it, it's the same price as a first-grade rejuvenation pill. Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously became interested, and pulled his thoughts away from his homesickness. This thunder-amplifying wood has the word thunder in it, I wonder what use it has. How come, no immortal friend is bidding? Seeing the cold silence of the scene, Yu Linfeng bitterly smiled, but he still shouted with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, a dark yellow thunderbolt streaked across the sky, and appeared in front of him. It was a 1-foot-long branch, and the branch emitted a dark gold color. In the center of the branch, there was a section that was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire. There were very few branches on this branch, and there were only 2 at one end of the branch. In the charred area, there were 2 protruding branches. Looking from afar, this branch was somewhat twisted, and unexpectedly looked like a horned dragon. Fellow immortal friends, don't think that this thunder-amplifying wood has already been struck by lightning once, and can't be used again. Yu Linfeng said, after my Zhai Xing Lu's appraisal, this thunder-amplifying wood is basically intact. Not to mention being able to withstand 1 lightning strike, even 3 lightning strikes, are not a problem. Chapter 3271. Alas, fellow immortal you, although this item has the benefits you mentioned, it can only withstand the lightning. However, the thunder-amplifying wood can only block the golden thunder of Gengxin. Even the golden thunder of Shenyu is not strong enough to block it. The other types of fire lightning, and earth lightning cannot block it. Instead of bidding for this item, why don't we find a great craftsman to forge a few imperial equipment that can block the heavenly thunder? Who do you think would do such a stupid thing? I've participated in 3 auctions in a row. Fellow immortal, you've already taken out this item the last 2 times, but no one bid for it. Fellow immortal, you should save your time and let us see what kind of surprises you'll bring out next. A voice rang out, seemingly very familiar with the thunder amplification wood. Yu Linfeng smiled and said, "This fellow immortal is right. My Zhai Xing Lu naturally knows this as well. However, this lightning thunder lightning is a natural spiritual item of our 3 continents. It is different from those imperial tools that can withstand the heavenly lightning. Although the imperial equipment of a great artifact master was powerful, it was able to block the lightning power and lightning chi of the lightning tribulation. Only a natural spiritual item could block the lightning power and leave the lightning chi behind. If any immortal friend were to rely on this item to pass through the lightning tribulation, the benefits obtained would far surpass that of a normal imperial equipment. My Zhai Xing Lu wants to leave this natural spiritual item for the fellow immortal who needs to withstand the golden lightning. Forget it, it's your Zhai Xing Lu's business anyway. This old man will be patient." That cultivator sighed, clearly too lazy to explain. Golden lightning? Wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning? Xiaofan, who was in the room, was bewildered. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was bluffing again, he turned his head and asked, "Xiao Yi, this old man wants to ask you, other than these wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning, what other heavenly lightning are there?" This. Xiao Yi clenched her teeth, her face a bit red. She smiled and said, "This time, this servant has been tested by Senior. This servant has only heard of heavenly lightning and earthly lightning. That Senior just now seemed to have said heavenly 5-elemental lightning. Shenyu golden lightning should be earthly 5-elemental lightning, heh, not bad. Xiaohua's face should be even redder than Xiao Yi's. Fortunately, his skin was also thick for 200 years. He only chuckled and looked out of the window again, secretly wondering if he should bid or not. 7 high-grade primal stones, a dim figure behind Yu Linfeng shouted. Yu Linfeng's face lit up. He turned to the cultivator who finally made a bid and smiled. Immortal friend really knows how to do business. This thunder amplification wood has a base price of 8 high-grade origin stones. You're only willing to pay 7. You're really making things difficult for me. This item doesn't have much use for this old man. It's just a preparation. If fellow immortal you doesn't think it's suitable, then forget about it." That person played it down. It sounded like he didn't care about this item at all. Yu Linfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, "The auction hasn't really started yet, but this rare thunder amplification wood is already breaking the reserve price. I can't make the decision. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. This old man offers 8 high-grade primal stones." Suddenly, a voice came from the 3rd-floor pavilion opposite Xiaohua. "Fellow immortal you doesn't need to ask for permission." Heh, that's great. This old man thanks Senior." Yu Linfeng was even more happy. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he asked the cultivator downstairs, "Fellow immortal, can you increase the price? If you don't, then this item will be this Senior's." That person didn't make a sound. It was unknown whether he was thinking or had already given up. "Oh, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, then this item will be this Senior's." Yu Linfeng raised his voice. 9 high-grade primal stones. It was still the same voice, but this time, it was filled with helplessness. Xiaohua laughed from upstairs. This guy really wants it. But it seems like he doesn't have too many primal stones in his small Qianquan pouch, so he's playing hard to get. Unfortunately, there's also a rich and overbearing person waiting on the 3rd floor. Damn it, isn't this the legendary waiting for rabbits by a tree stump? 10. Sure enough, the rich and overbearing person on the 3rd floor didn't care at all. At this point, the cultivator who just bid couldn't hide his intentions anymore. He could only follow suit. Not long after, the price of the thunder amplification would reach 40 high-grade primal stones. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Bright Moon Palace was in an uproar. The previously cold and cheerless atmosphere was swept away by the lack of bids. Everyone understood that no matter if it was the rich and overbearing person upstairs or the person downstairs who made the first bid, both of them were determined to get the thunder amplification wood. After all, this thunder amplification wood's use was very targeted. Since these two people both needed this item, then they both needed this item to resist the golden lightning. Since they had already encountered this item, who would let it go? 40 high-grade primal stones, ah! It was more than 5 times the starting price. It was far beyond everyone's expectations, and even more so, far beyond Yu Linfeng's expectations. Fellow immortal, do you still want to increase the price? If not, then this item is this senior's. Yu Linfeng shouted excitedly, as if he represented the mood of all the cultivators in the Bright Moon Palace. Senior. The person downstairs stood up and bowed. You're upstairs, Junior is downstairs. Junior knows that I can't compare to Senior's primal stones. In fact, when Senior started bidding, Junior should have tactfully withdrawn. However, Junior urgently needs this item. This item is related to the life of Junior's close relatives. Senior, please be lenient. After the auction, Junior will return to the 3rd floor to pay a visit to Senior. In the future, Junior will remember Senior's name and be deeply grateful to Senior. Fellow immortal, do you still want to bid? Yu Linfeng said sympathetically. I also sympathize with your situation. However, a auction is a auction. Fellow immortal, please bid. Of course, this Senior didn't say it out loud. Perhaps he also has an urgent matter, so he bid like this. There is only one thunder amplification wood here. There must be a place for it to fall. 41. That cultivator raised the price in a low voice. 42. The cultivator upstairs didn't hesitate at all. He immediately added another primal stone, as if he didn't care about the cultivator's words at all. Hee. Xiaohua felt like he was going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These two are both cunning old foxes. One is retreating in order to advance. He actually started with 7 primal stones. The other is pressing on step by step, not giving in at all. The cultivator downstairs actually used the life of his close relatives as an excuse. Even I, Xiaohua, have some doubts, not to mention that he really needs this thunder amplification wood. 43. While Xiaohua was pondering, everyone was surprised. The price of the thunder amplification wood actually reached 50 primal stones. Of course, contrary to everyone's expectations, this 50 primal stones wasn't called by the person upstairs. Rather, it was the cultivator downstairs who directly increased the price from 46 primal stones to 50 primal stones. It was very obvious that the cultivator downstairs only had 50 high-grade primal stones. After the cultivator downstairs finished calling out 50 primal stones, he said with a somewhat mournful tone, Senior, please understand. This is all I have. Perhaps Senior feels that Junior's reason is somewhat laughable, but Junior has taken out all the primal stones I have on me to show my sincerity. Senior, please forgive me. This was already the 2nd time the cultivator downstairs opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If Xiaohua still had some doubts the first time, this 2nd time, Xiaohua still believed him. He couldn't help but sigh lightly, alas, this poor child. If it was me, I would definitely let him go. Hee, Xiaoyi pursed her lips and laughed from the side. Senior is indeed soft-hearted, just like what I thought. To be able to serve you, this time, I can be considered lucky. However, you're somewhat mistaken. These words I've heard a lot in the Bright Moon Palace. This isn't even considered much. There are even more crafty and scoundrel methods that you haven't seen before. In a while, you can take a look. Hee, I'll point them out one by one for you. Alas. Xiaohua understood and slightly shook his head. The wolf is coming, the wolf is coming. If you speak too many lies, who can still distinguish which is a lie and which is the truth? However, this old man still believes that this person only has 50 pieces. Speaking until here, Xiaohua suddenly stared blankly and suddenly had a kind of realization in his heart. What I gave to that Fujiwen, wasn't it just 50 high-grade primordial stones? It can't be so coincidental, this person can't be Fujiwen, right? That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua also thought of what Fujiwen said at that time, that he brought his humble wife to thank Xiaohua. Just now, the person that this person spoke of, wasn't that his wife? 60 high-grade primordial stones. The senior on the third floor opposite Xiaohua still spoke indifferently. Obviously, he had the same idea as Xiao Yi. Alas, with a long sigh, the person downstairs said mournfully, "This junior knows that no one will believe what I say, but this is this junior's last chance. This junior still wants to ask senior to be lenient." Rip. With a faint sound like silk tearing, among the many stardust figures, a pale-faced young master in embroidered clothes revealed his true appearance. Huh. Seeing the face of this young master in embroidered clothes, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the Fujiwen that he suspected a moment ago? It seems that this Fujiwen's last sentence wasn't said to others, but to himself. He hoped that if he was in this bright moon palace, he could help him. Fellow immortal. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly and said, "If you want to ask this senior to be lenient, no matter what, you have to add a primordial stone. No matter what you say, this senior can't give you a piece of amplifying thunder wood for free." At this moment, the entire Bright Moon Palace was very noisy. Almost everyone was discussing whether this Fujiwen was speaking the truth or guessing the identity of the senior on the third floor. Almost all of Yu Linfeng's words were suppressed. Looking at Fujiwen's dejected appearance, Yu Linfeng finally opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortal, I'm very sorry to say this to you, but this is your last chance. If you don't increase the price, this amplifying thunder wood will be this senior's. Fellow immortal Yu, how many primordial stones is my life worth?" Fujiwen raised his head, his face was pale, but his eyes were like stars. Chapter 3272. Yu Linfeng seems to have seen Fujiwen's situation many times. He smiles faintly and says, "Your life is worth countless top-grade primeval stones. My Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it." He, senior, look, he's starting to act like a scoundrel. Upstairs, Xiao Yi purses her lips and laughs. Xiaohua doesn't laugh. He asks faintly, "How do I bid?" "Oh. Senior." Xiao Yi is stunned. She looks at Xiaohua in disbelief and says anxiously, "Senior, this is. You tell me how to bid." Xiaohua says in a deep voice. "Oh. Senior, you only need to say the word." Xiao Yi comes back to her senses and says anxiously, "Leave the future matters to me." Alright, at this moment, Yu Linfeng seems to have lost the patience to pretend. He looks at Fujiwen and says, "This thunder-amplifying wood, one top-grade primeval stone." Xiaohua's voice isn't loud, but it's abnormally clear. It's like a huge rock is thrown into a deep pool. However, when the rock enters the water, it's quiet. It seems that everyone has shut up. No one dares to believe their own ears. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yu Linfeng, who has encountered many unforeseen events, is stunned for a moment. Then he says with ecstasy, This senior bids one top-grade primeval stone. This is the first item in this auction to bid more than one top-grade primeval stone." Boom. At this moment, the shockwave of the huge rock falling into the water raises the heavenly abode. The entire Bright Moon Palace is boiling like never before. A single thunder-amplifying wood, after 2 failed bids, this time it appears, it immediately causes such a huge commotion. It's actually bid for 1 top-grade primeval stone. 1 top-grade primeval stone. Xiaohua exchanged so many broken artifacts for only 10 top-grade primeval stones. This thunder-amplifying wood that no one paid attention to before actually bid for 1 top-grade primeval stone. Previously, they thought that 60 top-grade primeval stones was already high enough. However, they didn't think that, there's no higher price, only higher. Because this is a battle between 2 rich and overbearing people on the 3rd floor, and this is only the beginning of their first confrontation. While Bright Moon Palace was seething with excitement, Xiaohua's balcony had instead calmed down, as if there wasn't the intense reaction that everyone had expected. After half a cup of tea's time, when the atmosphere in the entire Bright Moon Palace had calmed down a little, Yu Linfeng took a deep breath and slowly flew up. When he was level with Xiaohua and the others, he bowed and said, "Seniors, although the thunder-amplifying wood is not bad, our Zhai Xing Lu has prepared many good things for you later." If it wasn't necessary for any of the seniors to do so, they wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss over it. This junior asks the 2 seniors to calm down a little. "No need." The cultivator opposite Xiaohua said indifferently, "This old man will add 10 high-grade primordial stones. 2 top-grade origin stones." Xiaohua was even more aggressive. He didn't allow Yu Linfeng to ask him and immediately shouted, "Fellow immortal." The cultivator on the other side seemed to be somewhat angry. How could this thunder amplification would be worth 2 top-grade primordial stones? 1 was more than enough. 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua was usually somewhat stingy, but when it came to a matter of life and death, or when it came to someone pleasing to the eye, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. Seeing that cultivator's voice floating over the Bright Moon Palace, he immediately shouted, "3 top-grade primordial stones." This sentence was more powerful than any rebuttal. The other side immediately stopped talking. This. Happiness came too suddenly. Yu Linfeng didn't dare to believe it and smacked his lips. He said with a smile, "Since this senior needs the thunder-amplifying wood so much, this item—" "Wait a moment," the person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, "This junior didn't come here specifically for this thunder-amplifying wood, so the primordial stones in my hands are slightly insufficient. But when I heard about the thunder-amplifying wood, I suddenly remembered that I have a close friend, who should be able to use this item. In a few months, it will be her birthday. This junior wants to give this item as a gift. Fellow immortal, please don't give in." This fellow immortal, this junior's identity, will be revealed to fellow immortal after the auction. This junior will definitely thank you greatly. As for this junior's identity, Star-Picking Tower's young master Zhu is very clear. Fellow immortal doesn't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiaohua was amused. Damn it, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably that bullshit young master Duanmu, right? Even if he isn't, for a so-called birthday gift, you're fighting over this thunder-amplifying wood with Fujiwen. Look at Fujiwen, he's already said that this thunder-amplifying wood is related to his wife's life. You still won't let it go. Even at this point, you still want this Xiao to show mercy? Not a chance. This Xiao doesn't care if you're young master Duanmu or not. Today, this Xiao will fight to the death with you. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, that person was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow immortal." Cough cough. Yu Linfeng coughed and said with a smile, "Senior hasn't increased the price yet, and this junior will add another top-grade primordial stone." That person suddenly realized and said with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, before Yu Linfeng could speak, Xiaohua said with a smile, "This senior will add 9 top-grade primordial stones." Senior. When the others didn't speak, Xiao Yi hurriedly reminded, Senior, you can't increase the price anymore. Why? Xiao Hua asked curiously, this senior also wants this item. This. Xiao Yi said with a smile, Senior, it's obviously your first time coming to this auction. This junior will tell you the truth, the seniors on the third floor all have some background. If it weren't for the last few most important items, it's rare for them to bid like this. Especially that senior on the other side, he's already stated his purpose. He's just short of revealing his identity. If senior increases the price at the beginning of the auction, then that's shedding all pretense of cordiality. This face could be the face of that country's monarch, a sect, or an aristocratic family. Senior, you must think carefully. And this senior understands. Xiao Hua nodded indifferently. Sure enough, the other side was silent and didn't say another word. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be squatting in a corner of the room and drawing circles. Senior, you've offended that senior. Xiao Yi muttered with a bitter face. Now that things had come to this point, the women who served in the room would most likely be implicated as well. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. This had always been an unbreakable principle. If Xiao Hua saw that he couldn't afford to offend the cultivator on the other side, he could just say that Xiao Yi didn't warn him and he didn't understand this rule. Wouldn't that be the best way out? Star-plucking tower or the cultivator on the other side might not be able to do anything to Xiao Hua, then where would they get their face from? They could only remedy it from a girl like Xiao Yi. This kind of thing had happened before, and it wasn't like Xiao Yi hadn't seen it before. Her mood was already somewhat bad. Cough cough, since senior has increased the price, this item is senior's. Yu Linfeng coughed a bit. He was naturally willing to bid for the thunder amplification wood at a good price, but such a bidding war also made him tremble with fear. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, that thunder amplification wood slowly flew in front of Xiao Hua. Does senior want to pay the primeval stones first, or do you want to pay after the auction? If you pay now, you can get this thunder amplification wood now. Xiao Yi forced herself to smile and said, Senior doesn't need to do anything. You just need to tell this junior what to do. And, naturally I have to pay the primeval stones now. Xiao Hua said indifferently, also, call that scholar downstairs who revealed his face. Xiao Yi was stunned, Senior, are you talking about the young master who bid for this thunder amplification wood just now? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. He took out the primeval stones from the space and handed them to Xiao Yi, saying, just give this thunder amplification wood to him. No, no way. Xiao Yi cried out in shock as if she had seen a ghost, you actually believe his words? Could it be, you don't believe him? Xiao Hua asked back mercilessly. This junior indeed doesn't believe him. Xiao Yi lowered her head and said, in this bright moon palace, this junior has seen too much. This junior is unable to distinguish between them. This senior is also unable to distinguish between them. Xiao Hua said indifferently, however, this senior is willing to believe. I'm willing to pay the price of 2 supreme-grade primeval stones. It's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones and 10 high-grade primeval stones. Xiao Yi's heart warmed for no reason. All the fear and guesses from before were swept away. No matter how much this kind of senior evaded the responsibility, it was impossible for him to push the responsibility of offending this senior to her, right? Go. Pay the primeval stones and give this to him. Xiao Hua waved his hand, go quickly and come back quickly. This senior still wants to bid for other things. Yes, this junior will do it right away. If you want to bid, you can bid as much as you want. This junior will settle the transaction with the senior after returning. Xiao Yi took the primeval stones and the thunder amplification wood and hurriedly left. Xiaohua looked below the balcony. Fu Jiwen was looking at him very eagerly. The reason he revealed his true face was to let Xiaohua see it and let Xiaohua make a move. Although this method had the intention of taking drastic measures and forcing Xiaohua, Xiaohua could also feel his helplessness when he put himself in Xiaohua's shoes. Thinking about Shui in the space, thinking about how much primeval stones Fu Jiwen's life was worth, Xiaohua felt that even if he was deceived, it was worth it. In this world, how many men could say these words? However, Xiaohua didn't dare to wait until after the auction to give the thunder amplification wood to Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua's heart was like a mirror, but Fu Jiwen didn't know. He didn't know if this kind of trust would allow Fu Jiwen to persist until the auction ended. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen after the auction, Xiaohua didn't have Fu Jiwen's message talisman and other things. At that time, Fu Jiwen would be so happy that he went silly. He said that he would invite Xiaohua to his humble home for a chat and didn't leave any jade eyes. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen, then Xiaohua's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones would be wasted. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng, who was in midair, had already landed. He said with a smile, after the fierce battle just now, many of the rare items have already been returned to their owners. Now, this junior will bring fellow immortals to see the rare items in my hidden immortal continents auction this time. Chapter 3273. While speaking, Yu Linfeng waved the fan in his hand. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the fan flickered with a faint brilliance. That brilliance split off and rushed towards the silver-white hidden immortal continent light ball under Yu Linfeng's feet. The brilliance was extremely fast, arriving in front of the light ball in a moment. However, just before the brilliance fell into the light ball, it suddenly changed into a complete ray of light. A ray of light as sharp as an awl. Boom! A huge trembling sound rang out. The silver-white brilliance filled the entire bright moon palace. Within the brilliance, a woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe descended from the sky. Her long sleeves, which were like a rainbow, slowly waved. Countless bright specks of light flew out. This woman's face was blurry, but her bright eyes and white teeth were faintly discernible. Everyone's gaze landed on this heavenly maiden. When the brilliance faded, the heavenly maiden's figure disappeared. More than 10 specks of light adorned the light ball as if the heavenly maiden had just placed them there. Xiaohua's divine sense is powerful, and his Tao foundation is even stronger than others. With just a glance, the charm technique within the brilliance lost its effect on him. Seeing the heavenly maidens dance, Fu Jiwen, who is downstairs, is stunned at first. Then, he seems to have realized something. He turns his head to look and disappears. Xiaohua smiles. He knows that Xiao Yi called Fu Jiwen out and gave him the thunder amplification wood. His karma can be considered settled. 3 top-grade primeval stones were really insignificant for that bone. Since Xiaohua had this dilemma in his heart, he couldn't not help but help. Fellow immortals, everyone knows that my hidden immortal continent's cultivation base is Confucian. Yu Linfeng opened his mouth again. Speaking of Confucian cultivation, although I'm neither high nor low, I also know that I can't do without the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it's the 8 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, flower, tea, or the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, and mathematics, they all can't be done without ink, paper, and inkstone. Even my 10 great imperial artifacts, what? Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out. You! Fellow immortal you, could it be that you want to bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts today? Cough cough. Yu Linfeng's face was rather awkward. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal, can you listen to what I have to say? What's more, I was only talking about the 4 treasures of the study, not the 10 great imperial artifacts. If you really want to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment, do you think I can stand here? Ha ha, ha ha. That person laughed. Who asked your Zhai Xing Lu to make the fairies so alluring? This old man had just woken up from the beauty of the female immortal when I heard you mention the 10 great imperial equipment. This old man has only heard of them and has never seen them before. How can I not be shocked? Okay, go on, go on. Yu Linfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at the silhouette and said, the 4 treasures of the study are necessary for us Confucian cultivators to draw scrolls. At the same time, the 4 treasures of the study can also be used as imperial weapons. Of the 10 great imperial artifacts of our Confucian cultivators, the divine pen is ranked second and is the most famous representative. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu temporarily doesn't have the opportunity to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment. Because if I see this item, I will use my family's fortune to obtain it. Damn it, why don't you tell me what the 10 great imperial equipment are? The bystanders all laughed and listened to Yu Linfeng's nonsense. However, upstairs, Xiao Hua was scratching his ears and cheeks. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Yi walked back and said in a low voice, Senior, Xiao Hua nodded, indicating that he heard. Senior. Xiao Yi said in a low voice again, that young master, is waiting outside to thank Senior. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled and said, didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to save his family? Why isn't he in a hurry to go back? Could it be that he really is lying to this old man? Reporting to Senior, Xiao Yi smiled and said, this servant has already brought him to the door of Zhai Xing Lu. He has already given the item to his servant. Looking at that old servant's appearance, he has already galloped away. He is not a swindler. So fast? Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood. This bright moon palace probably had a special passage that led directly to the door. Moreover, if not for Xiao Yi leading the way, Fu Jiwen would not have been able to come here so easily. Xiao Hua originally did not want to see him. After all, he had a wife waiting for him at home. However, he heard Yu Linfeng's chatter downstairs. He could not keep asking Xiao Yi, so he smiled and said, go, let him in. Oh, also, Miss Xiao Yi, you wait outside first. When this old man is bidding, I will call you in. Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi was somewhat unhappy, but she still walked out obediently. Junior greets Senior. Fu Jiwen walked in, looked around, and hurriedly bowed his head and thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and did not get up. He waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. Didn't you take off your mask so that this Xiao could make a move? Now that we are here, we are instead distant. Hee, so it really is fellow Taoist Xiao. All of a sudden, Fu Jiwen relaxed. He looked to the side and said, this is the highest level place in Star Picking Tower. Normally, only Confucian cultivators or disciples of aristocratic families can come here. I have never come here before. You also did not reveal your identity, so how could I dare to be careless? How could I succeed if I did not put on a show? Hee. Xiao Hua smiled and did not intend to say more. Fu Jiwen once again respectfully straightened his robe and bowed, however, I came here this time to thank fellow Taoist. If not for fellow Taoist's help, would not have been able to obtain this thunder amplification wood. Since this thunder amplification wood is actually so important, you should hurry back. The matter at your wife's side is the most urgent. Do you not care about this little bit of formality? Xiao Hua stood up and solemnly helped Fu Jiwen up. The old housekeeper has already brought the thunder amplification wood back. This thing, even though the bidding price here is so high, in reality, no one will have any ideas about it. Nothing will happen. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, if I did not come to see if it was fellow Taoist Xiao, there would always be a knot in my heart, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation. Especially, fellow Taoist Xiao, you are a guest from afar. I have to accompany fellow Taoist no matter what. When the matter in Copper Pillar state is over, I will send fellow Taoist away. It won't be too late for me to return. It can also be considered to be a good host. Just right. You can explain to me a bit about the 10 great imperial artifacts of Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua did not stick to formalities and smiled as he pointed to a chair at the side. Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao. When Fu Jiwen heard this, he was also very happy. He pulled a chair and sat next to the windowsill. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something. He hastily put his hand into his bosom, took out a jade eye, and personally handed it to Xiaohua. Just now, this little one left in too much of a hurry. I didn't even leave behind my address. I'm really ashamed. This little one is from the Yu province's Ping Shan country. This jade eye contains the address of this little one's residence, and also, some of this little one's cultivation experience. I really don't know how to thank fellow Taoist. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Xiaohua glanced at him, reached out his hand, and carefully took it. He didn't check it, and sent it into his space. He smiled and said, "Your jade eyes are actually unnecessary." Fellow Taoist took it. Only then can my heart be at ease. Fu Jiwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and looked outside the window. He smiled and said, "This place is really good. I can see the outside but the outside can't see the inside." At this moment, Yu Linfeng, who was in the air, grabbed one of the light spots on the map of hidden immortal continent into his hand. It was a rectangular jade box. The outside of the box was drawn with neat patterns. There were even some characters carved on it. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this jade box is different from the Tao sect's jade box. Fu Jiwen said naturally, ordinary Tao sect's jade box would have talismans attached to it to prevent the aura inside from leaking out and attracting the attention of others. But Confucian cultivators use these characters to suppress the aura inside the jade box. Those patterns also have this effect. In short, there are some similarities between Confucian cultivators and Tao sect cultivators, but in essence, there is a difference between heaven and earth. After Fu Jiwen finished speaking, Yu Linfeng pointed his hand and a stream of true energy rushed out. Buzz. The jade box also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Waves of clear air came from the patterns and characters. Ka-ba, a crisp sound rang out. Roar. Following the crisp sound, the jade box opened and a red fire dragon rushed out of the jade box. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the bright moon palace. Then, an even brighter crimson color mixed with an indescribable heat slowly floated out of the jade box. Everyone squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was an ink brush that was over a foot long and as thick as a fist. The ink brush was made of a very strange material. It was completely red, and a horned dragon was engraved on it. The horned dragon was swimming in the light, and the clear dragon roar came from the shadow of the horned dragon. What was even stranger was that the ink pen was only a pen holder. The place where the brush should have been was empty. Fellow Taoists, this is what I was talking about, a copy of the divine brush, Red Dragon Brush. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and his true energy fell on the red dragon brush. The dragon-like light gradually fell and the heat was withdrawn into the red dragon brush. This red dragon brush is made from the bones of a fire dragon. The dragon engraved on the surface is also made from the blood essence of a fire dragon. When you use this red dragon brush to draw a scroll or use it as an imperial weapon, you can use the fire dragon's soul to fully display the power of the divine brush. Then Yu Linfeng gave a simple introduction of the red dragon brush and announced the starting price of the red dragon brush. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't bid for it. He smiled and asked Fu Jiwen, "This red dragon brush is a copy of the divine brush. If it's so powerful, then what would the real divine brush look like? Chapter 3274. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, a big sound has no sound, a big elephant has no shape, a real treasure is returning to its original state. I have never seen the divine brush before, but I have heard that the divine brush was not made from the tendons and bones of some fire dragon, nor was it made from any other demonic beast. It was made from a type of green bamboo. Only the green bamboo's upright and unbending character could bring out the true noble spirit. What is special is that when the divine pen appears, it always has a faint clear chi. This clear chi can directly rush to the sky and resonate with the literature star in the sky. I heard that when the divine pen is writing the scroll, it can borrow the literature star's literature chi to attract the noble chi of the world. Good, so powerful. Then this green bamboo is definitely not ordinary." Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Indeed. It is said that this green bamboo is taken from the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor's favorite green bamboo, and it is personally made by a great artificer who cultivated to the literature saint realm." Immortal Palace? Hearing Empress and Immortal Emperor one after another, Xiaohua unconsciously muttered in his heart and said in a low voice, "Does young Master Fu know where the Immortal Palace is?" "He, how would I know?" Fu Jiwen shook his head as expected. "Perhaps when I cultivate to the literature saint realm, I will be able to see the mystery of the Immortal Palace." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "On the hidden immortal continent, all Confucian scholars who can cultivate to the literature saint realm can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Chen and Empress Dongming to participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet. Although the road to the Immortal Palace is specially guided by the Immortal Palace's warriors, the literature saints don't know where the Immortal Palace is. But after all, they can see the wonders of the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua nodded slightly. "In other words, even if they participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet, it is impossible to know where the Immortal Palace is." "Yes, it should be. Otherwise, this Immortal Palace has existed for who knows how many years, but there is no rumor of the Immortal Palace's location on the hidden Immortal Continent." Fu Jiwen nodded. Let's not talk about the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua did not care about the location of the Immortal Palace. After all, that was the ultimate goal of Confucian cultivation, and it was far from him. "Let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment." Fu Jiwen pointed at the falling fire dragon brush and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao already knows about the second-ranked divine brush. The 10th-ranked imperial artifact is the 10,000 transformations scarf." Ever-changing scarf? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This myriad of transformations sounds like. Why does it have something to do with my Tao Sect's Dharma artifacts? Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't I say it before?" Although Taoism had been in decline for a long time, both Taoism and Confucianism were passed down from ancient times. Both sects had their own advantages and disadvantages, but they could also learn from each other. As for who was whose essence and who was whose fabrication, who would be able to tell? The ever-changing scarf is a Confucian scarf used by a Confucian scholar. Rumor has it that when worn on the head, not only can it change one's appearance at will, but also when reciting poems, the clear air on the head can connect to the stars. Different times can connect to different constellations, and when drawing inscriptions, it can also borrow the power of the constellations. Inscriptions? Xiaohua heard a new term. Fu Jiwen immediately explained, "Inscriptions are words that are written with a divine brush and contain an aura of righteousness. When these words are written on paper, the paper becomes a scroll. If it is directly written in the air to counter the enemy, it is called inscriptions." "Oh, right, the words carved on the jade box just now can be called inscriptions. These inscriptions should be similar to the Tao sect's runes." Xiaohua nodded. "If that's the case, then I understand. These runes and inscriptions are indeed different methods to achieve the same result. The 9th-ranked imperial equipment is misty-like immortal robe. Fu Jiwen said again, the biggest effect of this imperial equipment is that it can create auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens and dance with the white clouds. It is the fastest flying imperial equipment among the top 10 imperial equipment. It can be considered as a real imperial equipment. Of course, this immortal robe can also become invisible and illusory. Even if it is as strong as the sage of literature, it will not be easy to detect. Good, so to say, who can wear this misty-like immortal robe? In this world, there is almost no one who can defeat him. In this lifetime, even if he can't beat him, he can still escape with his life. He, it is indeed so. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, speaking of this misty-like immortal robe, there is a wonderful thing. Oh? Quickly tell me about it. Xiaofan liked strange things the most and withdrew his gaze from the auction. This matter happened in the Pure Land world. Fu Jiwen said tirelessly, the Buddhist sect has always claimed that they are benevolent and pity the world. They even shout out slogans such as sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants and cherishing moths. A Confucian scholar in my hidden immortal continent thinks that human nature is evil. How can there be such a benevolent person? Even if there is such a person, it is impossible for the entire Buddhist sect to be like that. Thus, in front of a famous temple in the Pure Land world, a very ferocious and filthy beggar appeared. Every morning, this beggar would come when it was time to give out porridge and would leave after eating the porridge. He would not give these Buddhist sect monks the opportunity to say Zen. At the beginning, the monks of this temple were very obedient and did not get tired of it. Every day, they would chant the name of Buddha and give porridge to this beggar. They would also take advantage of the time when they were giving porridge to explain some Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, that beggar did not listen at all. This continued for 3 years. The beggars who came to eat porridge left wave after wave. However, this beggar's appearance was the same as before, regardless of rain or shine. The beggar did not change, but the monks who gave porridge began to slack off. From the 4th year onwards, the porridge bowl slowly became half a bowl. Moreover, they no longer taught any Buddhist teachings to this beggar. They only chanted the name of Buddha to deal with him. Since he began to slack off, in the future, it will be even more uncontrollable. Xiaofan thoughtfully said, this monk who gave porridge is not a senior monk of this temple. I'm afraid that he fell into the beggar's trap. Indeed, before the 6th year, the monk who gave porridge had already begun to speak ill of him. Even when there was no one around, he would drive the beggar away. The so-called Buddhist mercy had long been thrown to the back of his head. Fu Jiwen laughed. The most tragic thing was that one day in the 7th year, the weather seemed to be extremely cold. Except for this beggar, no other beggar went to eat porridge. And the rule of this temple is that as long as someone comes to eat porridge, they must give porridge. I don't know if this monk was in a bad mood, or if it was cold and he did not want to give porridge, or some other reason. In short, this monk actually had a conflict with this beggar when he was giving porridge. He used a porridge spoon to break the beggar's skull, causing his brain to splatter everywhere. Good boy. Xiaofan laughed. This time, the trouble is really big. Yes, this kind of trouble can really be big or small. Fu Jiwen said in all seriousness, this is also the key to the beggar's test. After all, giving porridge or not, patience or not, are all small things. This life and death is righteousness, whether or not he is a beggar. Alas, this Confucian scholar is really patient. Xiaofan sighed. He actually spent 6 years of effort to investigate the good and evil of human nature, the hypocrisy of Buddhism. This world is most afraid of this kind of persistent investigation. Fu Jiwen shook his head. If fellow Xiao does not have this kind of persistence, I'm afraid that the road you can walk in the future will not be long. Young Master Fu is absolutely right. Hearing Fu Jiwen's tone, Xiaohua unconsciously felt warm in his heart. Although these words are not pleasant to hear, they are really for his own good. Moreover, Xiaohua also heard that Fu Jiwen should be able to sense his cultivation and feel that his cultivation is still shallow. It's only because he has a lot of primordial stones that he can reach the third floor of Bright Moon Palace. This monk has caused a disaster. The safest way is to directly return to the temple and admit his mistake to the abbot and ask the expert in the temple to perform a ritual for this beggar. No matter what, the abbot will not let this monk pay with his life for this beggar. After all, that place is not my hidden immortal continent. Fu Jiwen said again. Unfortunately, this monk was lucky. Seeing that there was no one around and the wind and snow covered the sky, he boldly dragged this beggar's corpse into the wilderness and threw it down the cliff. Seeing this corpse falling down the mountain stream like a fallen leaf, even if it is a living person, there is no doubt that he will die. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the temple. Xiaohua was speechless and said with a bitter smile, "A pitiful person must have a hateful side." Just now, this Xiao felt that this monk was somewhat pitiful. After being stared at for 6 years, who knows how many good deeds he did before this, his moral integrity was destroyed for a moment. But from this monk's actions, not only does he have Buddha in his heart, he also has a devil. This Buddha and devil are the most terrifying. Correct. Exactly. Fu Jiwen nodded and said, actually, this monk also has his own difficulties. It is said that the next day is a big day. A bodhisattva from the great Lane temple will come to their temple to give a lecture. Therefore, the entire temple was moved by this grand event. This monk originally also had something to do, but he could not refuse to give porridge to this beggar, so he had resentment in his heart. Especially, before this grand event, how could he dare to report the matter of him killing the beggar to the abbot's table? He could only quietly cover up this matter. Of course, the weather that day was extremely cold. Other than that beggar who was killed, no one came to eat porridge. Even the entire temple was busy and chaotic. They did not know that a murder had occurred in front of their temple. This day passed by very quietly. That monk who was originally somewhat worried and nervous finally fell asleep. He thought that everything had passed and that everything that he had endured for 6 years had become a passing cloud. However, on the second day, that bodhisattva from the great Lane temple came to the temple. Before he opened the altar to give a lecture, the monks in the temple discovered that the chests of all the Buddha statues in the temple had been broken open, revealing holes in the golden body. On each hole, there was a large flamboyant character. Naturally, the abbot did not dare to be negligent. He thought that this was a conspiracy against the bodhisattva and hurriedly reported it to the bodhisattva. After the bodhisattva heard it, he released his Buddha's consciousness to investigate. After seeing these words, he sighed, "The human heart is hard to fathom, human nature is hard to be at peace." Then, without saying another word, he stepped on a lotus and flew away. Chapter 3275. This time, the entire monastery, even the high monks and abbots who heard the news were confused. They didn't know why the bodhisattva left in a huff. When a group of monks gathered the words written in the Buddha's heart together, they formed a nondescript poem. Oh! What poem? Xiaohua was very interested. Sweeping the floor, afraid of hurting the lives of ants, cherishing moths, covering the lamp with gauze, human life is hard to be heavier than moths, Buddha's heart is lighter than white porridge, if not for the ethereal immortal robe, beggars would have lost their lives in front of Buddha. This time, everyone understood that it was the matter of giving porridge. When the abbot asked the monk who gave the porridge, his face unconsciously turned ashen, and all the monks present were sad. Fu Jiwen laughed. The specific outcome of the matter was not spread out, but the name ethereal immortal robe was famous in the hidden immortal continent for a while. This ethereal immortal robe was originally not in the top 10 imperial artifacts, but after this matter, it was included in the list. He. Xiao Hua clapped. It seems that every imperial artifact has a thought-provoking story. However, young Master Fu, do you know? In this world, there are people who give porridge every day for decades. Although he is often hungry, he has never stopped. How is that possible? Fu Jiwen frowned. Which temple's high monk is this? I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can enlighten me. When I have time, I will pay him a visit. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. It's not a temple, and it doesn't need a time. It's the old Taoist from the Seven Suns Temple in Bronze Pillar Country. Taoist sect. Fu Jiwen was somewhat shocked. Xiao Hua looked at the auction downstairs. Under Yu Linfeng's persuasion, the crimson dragon hair brush had already been sold for a good price, and now he had bid for several rare items from the hidden immortal continent. Looking at Yu Linfeng's hand grabbing, it seemed like another imperial artifact flew out. Xiao Hua said indifferently, not only does the hidden immortal continent have mystical imperial artifacts, it also has the Taoist sect's loyalty. If young Master Fu has time, you might as well go take a look. You also have Taoist cultivation. This might be useful for your persistence. Indeed. Fu Jiwen nodded. In my eyes, most of the Taoist sects are deceitful and cunning people. It's rare to see someone as magnanimous as fellow Taoist Xiao, and I've never seen such a tenacious and kind person. After daybreak, I will definitely pay a visit to this senior and seek his advice on cultivation. You will be disappointed. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Taoist priest has no cultivation at all. Fu Jiwen nodded slightly, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. If it weren't for the persistence in your heart, if it weren't for the great kindness in your heart, you wouldn't have been able to persist like this. With such people, the Tao sect can prosper. Yes, I think so too. Only people like Master Tao Shan are the backbone of our Tao sect. Xiao Hua sighed. They are the ones who are supporting our Tao sect when our Tao sect is in decline. Master Tao Shan. I will remember it. Fu Jiwen nodded. At this moment, Yu Linfeng's voice rose again. Previously, the bidding for the crimson dragon hair set off a small climax. Then, he bid for some rare items. Although these items couldn't be compared to the crimson dragon hair, they were still very popular. The atmosphere of the entire auction was maintained at a relatively high level. However, following the appearance of a few rare items, the atmosphere began to drop. Yu Linfeng was naturally an expert in this field. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of extremely tragic brilliance flew out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent. It landed in front of him, and he said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, can you guess what this item is? If any of you can guess it, I will make the decision and reduce the amount of primordial stones during the transaction." One of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an old voice sounded. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly, "Fellow Taoist, you really think too highly of my Zhai Xinglu. Just now, I already said that my Zhai Xinglu has never bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts. Fellow Taoist you, at this moment, another voice sounded from the slightly chaotic clamor, this brilliance looks very strange. It doesn't look like the luster of an imperial artifact, nor does it look like the righteousness of a scroll. But this light is filled with a kind of indescribable brightness. Even my clear eyes technique is unbearable under this brilliance. This really makes me puzzled. If my guess is correct, this isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent. No, that's not right. If it isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent, how can it be taken out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent? Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yu Linfeng didn't dare to let everyone guess anymore. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, what you said is reasonable. However, you didn't completely guess. This item is naturally something that my hidden immortal continent's Confucian sect uses." Saying this, Yu Linfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of clear air. The clear air landed on the bright ball of light, and it was like a layer of thin clouds covering the ball of light. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the ball of light was actually a block of ink. However, it was just a block of ink that was 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. In addition to the dazzling brilliance, the surface of the ink block was very smooth. Faintly, there were some small lines on the surface. Those lines were slightly fine, and there was a faint scarlet color. Many cultivators with high clear eyes technique could already see that these lines were some blood vessels. However, it was precisely the blood vessels within these lines that emitted a dazzling light that caused the cultivators who were staring at the ink stick to feel waves of dizziness. Amidst this dizziness, another strange demonic beast was revealed. Light. Light beast. A voice cried out, "I understand. This is blood ink refined from the light beast's light blood." Yes. Hearing this, Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. This blood ink is refined from the extremely rare light beast's blood essence in the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm. It is most suitable for us Confucian cultivators to make scrolls. Of course, this blood ink can only be used by seniors above the level of literature master. Fellow Taoists below the level of literature master must not try it. In particular, seniors who have reached the level of great grandmaster can use this blood ink to write scrolls that have the power of literature saints." A figure not far from Yu Linfeng cried out in shock, How is it so powerful?" "Ha ha ha, that's not all." Without waiting for this person to finish speaking, another voice called out, "Since this blood ink is mixed with the light beast's blood essence, it doesn't need to be written into a scroll. As long as you hold it in your hand, not only will ordinary demonic beasts not dare to approach you, you can even wander around in the middle of the night. All the evil spirits and ghosts won't dare to approach you. Also." Across from Xiaohua, another person called out, "With this blood ink on your writing desk, your reading will be like the help of a god. If you practice qi, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Fellow Taoist Yu, what's the starting price for this item?" While several people were showing off their knowledge, someone had already asked eagerly. Not only was Yu Linfeng overjoyed, he hastily reported the starting price for this blood ink refined from the light beast's blood essence. On the 3rd floor, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand, saying, "Young Master Fu, you just said that the crimson dragon hair brush was similar to my Taoist's magic tool talisman brush. Now that this blood ink has appeared, isn't it the same as my Taoist spirit talisman refining? Both use the spirit beast's blood essence and use magic to draw talisman charms?" "Hee, that's right." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "A true scroll doesn't need the help of any spirit beast's blood essence, nor does it need the help of a special imperial tool. That so-called divine brush is nothing more than an accessory. This one has only heard of this kind of scroll, and this kind of inscription can only be written by seniors at the level of literature saints. As for the rest, they are all at a disadvantage. And, let them bid. Left and right. Oh, young Master Fu, if you like something, you can say it. This one only came to take a look, I don't plan on bidding for anything." Xiaohua said with a smile. Fu Jiwen hastily waved his hand and said, "This one's needs have already been met, I have no more requests, there's no need to mention this matter again." Up to you, up to you." Xiaohua smiled, that bone was very useful to him. Xiaohua always felt that a thunder amplifying wood wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he said this. Fu Jiwen glanced at the enthusiastic bidding, he said with a smile, "Just now, this one was talking about the misty-like immortal robe, the 9th of the 10 great imperial tools. Above the misty-like immortal robe is the myriad miles mountain and rivers fan. Actually, when it comes to this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan, this one feels that rather than calling it a Confucian cultivator's imperial tool, it would be better to call it a Taoist magic tool." "Oh?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, "This imperial tool is different from other imperial tools?" "Yes." Fu Jiwen nodded, it is said that this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan's original form is a Taoist magic tool called the Mountain and Rivers Map. However, this magic tool was damaged during a fight, and it was extremely serious. Taoist magic tools were unable to repair it, so it was abandoned. Later on, a Confucian great tool master obtained this item and used Confucian magic tools to seal a strand of dragon qi from the 9 continents into it, using the dragon qi to nourish the damaged magic tool. After more than 1,000 years, it was completely repaired. When this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan is waved, it has the weight of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and it also has the appearance of a majestic dragon qi. Without great luck and the strength of dragons and elephants, it is extremely difficult to resist. Therefore, it is ranked above the misty like immortal robe. Luck? Xiaohua frowned and asked, "What is luck?" What young Master Fu said about the weight of mountains and rivers, the strength of dragons and elephants, this one can understand, but this majestic dragon qi, great luck, this one can't understand. Fu Jiwen smiled faintly and said, "Luck is very illusory. If we look at it in a big way, it is the direction of all things in the world. For example, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and Taoist sects, whoever can occupy great luck will be able to prosper and develop. In the ancient times, the struggle between Buddhism and Confucianism was a struggle for luck. If Taoist sects' luck was occupied by Buddhism and Confucianism, they would reach a dead end and could only perish and descend into desolation. If we look at it in a big way, it is the development of a country and a family. If a country obtains luck, it will prosper, and the country's strength will be strong. If a family obtains luck, it will flourish, and its descendants will flourish, lasting for thousands of generations. If we look at it in a small way, if a person obtains luck, he will definitely win every bet, and disaster will become auspicious. Chapter 3276. Hiss. Xiaohua slightly inhaled a breath of cold air. Although Fu Jiwen said it very simply, it was also easy to understand. Doesn't the Tao sect have auspicious talismans? Didn't I also get the Phoenix Jade talisman? It seems like I can inexplicably turn misfortunes into blessings many times. Isn't this what Fu Jiwen said about luck? Because luck is very complicated, Confucian cultivators even have specialized cultivators to research this technique. Unfortunately, I am very unfamiliar with this. Actually, most people only heard about it from hearsay, it is impossible for them to know the details. Fu Jiwen said again, moreover, it is said that dragon qi and luck are closely related. On the hidden immortal continent, where there are dragon veins, there will be dragon qi, and where there is dragon qi, the luck will be especially vigorous. Therefore, only people with great luck can resist the dragon qi on the fan of 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. He he. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed. If this is true, then wouldn't the dragon kings of the 4 seas become the rulers of the 3 continents? Wouldn't the dragon palaces of the 4 seas become the place with the most abundant luck in this world? Fellow Xiao is wrong. Dragon qi, dragon veins and dragon race are not too related. Dragon veins are born from luck, it is just borrowing the dragon shape, and the dragon race themselves do not have luck. Fu Jiwen also said with a smile, if it is as fellow Xiao thinks, the place with the most abundant luck is Dragon Island. That dragon palaces of the 4 seas are only part of Dragon Island, suppressing the 4 seas. Dragon Island is the place where the dragon race resides. Speaking of dragon palaces, Xiaohua asked again, Dragon Island is probably the same as the immortal palaces, no one knows where it is? Yes, that is exactly the case. Fu Jiwen nodded, a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. No matter if it is the immortal palaces, Dragon Island, Great Lightning Tune Temple or Great Sage Temple, they are all only heard of but not seen. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment. Yes, Fu Jiwen said with a smile, this imperial equipment ranked 7th is a wonderful item, it is called Beauty Jade. Beauty Jade? Xiaohua reached out his hand and scratched his chin a few times, as if he understood. He said with a smile, young Master Fu means, all male cultivators should like it? Ha ha ha, Fu Jiwen said, it is said to be so. But I'm afraid that only the man who actually obtained the Beauty Jade would know the specific benefits, right? Sweat, this kind of thing can also be called a imperial equipment? After Xiaohua seemed to understand, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Jiwen explained again, since fellow Taoist Xiao has thought of one of the layers, I'm sure you also understand that when this Jade of Beauty is used, it can transform into a frightening heavenly maiden. It's extremely easy for people with unstable mental states to fall into the trap. Lust is the first blade. Xiaohua sighs and says, the power of this color is even heavier than the power of dragons and elephants, and even heavier than our mountains and rivers. No wonder this Jade Beauty is ranked above the fan of mountains and rivers. That's right. There are several times more male cultivators than female cultivators in this world. It's very difficult to escape from this Jade Beauty. What about the 6th-ranked imperial equipment? Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled. This Xiao is very curious as to which imperial equipment can suppress the Beauty Jade. To be able to suppress the Beauty Jade, it's naturally the words that have existed since time immemorial and run through the past and present. It can turn a woman into a skeleton. Fu Jiwen says with a smile, without words, without sentences, without text, those beauties can only be a lump of meat, a skeleton. After 100 years, who can still remember them? Inscriptions? It should be said that the collection of inscriptions and scrolls is completed. Fu Jiwen nods. This imperial equipment is called the 10,000-word book. According to legend, it was written by the earliest 9,999 inscriptions born in the world in ancient times. When the 10,000-word book is used, every word can reach the stars, every word can disturb heaven and earth. It can be said that every word is a gem, every word is heavy, every word is ancient. Under this 10,000-word book, even if the sage of literature can reach the Milky Way, he will still be suppressed by these words. Not even a trace of noble spirit will leak out. 9,999 inscriptions? Xiaohua frowned. Why not 10,000? It is said that when the 10,000th inscription was created, heaven and earth changed colors, gods and devils wept, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Thus, the last inscription A was merged with heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Of course, if anyone can see this inscription A, their body will immediately become a sage. Hearing this, Xiaohua can't help but secretly curl his lips. Isn't this the Soul Cultivator's green seal text? Xiaohua clearly knows what the inscription A looks like. Xiaohua is even more clear about the power of the green seal text. In this world, besides the green seal text, how can there be 9,999 inscriptions A with the same power? Isn't this the legendary inscription A? Oh, young Master Fu, please wait a moment. Just as Xiaohua curls his lips and Fu Jiwen is about to speak, Xiaohua suddenly waves his hand and says. Fu Jiwen is stunned, but looking at the auction downstairs, he immediately understands. Just as the two are talking, Yu Linfeng has already bid for the blood ink. The one who obtained it is the person who bid for the thunder-amplifying wood with Xiaohua. After the blood ink, he bid for a few more rare items. Now, on the lacquer plate in front of Yu Linfeng is a jade eye. Yu Linfeng is also speaking in a loud voice, fellow immortals, after bidding for some rare items of the hidden immortal continent, let's take a break for a while. Now, there are a few interesting items. Although they have nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators, if any of you are good at both, you can use a small amount of primeval stones to bid for them. This jade eye in front of me records a Taoist technique called wind and cloud spell. Just as Yu Linfeng says this, an impatient person everywhere interrupts him. A cold voice says, "Fellow immortal you, our 3 continents have a law. No one can sell Taoist techniques. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that Zhai Xinglu will be destroyed by the immortal palace? My Zhai Xinglu has always been enforcing the law. How can we violate the iron law of the 3 continents?" Yu Linfeng says with a smile, "In order to contain the great enemy of us Confucian cultivators, the immortal palace prohibits the sale of Taoist techniques. However, it is only limited to low-level and basic techniques. As for high-level techniques, they don't really care. As for fellow immortals, there are people with peerless aptitudes. I'm afraid many of you also have Taoist cultivation, right? My Zhai Xinglu's technique is only a technique between the 3 levels of essence energy. It should be a Taoist golden core technique, but it is not prohibited by the immortal palace." Hearing this, Fu Jiwen looks at the star-shaped Xiaohua and understands something. He knows that Xiaohua wants to bid for this item. Oh my, a Taoist technique of the 3 levels of essence energy. That voice smacks his lips and says, "This thing must cost a lot of primeval stones, right?" "Not much, not much. 1 top-grade primeval stone." Yu Linfeng waves his hand and says, "Damn, 1 top-grade primeval stone." That voice seems to want to jump up from below. This is too expensive. How could anyone want it? Yu Linfeng shrugs his shoulders and slightly waves the folding fan in his hand. With a calm appearance, he says, "There's no other way, it's a rare item worth hoarding. This is the price. This is a technique. Unlike some imperial tool or scroll, it can be passed down forever. Moreover, in the eyes of fellow immortals, it may be worthless, but in the eyes of others, it may be a priceless treasure. 1 top-grade primeval stone." Without waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish speaking, someone not far away called out a price. "Oh." Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He looked downstairs. Needless to say, this person must have a Taoist cultivation base. Moreover, he must have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, or even the early Jindan stage. Only then would he come to the auction to bid for this Jindan cultivation method. Good, this fellow immortal bids 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng raises his eyebrows and calls out in a slightly exaggerated manner, "Is there anyone else bidding?" "Hee, I'm afraid 1 top-grade primeval stone is enough to close the deal." Besides Xiaohua, Fu Jiwen says with a smile, "Even fellow Taoist Xiao wouldn't spend a few top-grade primeval stones to compete with a Taoist disciple for this golden core technique, right?" Xiaohua nods, "Indeed. Now that the Taoist sects are in decline, any Taoist cultivator who has some sense of the big picture wouldn't kill each other like this." Sure enough, after this cultivator speaks, although the entire auction is somewhat noisy, no one bids against him. If no one bids, this item will be this fellow immortal's. Yu Linfeng raises his folding fan and is about to drop it. Wait. At this moment, the person on the 3rd floor opposite Xiaohua speaks again, "I'll add 10 top-grade primeval stones." Oh. This is. Not only is Xiaohua baffled, even Fu Jiwen raises his eyebrows and looks at the opposite building with some surprise. After all, although the opposite side has only bid twice, the items they bid for each time are completely unrelated to the Taoist sects. One is the thunder amplification wood, the other is the light beast blood ink. How could they bid again for a golden core technique? Could it be a diversion? This person in front of us is also a Taoist cultivator? Xiaohua seems to understand something. His goal is the same as mine, also a Taoist treasure. If so, just now, I was too impetuous. I thought this person was that Duanmu. That's not right. Just as he thinks up to here, Xiaohua seems to have thought of something again and a trace of a smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Fuck, just now from that tone, I can only guess with 30% certainty that that person is young Master Duanmu. But now that this guy opened his mouth to bid for this Taoist sex technique, I'm afraid I'm 70% sure that this person is young Master Duanmu. The person who bid for the thunder amplification wood with me just now, is really a Taoist cultivator? Fu Jiwen at the side shifts his gaze from outside and looks at Xiao Hua. After all, the Taoist sex methods are unique and can use this thunder amplification wood in many places. Would a Taoist sect disciple be very familiar with this star-picking towers manager? Xiao Hua smiles faintly. Fu Jiwen, however, says with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm not too sure about your cultivation, but I reckon you should be the kind of cultivator who secludes himself from the world and only cultivates Taoist sex techniques, not involving yourself in other things." Fellow Taoist also doesn't know, in this hidden immortal continent, no, it should be the 3 continents, although many cultivators don't dare to say that they are good at both sects, there are often some Confucian cultivators who have Taoist divine abilities and Buddhist sects who have Confucian cultivators' divine abilities. The person bidding may not be a true Taoist sect cultivator, but he may also have Taoist divine abilities. Even if this kind of person has some connection with star-picking tower, it's also normal. Chapter 3277. Xiao Hua had already told Fu Jiwen about his situation. Now that he had asked him so many seemingly ordinary things, Fu Jiwen's explanation was also normal. Especially since Fu Jiwen didn't know about his conflict with Duanmu Gongzi, of course he didn't think as much as he did. Let's wait and see. Xiao Hua didn't explain and only responded. Downstairs, in this short moment, dozens of high-grade primeval stones had already been added. Finally, the cultivator downstairs helplessly withdrew. Clearly, he was somewhat embarrassed. Good, this wind and cloud art will go to this. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. Just as he was about to settle, Xiao Hua raised his voice again, 2 top-grade primeval stones. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction was bustling with activity again. Obviously, the first wave of the thunder-amplifying wood was caused by Xiao Hua and the person opposite him. Now, this inconspicuous jade eyes had successfully provoked a fight between the two. Add 10 high-grade primeval stones. The voice from the opposite side was extremely fast. It was a bit faster than the previous bid with the cultivator downstairs. And this voice, when heard by Xiao Hua's ears, actually carried a kind of relaxed, a kind of excitement. It really is this guy. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly narrowed. That's right, since Xiao Hua could guess that the person opposite him was Duanmu Gongzi, how could Duanmu Gongzi not guess that it was Xiao Hua here? Not to mention that Duanmu Gongzi had already met several distinguished guests on the 3rd floor before entering the balcony. Just based on Duanmu Gongzi's words just now, as long as someone paid attention, they would be able to guess that the person on the balcony was Duanmu Gongzi. But Xiao Hua still twisted his neck and competed with him. Who else could it be other than Xiao Hua? Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were other cultivators who urgently needed the thunder-amplifying wood and thus didn't care about Duanmu Gongzi's face. Therefore, Duanmu Gongzi was the same as Xiao Hua, bidding with the cultivator downstairs in an uncertain situation. The purpose of this bidding wasn't the wind and cloud art, but Xiao Hua's identity. Even the moment Duanmu Gongzi bid for the wind and cloud art, he already denied that Xiao Hua was on the balcony and thought that the cultivator downstairs was Xiao Hua. Of course, in this way, Duanmu Gongzi won the wind and cloud art and ruined Xiao Hua's good thing, so Duanmu Gongzi was also happy. After all, it was only a top-grade primeval stone, Duanmu Gongzi could still afford to waste. Since Xiao Hua understood the reason, why didn't he stand up to fight? There had already been conflicts left and right, so what was one more? Naturally, Xiao Hua's shout had revealed his identity to young Master Duanmu at the same time. How could young Master Duanmu not be excited? 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua shouted again without hesitation. Fu Jiwen was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, although this cultivation method is rare, but it's really not worth 2 supreme-grade essence stones. Add another 10 upper-grade primordial stones." Young Master Duanmu also opened his mouth. "Forget it." At this moment, Xiaohua smiled and said loudly, "Just now, this old man took advantage of this fellow immortal. This time, even though this old man really desires this jade eye, in order to make up for the injury I inflicted on fellow immortal, I'll give it to fellow immortal. You." Right after Xiaohua finished speaking, a furious roar rose, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice fell silent again. When it spoke again, there was no anger in it. "Then thank you, fellow Taoist." Hearing the word, fellow Taoist, Xiaohua shrugged and said to Fu Jiwen with a smile, "See, you're indeed a fellow Taoist. This Xiao knows his mistake and corrects it. Can this be considered the greatest virtue?" Fu Jiwen naturally couldn't see Xiaohua's expression, but he stood up apologetically and cupped his hands, saying, "Alas, it's all my fault. I caused fellow Taoist Xiao to become enemies with this person." At this point, what did Fu Jiwen not understand? It's just that he thought it was his own matter that made things difficult for Xiaohua. "It has nothing to do with you." Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating for Fu Jiwen to stand up. "If there's no accident, that person should be young Master Duanmu of the Duanmu family. This Xiao doesn't know his name, but when I entered Star Picking Tower, this Xiao inadvertently had an unnecessary conflict with him. Even if this Xiao ignores him, he'll still remember this Xiao in his heart. There's no harm in letting him spend 3 supreme-grade primordial stones, to deepen his impression. See Duanmu family." Xiaohua said it casually, but Fu Jiwen gasped. The Duanmu family was truly a colossus to him. "Ignore him." Xiaohua waved his hand, "He also doesn't know who this Xiao is. After tonight, we'll go our separate ways." Fu Jiwen looked at Xiaohua's figure, bit his lip slightly, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the Duanmu family isn't an ordinary family. Even if fellow Taoist has the cultivation of 7th-grade essence energy, I'm afraid you won't be able to confront them head-on." "Oh? 7th-grade essence energy?" When Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously felt a little bitter in his mouth. 7th-grade essence energy was the cultivation of body integration. Given 1,000 years, who knew if Xiaohua could cultivate into body integration? However, Fu Jiwen hesitated again and said, "The descendants of the Duanmu family are also divided into direct and side branches, and even partial branches. Not everyone with the surname Duanmu can't be provoked. To be able to participate in this kind of auction in Bronze Pillar Nation, they shouldn't be from the direct branch of the Duanmu family. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to be too worried. And this Xiao understands." Xiaohua's voice regained its calmness. He already had a plan in his heart. This Duanmu family was like the Imperial Thunder sect. Although it was very big, but on the other hand, it also had a lot of disciples. This Duanmu young master's cultivation wasn't very high, but there were probably many disciples like him in the Duanmu family. There might not be any top cultivators who would stand up for some small matter for no reason. "You better tell this Xiao what the 5th imperial artifact is." "All right." Fu Jiwen saw that Xiaohua was calm. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he could only agree and sit down again. He said, "The 5th imperial artifact is the Divine Devil Chess." "Divine Devil Chess?" When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned again. What chess? How did it become one of the top 10 imperial artifacts? Fellow Taoist isn't the only one who is puzzled. Even I and many other cultivators don't understand. Fu Jiwen said absent-mindedly, "It said that the reason why the Divine Devil Chess became one of the top 10 imperial artifacts is because of the mystery of this Divine Devil Chess. No one has ever seen this Divine Devil Chess, and no one knows the use of this divine devil chess. I have only heard that this divine devil chess is a chess set that uses heaven and earth as the chessboard, and gods and devils as the chess pieces. Gods and devils? How is that possible? Xiaohua snorted. He felt that this Confucian student was the best at making up nonsense. Everything that came out of their mouth was impossible. Gods and devils, how could they be chess pieces? If gods and devils were chess pieces, who would be able to control gods and devils? That's right. Fu Jiwen withdrew the trace of worry in his eyes and said with a smile, that's right. However, I have also heard of some legends that are related to this divine devil chess. Xiaohua looked downstairs. The auction had started again. Yu Linfeng actually took out some Dao sect talisman crafting and alchemy techniques to bid. These talisman crafting and alchemy techniques were obviously more popular than golden core cultivation techniques. Many cultivators began to bid. Of course, the price of these secret techniques was far less than the golden core cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he secretly said, "Damn it, I forgot. I have now reached the peak of golden core stage. Although I still don't have any signs of condensing a nascent soul, and I don't know how to condense a nascent soul, I should prepare these nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills. Now in these 3 continents, Dao sects have declined, and it's hard to say if there are any nascent soul cultivators. Where would there be people who can refine nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills for them? I'm afraid I have to refine them myself. It's said that only pills refined by pill masters who surpass nascent soul can truly form a nascent soul. However, in terms of cultivation and comprehension of heavenly Dao, my green-robed primordial spirit may not be inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if the nascent soul birth pills and nascent soul birth pills he refined are useful? No matter what, I don't have the pill formulas here, and I have to find the pill formulas of these pills in these 3 continents. Alas, it's really difficult. Hee, young Master Fu. Xiaohua's ears perked up, waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish refining the pill formulas. At the same time, he said to Fu Jiwen, quickly tell me about the legend. Fu Jiwen cleared his throat, and said with a smile, this legend is different from Misty like Immortal Robe. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a flourishing empire on this hidden immortal continent called Dongchen. This Dongchen Empire's territory was vast, and it occupied most of Qing Province and Su Province among the 9 provinces of hidden immortal continent. It was more than 10 times bigger than the second-ranked country. Moreover, this Dongchen Empire's several generations of kings were extremely wise. Under their political and military skills, this Dongchen Empire's people were rich, and the country was prosperous, attracting tens of thousands of countries. However, in the end, an extremely ambitious monarch appeared in the Dongchen Empire. He wanted to be the ruler of the entire hidden immortal continent, so he began to develop his military force and frantically expanded. At the beginning, the Dongchen Empire's expansion was very smooth, and it once reached 3 provinces. However, when the Dongchen Empire attacked a nameless small country in Yan Province, they encountered an unprecedented resistance. Many of the Dongchen Empire's famous generals died in this small country. In the end, the king was enraged and personally led the army to attack. This king was said to have a cultivation of 5th-grade essence force, and he had countless generals under his command, all of them were 3rd or 4th-grade essence force cultivators. Under the king's frantic attack, that small country was forced to retreat, and finally reached the end of the line. Just when the Dongchen Empire's king thought that victory was in his hands, he heard a series of earth-shattering roars from thousands of miles away. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the entire ground was also covered with black flames. In this drastic change in the sky, a huge chessboard appeared. On the left and right of the chessboard, there were 6 godly generals and 6 demon generals. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and they charged out from the chessboard. Within thousands of miles, all living things were slaughtered by these 12 godly demons. Although the king urgently mobilized all the generals to fight back, how could they be a match for the godly demons? In just half a day's time, Dongchen Empire's 100,000 elite soldiers were all crushed into meat paste. Not a single one of them could escape alive. The most frightening thing was that the nameless small country also had no survivors. Within thousands of miles, all living things were plunged into misery and suffering. Vengeful spirits wandered around freely, and even the demon generals who were born with ghosts could not devour the millions of living things in time. Chapter 3278. After all the living beings were massacred, wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Torrential rain poured down, and everything within 10,000 miles became a swamp. However, within this swamp, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed everywhere. The stench of blood did not dissipate even after 100 years, and no one could survive in this place. Fu Jiwen spoke eloquently. As for the celestial fiend chest that caused such a calamity, it disappeared without a trace. Where it went, or which expert triggered the celestial fiend chest, no one knows until now. Of course, from this legend, I feel that this celestial fiend chess is a great killing machine. Its activation requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of living beings. Unless it's a matter of life and death, no one would easily take it out. That's why it's so mysterious. My goodness. Xiaohua sighed, such a great killing machine. I'm afraid it's ranked first among the 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Why is it only ranked 5th? Fu Jiwen shook his head. This celestial fiend chess is too bloody. Confucian cultivators would never place it first. Actually. Xiaohua laughed again. This legend is too exaggerated, to the point that I feel that it's all made up. Look at that so-called Dongchen Empire, they're crazy and exaggerated. Do those Confucian aristocratic families not care? Although Duanmu aristocratic family is a first-class Confucian aristocratic family, it's not difficult for them to reach out and take care of this matter, right? Secondly, that monarch was actually able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin power. How long is his lifespan? He's probably tired of being the monarch, right? Thirdly, so many famous generals have fallen in this nameless small country. That monarch, how could he personally go into battle? Furthermore, life is the most important thing. Fourthly, since Dongchen Empire is so powerful, it must have 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Can't the ones ranked first suppress the celestial fiend chess? Huh. Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't nitpick too much. This is just a legend, who knows if it's true. However, there's one thing that's true. Oh? It's that 10,000 miles of blood pool, Fu Jiwen said. Today, that blood pool is still uninhabitable, and it's still abnormally bloody. Even birds can't fly over that blood pool. Back then, I even made a trip there. Is that so? Xiaohua asked curiously. That place is in Yan province? Yes, it's celestial fiend blood pool. If there is a chance, this Xiao will personally go and take a look. It was very strange. When Xiaohua heard this very unfamiliar name, a trace of feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling was indescribable, as if it was a kind of summoning. Oh, that's right. As soon as Xiaohua felt this, he immediately asked, the God and Devil blood pool is the place where the God and Devil chest disappeared. Could it be that no one went there to see it? Xiao, Confucian, Xiaohua, Confucian, Yen, Confucian, Taoist and cult of cultivators, fiends, Yen, 1,000 years and, Confucian, Xiao, Confucian and years. Xiao, Yate. Xiao, 8, Yen. Xiao. How dare you? You're going against your ancestors. Just as Xiaofan sighed and wanted to listen to the stories of the other 10 great imperial equipments, he heard a few angry curses that sounded like rolling thunder coming from downstairs, instantly attracting Xiaofan and Fu Jiwen's attention. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time, what's going on? At this auction, Yu Linfeng had a row of 4 scrolls open in front of him. These scrolls were all rolled up together and tied together with purple threads. In front of him, the so-called rotten scholars that Xiaofan had just seen walked out of the crowd. They stood under these scrolls and scolded, "Yu Linfeng, you are also a disciple of us Confucian cultivators. Your star-plucking tower is also a branch of us Confucian cultivators. How can you be so blinded by primeval stones? The so-called imperial artifacts, the so-called spiritual herbs, the so-called blood ink, you can just bid. Those are only used for cultivation, defense, and attack. But although the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars of the early years contain an unparalleled noble spirit, they themselves represent the academic achievements of these great scholars. They are the crystallization of their lifetime's knowledge, and can't be compared to those earthly imperial artifacts and scrolls. You're bidding for the painstaking efforts of these great scholars in public. Isn't that a disgrace to culture? Isn't that a disgrace to your ancestors?" Although Yu Linfeng's expression was somewhat awkward, he still carefully cupped his hands and said, "Seniors. Although these scrolls are the writings of great scholars, they're still scrolls. Our star-picking tower can't just keep these sacred objects in our tower, can we? We have to let these great scholars' knowledge be admired by the younger generation, right? Perhaps our star-picking tower's method is a bit wrong, a bit vulgar, and can't enter your eyes, but it's still our star-picking tower's way of commemorating and valuing these great scholars, right?" "Bullshit." An old man with a bald head and a few strands of white hair under his chin raised his walking stick and swung it at Yu Linfeng in midair. He scolded, "I'll beat you to death, you unfilial junior. The calligraphy and paintings of great scholars are elegant objects that can only be admired in a quiet room. Once these elegant objects are here, they're stained with the stench of money. Inside, the noble spirit that all of you are drooling over is also somewhat inferior. Although these calligraphy and paintings have an incomparably pure noble spirit, these are the condensation of the great scholar's essence, qi, and spirit. They're not used for ordinary attacks." Another old man raised his trembling arm and said, "You little bastard, your words are even better than singing. Who doesn't know that you're using these calligraphy and paintings as scrolls? Using the essence, qi, and spirit of these great scholars to fight for you? When the essence, qi, and spirit of these calligraphy and paintings are gone, these calligraphy and paintings will become trash. What a wastrel. Ha ha ha." Upstairs, Xiaofan laughed, thinking, "Isn't this the rotten scholar that Xiao Yi mentioned just now, who's here to cause trouble? They treat the scrolls of those great scholars as their heirlooms and don't allow Zhai Xinglu to bid for them. But, is this possible?" "Sure enough," Yu Linfeng said loudly, "Seniors, if you feel that these calligraphy and paintings are the painstaking efforts of great scholars and can only be admired in a quiet room, then why don't you bid for these calligraphy and paintings? If they're in your hands, won't my Zhai Xinglu be more at ease? Your Zhai Xinglu is blinded by greed. Don't tell me the base price of these calligraphy and paintings are in supreme-grade primordial stones. How can a few poor old men like us afford to bid for them?" A few rotten scholars said angrily. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen also understood. He sighed and said, "What these seniors said, is right. The ancient great scholars' handwriting is getting fewer and fewer. I don't know when these will all disappear. Calligraphy and paintings without essence, qi, and spirit, are simply dead objects. It's impossible to show the style of the great scholars of various sects." Xiaofan just stood there and spoke without pain. He waved his hand with a smile, "If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Without these ancient great scholars, aren't there still the great scholars of today? There are more and more great scholars in each generation. What's so great about that? Haha, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and said, fellow Xiao may not know, but the so-called great scholars are also called great scholars. They're not purely from cultivation. They're those who read books and poems, have noble moral character, and are knowledgeable scholars. Those who can be called great scholars, or great scholars, are those who opened a school of thought and have a place in the debate of the 100 schools of thought. How can it be so easy for the later generations to give birth to them? So that's how it is. Xiao Hua's face unconsciously changed, and he was filled with respect. He already understood that this so-called great scholar was not a kind of realm as he thought, but a kind of honor, a kind of title. If he forced himself to compare with the people of the Tao sect, then the founder of the Imperial Thunder sect, Taoist Master Qian Yun, was probably this kind of person. Then, the debate of the 100 schools of thought. Xiao Hua just said half of this sentence, but he swallowed it back down. He didn't even seem to understand the 10 great imperial artifacts. Now he actually wanted to ask about the debate of the 100 schools of thought. He was afraid that if he let Fu Jiwen ask them one by one, he wouldn't be able to finish all of them tonight. Let's wait and slowly ask in the future. Xiao Hua didn't ask anymore, but at the auction, those rotten scholars became even more aggressive. They practically jumped up and cursed Zhai Xing Lu's evil deeds. From the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars to the cultivation methods of the Confucian school, and even the imperial artifacts of the Confucian school, they all became Zhai Xing Lu's crimes of forgetting their ancestors and betraying their ancestors. No matter how Yu Linfeng explained, he was not allowed to bid on these great scholars' calligraphy and paintings. Xiao Hua was a bit bored and was just about to ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts when he suddenly became vigilant. He raised his eyebrows and asked, Xiao Yi, what's the matter? Reporting to Senior, someone sent a visiting card and wants to come and pay a visit to Senior. Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, come in first. Yes, Senior. As Xiao Yi spoke, she walked in with a golden visiting card. Just as she was about to respectfully hand it over, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't be anxious. This old man is just asking, is the owner of this visiting card an honored guest on the 3rd floor? Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi nodded and said, any honored guest on the 3rd floor of the Bright Moon Palace can pay a visit to each other if they don't want to hide their identity. Just now, this servant not only saw several attendants of the honored guest carrying visiting cards to other pavilions, but also saw 2 honored guests enter other rooms. Who sent this visiting card? Do you know? Xiao Hua asked again. Xiao Yi shook her head. This servant doesn't know. The one who sent the visiting card was also Xiao Yi, not that Senior's attendant. And, since that's the case, this old man doesn't need to look at this visiting card. Xiao Hua said with a flick of his sleeve, tell that Xiao Yi exactly what I said. Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly again, and she begged in a low voice, Senior, you don't need to make things so stiff. Even if you don't want to see that person, you only need to say that you don't want to see him. There's no need to return the visiting card. This kind of face-slapping matter. Senior should consider it more carefully. Chapter 3279. So it's like this. Xiao Hua had always believed in the advice of others. He thought for a moment and said, then put down the visiting card. You tell Xiao Yi that this old man has a guest here and it's not convenient for me to see him. Xiao Yi's face lit up with joy. She smiled sweetly at Xiao Hua and placed the visiting card on the desk before hurrying out. Fu Jiwen really wanted to know who the guest was. However, this was clearly Xiao Hua's private matter. Since Xiao Hua didn't intend to open the golden visiting card, Fu Jiwen shifted his gaze away from the golden visiting card and looked at the auction. At this time, the auction was as lively as a marketplace. Although there were no peddlers, the several old men, whose veins were bulging, looked like old beggars who were pointing and gesticulating around a vegetable stall. Where was the elegance in them? Where was the etiquette? It was as if the beauty of their first love was suddenly exposed in front of everyone, and they were trying their best to hide it. However, as Xiao Hua watched, he felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Yes, the people of the secular world often said that there were only two words in this world, either fame or fortune. Everything else was born for fame and fortune, and if these two words were combined into one, they would become one word, and that would be profit. All the people in the world came for profit, and all the people in the world went for profit. This was exactly the case. Similarly, in the eyes of cultivators, there were also two words, either merit or longevity. All other things were born for this, merit and longevity. This skill was naturally the cultivation level, the realm, and the strength. This longevity was also lifespan, and immortality that cultivators pursued. If these two words were combined into one, it would be longevity. The cultivators in the world had countless methods. Killing and robbing, deceiving each other, and being selfish, wasn't it all for strength? And with strength, wasn't collecting a lot of resources for one's own longevity? It could also be said that everything in the world came for longevity, and everything in the world went for longevity. On the other hand, these seemingly inflexible scholars, although they took advantage of their seniority and pointed fingers at others, what they stubbornly defended, was also the thought in their hearts. This thought was the inheritance of Confucian cultivation, the essence of Confucian cultivation, the true meaning of Confucian cultivation. Perhaps Dao Shan, who doesn't have any cultivation, can be compared to them. Looking at these rotten scholars, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Dao Shan. When they had just arrived at the Seven Suns Temple tonight, Dao Shan's meticulous etiquette and clean and decent Taoist robes had left a deep impression on Xiao Hua. This might be the last pride of these so-called rotten scholars, and also their last struggle. Xiao Hua looked at the few old men who were panting and shouting hoarsely as he thought to himself, in the torrent of people who pursue profits, the so-called persistence can only be regarded as pedantic and can only be used as a support. In the eyes of others, the dignity that they try their best to maintain can only be regarded as the performance of actors, which can only make people laugh. Perhaps, such a Confucian cultivator is the hope of Taoism? Thinking of Xiao Yi's mockery of these rotten scholars, Xiao Hua understood that the previous inheritance of Confucian cultivation had already declined, and the Taoist cultivation method that they had always ridiculed had gradually appeared. Even if it was only the beginning, it was clear that the essence of Taoism cultivation had already been implanted in the hearts of the new generation of Confucian cultivators. After another half a meal of cultivation, several white-haired rotten scholars collapsed on the ground. After all, they were already old, and their bodies could no longer support their rainbow-like ideals. Several Xiao Yis from the Bright Moon Palace leisurely walked over and offered hot tea and pastries. But, how could these old men use the pastries of the Bright Moon Palace? What was the difference between this and food that was given away? The old man's face was pale, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the pastries and hot water fell to the ground. He stepped on the pastries and slowly staggered away. Looking at these lonely figures, the entire Bright Moon Palace was deathly silent. Other people might not have thought as much as Xiao Hua, but these old men's actions that pointed directly at their hearts caused them to naturally feel ashamed in their hearts, an indescribable sense of inferiority. Sigh. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Fu Jiwen, who was beside him, looked at these old men with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He sighed deeply, and his tone was obviously heavy. "Young Master Fu?" Xiao Hua asked curiously, "Could it be, you have other thoughts about these rotten scholars?" "He, fellow Taoist Xiao also knows about rotten scholars?" Fu Jiwen smiled faintly, this humble one not only has some thoughts, but this humble one has also been deeply harmed by them. Deeply harmed by them? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. Can you tell me more about it? I'm really sorry, fellow Taoist Xiao, but this humble one's privacy, and it's not good to joke about it. Fu Jiwen shook his head. However, although this humble one says that this humble one has been deeply harmed by them, the root of this harm is still love. It's just that this love is too heavy, too old-fashioned. Xiaohua looked thoughtfully at Fu Jiwen's complicated expression, then smiled and said, as long as it's love, then it's fine. Whether it's old-fashioned or heavy, it's better than nothing. Moreover, this is love, the most selfless thing in the world. Young Master Fu, treasure it well. Yes, this humble one understands. Fu Jiwen nodded. Deep love, deep responsibility, that's exactly how it is. At this point, Fu Jiwen didn't say anything else, and Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stuck his head out and looked down. At this moment, he was very curious about these 4 scrolls. These were the handwriting of a great scholar who founded a sect. What would they look like? Fellow immortals. At this moment, Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. My Zhai Xing Lu actually understands these elders' painstaking efforts. These scrolls are indeed the handwriting of an ancient great scholar, and shouldn't be treated as ordinary scrolls to be auctioned. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu has also taken out these scrolls separately as a sign of respect. Moreover, my Zhai Xing Lu has always been a place for auctions. Since my Zhai Xing Lu has obtained these scrolls, it means that these scrolls can be auctioned. Moreover, our Confucian cultivation is the grandest cultivation method in the world, and we can't stick to the rules. We can only innovate at every moment, and maintain a fresh flow of water. This is the only way to ensure our Confucian cultivation's solid position in the 3 continents. Forget it, this humble one won't say much. Either way, others will be criticized, and this humble one will silently guard my heart. This humble one is currently the host of this auction, so this auction will be a success. Yu Linfeng pointed at the scrolls in front of him again and smiled bitterly. Also, this humble one would like to say that the handwriting in these scrolls, although it's also left behind by a great Confucian cultivator, it's not the great Confucian you all mentioned just now. For example, the scroll on the left has the word law written by the great Confucian of the legalists, Senior Han Cheng. Fellow immortals, think about it, if it's really the handwriting of a great Confucian who founded a sect, then, it's a treasure of calligraphy in the world. Not to mention that my Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it. Even if we want to bid, we have to save it for last. Fellow immortal, you, don't hold back your resentment. A cultivator laughed. The old man's words make sense, and your Zhai Xing Lu's actions are also reasonable. There's no right or wrong in this world. Fellow immortal, why don't you open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy and take a look? That's right, fellow immortal, you, hurry up and open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy. We can't wait any longer. Many people started shouting, and even more people looked eagerly at the other 3 scrolls. They really wanted to know who the great Confucian handwriting that Zhai Xing Lu had put up for bid belonged to. Everyone, please wait a moment. I still have to inform the officials of the Copper Pillar State. If the great Confucian handwriting is opened, it'll cause too much of a commotion. Yu Linfeng said, gesturing to a corner of the Bright Moon Palace. There, a woman in palace robes hurried over. Fellow Taoist Xiao, upstairs, Fu Jiwen explained to Xiaohua, the legalists are a branch of Confucian cultivators. Because they believe in using law to rule the country, there's no need to be close or distant, there's no need to be high or low, there's no need to judge by law, they're called the legalists. The famous ancient figures Guan Zhong and Zi Chan were the pioneers of the legalists. Li Kai, Shang Yang, Shen Buhai, Shen Dao, and the others founded the legalists. In the end, Han Fei combined Shang Yang's law, Shen Dao's power, and Shenbuhai's technique, to form the culmination of the legalists' ideology. Therefore, Han Fei can be considered the great scholar who founded the legalists. He received the honorific title of Z and is known as Han Fei's Z. Note, in the future esoteric debate, the third place won't be listed solely for the ancestors. It's in accordance with history. However, everyone must remember that this is just a name. There's no need to take the rest seriously. Apart from Senior Han Fei, Z, the other representatives of the legalists are Li Si and Shang Yang. As for Senior Han Cheng, he's a descendant of Senior Han Fei, Z. As for which generation, I'm not too sure. Apart from the legalists, what other 99 schools are there? Xiaohua finally couldn't help but ask. Fujiwen smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand. The esoteric debate is just a description of the numerous and complex schools of thought. There aren't really 100 schools of thought. To be honest, according to the historical records, there were many schools of thought that hadn't been founded. How could there be only 100? There were more than thousands. Confucianism is actually this prosperous? Xiaohua was truly amazed. Apart from the legalists, the most famous schools are the Confucians, the Mahists, the militarists, the scholars, the Yinyang school, the school of vertical and horizontal, the school of miscellaneous, the school of farmer, the school of fiction, the school of martial arts, and other schools of thought. Fujiwen said simply. Even if it's just these simple and famous schools, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Xiao will be confused if I explain them one by one. Why don't you take a look at what scrolls the Bright Moon Palace is selling and I'll slowly explain them to fellow Taoist. Hehe, that's great, Xiaohua nodded. To be honest, when he heard the legalists say something like, don't be too close or distant, don't be too noble or lowly, cut off by law, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He was a genuine Taoist cultivator. Although he had some Confucian foundation, he didn't have the slightest understanding of any theories or poetry. How could he possibly understand? He might as well listen to the stories of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Chapter 3280. Yu Linfeng smiled and raised his hand. Han Cheng's scroll slowly flew to Yu Linfeng's eyes. Yu Linfeng carefully reached out and pinched the purple thread. With a gentle tug, the scroll slowly unfurled. Swoosh! A pure white light shot out from where the scroll was unfurled, as if opening a door under the sun. Buzz! Another sword hum followed the white light. Boom! The light was so dazzling that even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't help but squint. Before he could get used to the light, another muffled thunderous sound rushed out from the scroll like a torrential river, going against the heavens and rushing towards the top of the Bright Moon Palace. See la la. With a sound that sounded like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the defensive primary formation on top of the Bright Moon Palace was instantly destroyed by the overwhelming gang qi contained within the white light. Not only did the countless sword cries within the Bright Moon Palace resonate, but the overwhelming gang qi also pierced straight into the night sky like a giant sword. Bright Moon Square was a place that didn't sleep. It was brightly lit and people didn't sleep at all. Zhai Xinglu was an extremely mysterious place to them. Because those who could come to Bright Moon Square were all rich, but rich people might not be able to go to Zhai Xinglu. Even if some people who didn't know the details wanted to take a look at Zhai Xinglu, they didn't have any vitality stones or traces of cultivation. It was difficult for them to enter Zhai Xinglu. Now, this giant flying sword was like a heavenly soldier rushing into the night sky. Everyone within 10 miles could see it clearly. How could they not be shocked? Inevitably, everyone in the Bright Moon Lane escaped from the nephrite and the fine wine. They stretched their bodies to look at the flying sword in the night sky, gesticulating with their hands and feet. They were abnormally excited as they discussed incessantly. Such a grand occasion was even more beautiful than any fireworks. Although all eyes in Bright Moon Square were focused on Zhai Xinglu, although those who hadn't slept yet were also focused on Zhai Xinglu, the vast energy that represented righteousness and righteousness couldn't illuminate the night sky. Between the light and darkness, there were still some ghosts that wandered freely in the darkness, undisturbed by the sharpness of the flying sword. This is the sword qi of a sword cultivator. The moment Han Cheng opened the scroll, the brilliance was so brilliant that Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even so, the large law character still passed through Xiao Hua's eyes and engraved itself into his mind. Every stroke of this law character was in the shape of a flying sword. The entire brilliance rushing into the night sky was also a soaring sword energy. Xiao Hua, who was used to seeing sword qi in Dawn Rain Continent, couldn't help but groan. He completely understood in his heart, this sword cultivator is indeed a branch of Confucian cultivator. Moreover, it actually originated from Confucian cultivator's legalism. Alas, there are laws in the mortal world, with punishment as the guiding principle. There are laws in heaven and earth, with the sword as the guiding principle. Isn't the law of heaven and earth swept away by sword energy? Inside the Bright Moon Palace, the sounds of metal clanging could be heard. Some were the cries of swords, and some were the cries of weapons. Even some of the weaker cultivators had their true energy stirred. Whoosh! Yu Linfeng shook the scroll in his hand, and the scroll slowly closed up. The sword light that soared into the sky was absorbed into the scroll. Naturally, the sounds of metal clanging within the Bright Moon Palace gradually faded away, and the palace gradually returned to its previous calm. Good heavens, this is merely Senior Han Cheng's handwriting, but it already has such a powerful aura. The majestic aura contained in this handwriting can really shock heaven and earth. Even after fellow immortal you put away the scroll, this one still hasn't seen Senior Han's original handwriting. If someone were to hold this scroll, wouldn't it be comparable to an imperial weapon? A shocked voice couldn't help but speak, I just don't know, if it was Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting, what kind of aura would it have? Fellow immortal, what you said is also this one's thoughts. Yu Linfeng's eyes flashed with fervor as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Although this one hasn't seen that kind of heaven-shaking aura, this one heard from the seniors of Star Plucking Tower that if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, this brilliance should be able to penetrate the outer realms and reflect the power of the outer realm stars. No evil in the world can resist this power of starlight. In particular, if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, what broke through just now wasn't my Bright Moon Palace's origin array, but all the restrictions within a radius of 100 li would no longer exist. Damn it! Others didn't say anything, but Xiao Hua jumped up first and scolded with a smile, how is that possible? This thing isn't a real spiritual treasure. Without anyone activating it, how can it have such power? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua finished speaking, Fu Jiwen laughed and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, you're still lacking. What Yu Linfeng said. I'm afraid it's not enough to describe Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting at his peak. According to this one's ancestors, 100,000 years ago, when the demon realm invaded. What? Demon realm invaded? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was the first time he heard about the demon realm in the hidden immortal continent. Yes, it's really that time when the demon realm invaded. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's surprise and nodded. That time, Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting revealed its might for the first time. When it was opened, it directly killed 100 demon generals, 100 demon generals. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He already knew from Zhang Qingxiao that the strength of a demon general was comparable to the golden core and nascent soul stage of the Dao sect. This Senior Han Fizi's handwriting was actually able to kill 100 nascent soul stage demon generals. Wasn't this too unimaginable? Bragging. Although Xiao Hua didn't refute, it was obvious that he was already secretly criticizing. It's exactly 100 demon generals. Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Daoist, don't think this one is exaggerating. The righteous qi of us Confucian cultivators is the nemesis of the demon realm. Although their physical bodies are incomparably powerful, the demon flames and demon blood they cultivate have no resistance in front of the righteous qi of us Confucian cultivators. Especially when they invaded my hidden immortal continent, in front of the righteous qi that has been settled for hundreds of millions of years, it was like a drop of water falling into a sea of fire. How could it set off a big wave? Oh, this one understands. Xiaohua nodded. There is righteous qi in heaven and earth. Since ancient times, it has been supporting the justice of the world. As long as there are people, there will be this kind of aura, everlasting. No, what fellow Taoist said is wrong. Fu Jiwen shook his head. There is righteous qi in heaven and earth. This righteous qi has existed since ancient times and does not vary from person to person. Where there are people, there is righteous qi. Where there are no people, there is also righteous qi. It can be said that everything has righteous qi. Even the demon realm also has righteous qi. And this righteous qi is the true qi cultivated by Confucian cultivators. It is not the spiritual qi of heaven and earth cultivated by the Tao sect. Boom. Fu Jiwen's words were like a stone rushing into Xiaohua's ancient well that had remained motionless for 10,000 years. Xiaohua instantly became like a clay statue. An indescribable fluctuation emitted from Xiaohua's body. The stardust that was originally covering his image instantly turned into dust and floated around Xiaohua. Of course, in just an instant, the starlight and silver light in Xiaohua's eyes retracted. All the dust fell around Xiaohua and turned back into stardust. A sudden realization came from Xiaohua's mouth. So it's like this, so it's like this. This one was wrong. Yes, Xiaohua was really wrong. His mistake was inconceivable. He had always been cultivating the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators, but what he refined was only the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. How could it be the righteous qi? No wonder he had been cultivating for 100 years and was still unable to condense his core. It turned out that the path he started on was wrong. And his success in refining essence into qi, most of it was because of the core that he passed on to others, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen was somewhat puzzled. He hesitantly asked Xiaohua, what's wrong? Nothing. Since he found the root, Xiaohua immediately felt refreshed. He said with a smile, this one always thought that the righteous qi was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Who knew that it was actually so different? Oh, that's natural. Fu Jiwen understood and said with a smile, this is the difference between the Tao sect and Confucian cultivators. Of course there are differences. However, sometimes, the righteous qi has the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the righteous qi within the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, it may not be possible to distinguish them clearly. Then, how can one distinguish the righteous qi? Xiaohua asked tentatively, is it possible that there is a secret technique within the basic cultivation method of Confucian cultivators that is the same as the Tao sects? It's not the same. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, the reason why Confucian cultivators are called Confucian cultivators is because they use the righteous qi as their foundation. They rely on Confucian to distinguish the righteous qi. Although everyone more or less has the righteous qi in their body, how can a common person like a common person understand the righteous qi? Only people like us who read and recite scriptures can read the righteous qi from the ancient characters. Only then can we use this righteous qi to trigger our own righteous qi. With our own righteous qi, only then can we draw in the righteous qi of heaven and earth. I've learned. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that the cultivation of Confucian cultivators was still the same. It seemed that the so-called secret technique was just an opportunistic trick of the Tao sect. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He seemed to have a bad premonition. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, Fu Jiwen, just now, did you see something? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you talking about? Fu Jiwen was surprised by Xiaohua's question. He didn't know what was going on. Xiaohua saw Fu Jiwen's ignorance and unconsciously felt relieved. In the moment when he was absent-minded, Xue saw his death. Master Ku Qin also saw his death. Xiaohua didn't want this Confucian cultivator in front of him to follow in their footsteps. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile. However, just as he waved his hand a few times, he was stunned again. That's not right. If Confucian cultivators don't need the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, then what spirit stones do they use? If they don't use spirit stones, why do they still use spirit stones on the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly woken up. He seemed to have suddenly become confused. He frowned and thought. Chapter 3281. Forget it, let's just ask. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, since I've already asked so many questions, I don't mind asking a few more idiotic questions. After Xiaohua finished speaking the doubts in his heart, it was Fu Jiwen's turn to be surprised. If it was some common knowledge from before, it could be said that Xiaohua was a cultivator from overseas and had not stepped on the continent for a long time, so he did not know much. However, this matter of origin stones was too inconceivable. Cough cough. Xiaohua smiled, young Master Fu, I've always been a lone cultivator and I've always been self-sufficient, so I really don't know about this, nothing. Fu Jiwen hurriedly waved his hand, what you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you don't know. Fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed magnanimous, but I'm still lacking. Then, Fu Jiwen gave a simple explanation. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this primordial stone also contained righteous qi. However, from what Fu Jiwen could see, the primordial stone was slightly inferior to the primordial qi used for Taoist cultivation. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had methods to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. However, ordinary Confucian cultivators didn't use these methods. Confucian cultivators believed that the noble spirit was a living and lively world origin qi. Only the noble spirit that flowed between heaven and earth and was drawn from densely populated places was the best. Therefore, source stones were used to refine imperial equipment and arrange origin formations. So that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Connecting it to what he saw with his illusion breaker eyes, there were many types of world origin qi in this world. If Taoists picked one type, Confucian cultivators could naturally choose another type, and the world origin qi could also be condensed into a spirit stone. However, absorbing the noble spirit from heaven and earth is somewhat difficult. It's easy to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. Nowadays, students are greedy and many students have secretly started to use source stones to cultivate. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, especially my Taoist sect's spirit pills. It is said that after refining with a special method, it can also promote the cultivation of Confucian cultivators. Students who haven't broken through for a long time have also started to try. Now, the spirit grass and spirit fruits are a lot more expensive than before. Humans are insatiable and always seek opportunities for themselves. In the long run, what difference will there be between Confucianism and Taoism? In any case, this Xiao is a Taoist, so I won't worry about Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua shrugged. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, there's no need to worry about others. Looking back at the auction, legalist Senior Han Cheng's handwriting had already set off a frenzy of bidding. Even young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiaohua, was repeatedly bidding. Clearly, this handwriting was his main objective for coming to Zhai Xinglu this time. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, everyone finally stopped. No one else bid against young Master Duanmu. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiaohua. He thought that Xiaohua hadn't opened his mouth to bid from beginning to end. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed. He finally understood why young Master Duanmu sent the visiting card. That was to test him, to show him a kind of intention. That was, to not let Xiaohua compete with him in order to reach the bottom line in his heart. Add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua said indifferently. Boom. Everyone immediately cheered loudly. This one will also add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's tone was also indifferent. It didn't matter if Xiaohua increased the price, the key was that he couldn't force him step by step. In the end, it was just as young Master Duanmu thought. Xiaohua only increased the price once, conveying that he already knew the meaning, and didn't say anything else. This caused the cultivators who wanted to watch the show to feel sad. Alright. Yu Linfeng had a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, Great Scholar Han Cheng's handwriting flew into young Master Duanmu's pavilion. With another wave of his hand, the second scroll slowly landed in front of him. This is the second Great Scholar's handwriting today. Fellow immortals may not be familiar with this great scholar, but fellow immortals definitely know about Confucianism. This great scholar is the Yinyang school's old master Zhou Yuanhan. Along with Yu Linfeng's long voice, he stretched out his slender finger and pulled the purple silk thread. As the scroll fell, 2 bright and dark rays of light suddenly appeared. Although it was somewhat inferior to Han Cheng's sword qi, the light and dark rays had a solemn air of annihilation. At the same time, these 2 rays of light soared into the sky, higher than the previous sword qi, and formed the shape of a huge Yinyang fish in the night sky. As the brilliance of this Yinyang fish circulated in the night sky, thousands of evil spirits scattered in the night sky, causing the entire bright moon square to seem to tremble. Clear Yang is the sky, turbid Yin is the earth. Above the earth is the clouds, below the sky is the rain, rain comes from the earth, clouds come from the sky. Yin and Yang are the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. Fu Jiwen looked at the Yinyang fish in the sky through the broken origin array of the bright moon palace and sighed. Heaven and earth have Yin and Yang and Yang turn into 2 qis. Everything can be divided into 2 sides, Yin and Yang. This school of Yin-Yang advocates controlling the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, using the 2 qis of Yin and Yang to kill all things. The great scholar who established the school of Yin-Yang was Zhou Yan. Later on, because he was called Zi, he was given the name Zhou Yanzi. This old master Zhou Yuanhan is most likely his descendant. AI, the esoteric debate is indeed formidable. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. Even though our Taoism also has the saying that Tao begets one, and one is divided into Yin and Yang, but the profoundness of Yin and Yang is truly obscure. Without a certain level of cultivation, how can one understand it? This Xiao really did not expect that this Confucian cultivator actually has a school of Yin-Yang that specializes in studying Yin and Yang. Furthermore, this Xiao admires this senior Zhou Yanzi even more. How can he explain Yin and Yang so clearly? That's right, 100 years ago, when Xue and Wu Hai's soul entered Xiaohua's space, he had already experienced the division of Yin and Yang. If one were to talk about comprehension, Xiaohua himself indeed has a lot. However, if one were to ask him to form a theory and explain it, it would be extremely difficult. Just like what the Taoists often say, Tao can be said, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. Just a few words can indeed extend a lot of comprehension, or can only be understood, but not explained. Actually, a strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. He hesitated for a bit, then smiled and said, "This Yin-Yang school might have been extremely powerful in the past. It is said that Senior Zhou Yanzi obtained an innate spiritual object called the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook. From it, he comprehended the Tao of Yin and Yang and established his own school. However, as the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang developed, the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook was lost for some unknown reason. The Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang's research on Yin and Yang gradually deviated. Didn't fellow Taoist Yulin Fengjiu say it clearly just now? Everyone might not know about Zhou Yanzi, but almost everyone in the Yin-Yang school knows about him. That's because the current Yin and Yang, more or less falls into the intersection of Yin and Yang. Some crooked sects, such as the Yin-Yang Unity School, also pass down some of their secret techniques from the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not say anything else. Xiao Hua was also a person who had undergone dual cultivation. How could he not understand? Perhaps some dual cultivation secret technique, some fusion technique, these Yin and Yang mating techniques were the things that the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang was talking about, right? Decline. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This might be the current situation that those so-called rotten scholars don't want to see. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "Time flies, clouds and flowers pass by like water. On this hidden immortal continent, not only are the dynasties of 10,000 countries replaced, even the 100 schools are also being washed away by great waves. Only schools and doctrines that can adapt to the changes of the times can truly be preserved. These are not things that can be done by humans." Back then, the Tao sect was tyrannical for a period of time. It could almost contend with the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. However, what about the current Tao sect? After the ancient war, wasn't it also obliterated? If you want to revive the Tao sect, is it something that can be done by a few generations? Let's not talk about this. When Fu Jiwen talked about the decline of the Tao sect, he seemed to be afraid that Xiao Hua would be displeased, so he changed the topic. Looking at the fierce bidding scene downstairs, he said, "Such a rare Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang writing, doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao want to bid for one? Even if this thing's true qi is used up, it is still an authentic work handed down from generation to generation." Forget it, Xiao Hua said with a smile. If it was some Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook, if it was some Harmony secret manual, this Xiao would still be interested. What kind of writing is this? This Xiao doesn't understand. Pfft, Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really a straightforward person. If it was an ordinary Confucian scholar, they would definitely not say these words. You dare to do it while hiding in your room, but don't dare to say it when you come out? Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully. If you want to say it, you have to use alternative words. For example, the joy of the boudoir is even greater than the one who draws the eyebrows. Fellow Taoist Zhao's straightforwardness is a disgrace to the refined. Damn it, to turn a good yin-yang into a marriage, isn't this a disgrace to the refined? Xiao Hua really couldn't see through the act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Especially using words to replace imagination, it was really annoying. While the two were talking, that Zhou Yuanhan's old man Zhou's calligraphy was also bought by a certain senior on the 3rd floor. Xiao Hua also clearly saw that young Master Duanmu also seemed to slightly raise the price and immediately gave up. Clearly, he also had a tacit understanding with the others. Xiao Hua could know, and Yu Linfeng even more so. However, this was a kind of mutual compromise. The price of the calligraphy was something that both sides could bear. Who would care about the movements behind the scenes? Yu Linfeng sent that scroll to the 3rd floor's balcony and began to bluff the 3rd scroll. Fellow immortals, the writing on this 3rd scroll is also very famous. Moreover, this school created a Confucian cultivation method that is widely spread in my hidden immortal continent. As he said that, Yu Linfeng opened this scroll again. Hua, like a burst of water, 10,000 rays of brilliance poured out from the scroll. Like the Milky Way pouring out, it directly rushed into the night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Noble Spirit River. Dozens of young voices shouted in unison, "This is the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian cultivators." Huh. Yu Linfeng laughed loudly and said, "Correct, correct. The river character on this scroll is the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian Lu Wensheng. Chapter 3282. Upstairs, Fu Jiwen pointed at the righteous spirit that flashed like the Milky Way and said, "The school of vertical and horizontal is a very famous school in the esoteric debate. The school of vertical and horizontal is 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 the school of vertical and horizontal. This is the so-called vertical and horizontal. The school of vertical and horizontal was created by the two seniors Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Senior Su Qin advocated the vertical and Senior Zhang Yi advocated the horizontal. It was in the vertical and horizontal that the two seniors comprehended the true essence of water flow and created the cultivation method of the righteous spirit Long River. Using this as a basis, they were honored as Su Qin Zi and Zhang Yi Zi respectively, leaving their names in history. Moreover, this righteous spirit Long River is very easy to obtain. It is the simplest among the many cultivation methods of the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, once this cultivation method was spread out, it was immediately passed down. In the ancient times, the number of disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were as many as the hairs on an ox. The Confucian cultivators who answered in unison just now were most likely disciples who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River. Of course, now that this cultivation method has been spread out, they may not necessarily be disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal. As Fu Jiwen spoke, many cultivators began to bid again. This time, the liveliness was even greater than before. This was because great scholar Lu Cheng's handwriting not only had the same righteous spirit Long River as the previous handwriting, but also the true essence of the righteous spirit Long River could be found in this handwriting. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. All the Confucian cultivators who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River naturally rushed like ducks. After seeing the righteous spirit Long River of legalism, school of yin yang, and school of vertical and horizontal, Xiaofan was looking forward to the handwriting in the last scroll. He simply didn't ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts that Fu Jiwen hadn't explained yet. He smiled and stuck his head out, looking at the sounds of bidding below with interest. Fu Jiwen saw that Xiaohua's attention wasn't here and didn't say much. He looked at Xiaohua's star-like figure with some confusion. He really didn't understand why Xiaohua asked him so much common sense. That's right, common sense. As a cultivator of the hidden immortal continent, whether they cultivated Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or even Taoist cultivation methods, as long as they grew up here, they should know this common sense. Although Xiaohua was a Tao sect cultivator and didn't understand the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, the 100 Schools debate was an ancient story. The 10 great imperial artifacts were stories that ordinary people grew up listening to. How could Xiaohua not know? Even if he was an overseas rogue cultivator, he still had to grow up, right? Fu Jiwen did not believe that a cultivator who grew up in the hidden immortal continent would not know about the 10 great imperial equipment. Perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao came from the Thousand Demons sacred realm or the Pure Land world. This was Fu Jiwen's final guess, but this guess was immediately doubted by himself. Essence stones, who in the 3 continents didn't know about them? Maybe he came from the Pure Land. That place doesn't need vitality stones. When the dust settled, to everyone's surprise, the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal's great scholar, Lu Wensheng, was not bought by the cultivators on the balcony. The final bidder was an unknown cultivator on the ground floor. Looks like I'm not the only one who's keeping a low profile. Xiaohua laughed. Fu Jiwen frowned and said, "That might not be the case. In my opinion, I'm afraid several small aristocratic families or several sects gathered together to bid. Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with me. I've never cultivated the noble spirit river, and I don't know anything about authentic works." Xiaohua stretched. "Moreover, this star-picking towers auction, TSK, it's really boring. There's nothing that I want." Fu Jiwen laughed and said, "Right now, the auction is for Confucian cultivators. Dao sex items are very rare. What about the especially precious items? Perhaps at the end, fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't be impatient." "I know." Xiaohua nodded and pointed outside the window, saying, "What I want to know now is, who is the owner of the last scroll? Which school is it from?" The most famous of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators are Confucian, Mahist, Legalist, Military, School of Famous, Yin-Yang, School of Vertical and Horizontal, School of Miscellaneous, School of Farmer, School of Novels, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Just now, 3 great Confucian scrolls appeared: School of Legalism, School of Yin-Yang, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. As for the 4th school, it's hard to guess. Fu Jiwen's curiosity was also great. He pinched his chin and looked at Yu Linfeng holding the 4th scroll in his hand. Yu Linfeng's face carried a trace of mystery. His hand was placed on the purple silk rope, but he didn't release it. Instead, he raised his head and looked around, saying with a smile, "This last scroll, I don't know if it's out of everyone's expectations." Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, his finger shook. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A 5-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable noble spirit rushed out from the scroll. Xiaohua was used to seeing the brilliance of Daoist cultivators' treasures. This 5-colored brilliance didn't count as anything magical. But Fu Jiwen actually jumped up from his chair in shock, shouting in shock, This is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications?" Sure enough, that 5-colored noble spirit rushed into the night sky and actually formed an auspicious cloud several meters in size, illuminating half a mu of the sky. That 5-colored brilliance was different from when it rushed out just now. This time, it was extremely gentle, even more silky than a lover's gaze. And above this auspicious cloud, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down, enveloping the auspicious cloud. It really is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications. Fu Jiwen raised his head and said excitedly, "Zhai Xing Lu is indeed amazing, to actually be able to find the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians. Nowadays, on the hidden immortal continent, the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians have long been extinct." That's right, that's right." At this time, Xiaohua suddenly shouted in hindsight, "Young Master Fu, you just said that there must be Confucian writings among the century-old theories. Is Confucian the same as Confucian cultivators?" Hee, of course they're not the same." The excitement on Fu Jiwen's face hadn't disappeared, and he answered with a smile, "Confucian cultivators are naturally a kind of cultivation method, just like what I just explained to fellow Daoist, using the noble spirit of heaven and earth as the foundation. And Confucian is a school of Confucian cultivators. It's just that the influence and scale of this school is far greater than the sum of the other schools, so this cultivation method is also called Confucian cultivators. It's not what fellow Daoist thinks, that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators." At this point, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly again, smacking his lips and saying, "Although that's the case, in reality, Confucian cultivators account for 90% of Confucian cultivators. Saying that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators is not impossible." "Who was the great scholar who founded Confucian?" Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he asked with extreme curiosity. Speaking of Confucian cultivators, Fu Jiwen was also in high spirits, and he spoke frankly with assurance. Confucian cultivators are one of the most important schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought. Confucian cultivators use the 6 arts as their method: advocate, etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. They advocate loyalty and forgiveness, and they advocate the golden mean. They advocate rule of virtue and benevolence. Confucian cultivators emphasize the function of education, and they believe that heavy education and light punishment is the only way for a country to be stable, and the people to be rich and happy. They advocate education without discrimination, and they should educate both the ruler and the ruled, so that the whole country from top to bottom becomes a person of high moral character. The founder of Confucian was surnamed Kong, and his name was Chiu. His courtesy name was Zhong-Ni. He was from Yu Province's Lu country, and after he founded the Confucian school, he was revered as Confucius. Today, he is respectfully called Eternal Paragon by the later generations of Hidden Immortal Continent. The core of his theory is benevolence. He advocates love, and demands that people should love each other and get along harmoniously. To realize benevolence, one must be tolerant of others, and do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. And the system or code of conduct that embodies benevolence is restrain oneself and return to etiquette. Confucius's works include poem, book, etiquette, music, and so on. These 5 books are the most famous, and they are often called the 5 classics by Hidden Immortal Continent. Other than Confucius, there are 2 other important figures in Confucian. One is Meng Ku, whose courtesy name is Ziyu. Senior Meng Ku advocates benevolence, and further proposes that the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least important. His ethics is good by nature. The other is Sun Kuang, and people at that time called him Sun Qing. He advocates benevolence and righteousness, and the way of the king, and using virtue to convince people. He also proposed that the ruler is the boat, and the commoners are the water. The water carries the boat, and it also capsizes the boat. These 2 were also respectfully called Zi by later generations, Meng Zi and Sun Zi. The 4 books that Hidden Immortal Continent often refers to, De Shui, the Golden Mean, the Analects, and Meng Zi, were written by these 3 great scholars. Although the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators was passed down from ancient times, it doesn't matter what it was called in the beginning. After Confucian cultivators appeared, this cultivation method became Confucian cultivators. Xiaofan understood and sighed, the influence of Confucian cultivators on Hidden Immortal Continent is so deep. These opinions and propositions, although they are not cultivation, they are enough to have an impact on cultivation. This 5 Qis unifications should be the manifestation of the noble Qi in the chest of Confucian cultivators being condensed to the extreme, right? Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is right." Confucian cultivators emphasize on entering the world, which is different from Taoist cultivators. Therefore, all Confucian cultivators have their own opinions and opinions to govern the country and educate the people. This is related to cultivation, but also has nothing to do with it. This 5 Qis unifications is the purpose of Confucian cultivators. As long as one cultivates to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, one's physical body can become a saint, and one can ascend. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had thought of an inconceivable question. He almost blurted out, then, the place where Confucian cultivators ascend, is the immortal world? Is this immortal world the same as the immortal world of Taoists? Ha ha ha. Fu Jiwen laughed heartily, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, if you want me to answer this question, I'm afraid you have to wait for me to cultivate to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, ascend to the immortal world, and then return from the immortal world, right?" Hearing this, Xiaohua touched his nose and helplessly said, "This is indeed true." At this time, at the auction, the people who were as shocked as Fu Jiwen were also boiling with excitement. The people who were familiar with each other were not only whispering, but even the people who didn't know each other were also saying something loudly. If they weren't showing off their talent, then they were showing off their knowledge. Chapter 3283. Fellow immortals, you can see it clearly. Yu Linfeng loudly said, "This is the word Confucian written by the Confucian school's senior Kong Liwen." When he wrote this scroll, he had already stepped into the realm of literary star. Therefore, the auspicious clouds of the 5 Qis unifications can also attract the starlight from the sky to destroy evil and exorcise demons. If this book was written by Confucius, the sage Kong Liwen, it would definitely be a clear cloud with a righteous aura. Not to mention the starlight, even if one's eyesight was slightly poor, they might not be able to see it. Fu Jiwen sighed, "Unfortunately, this one has only heard of it. This is the first time I've seen the handwriting of a great Confucian scholar." "Oh, why is that?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The Confucian school emphasizes the path of the golden mean. The golden mean is impartial and without fault. The common principle is the natural order of the heavens, the pinnacle of subtlety. Confucius's righteous aura must be quiet and without a trace, without the smoke and fire of the mortal world. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, within the Tao sect's magical techniques, the brilliant ones didn't necessarily have great power. It was precisely those magical techniques that contained terrifying power that were extremely restrained and wouldn't waste unnecessary spiritual qi. Seeing Yu Linfeng put away the scroll, the soaring righteous aura disappeared. Xiao Hua heard the bidding sounds downstairs and his heart itched. He secretly pondered whether he should also get one to play with. Actually, this path of the golden mean originated from Confucius, but it flourished with Zhu Shi, old man Zhu. Fu Jiwen sorted out his mood, slowly sat down, and said casually, "What? Zhu Shi? Old man Zhu?" Xiao Hua heard this and was suddenly shocked. Is it the Confucian Zhu family? Oh. Fellow Xiao actually knows about the Zhu family? Fu Jiwen was greatly surprised. Xiao Hua laughed, "Hee, this one can't possibly not know anything. I've heard of this Zhu family. I wonder how they are now." "How are they now?" A strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face again. He looked out of the window and said, "The Zhu clan has been passed down since ancient times and has lived in Wuyuan County of Shuzhou. Back then, Zhu Shi, old master Zhu's name shook the hidden immortal continent. He was known as another great master after Confucius who could be respected as Z. However, after the war between Confucianism and Buddhism, for some unknown reason, the once prosperous Zhu clan actually declined. In the end, it actually disappeared without a trace. Now, there are many surnames of Zhu on the hidden immortal continent, but I have never heard of anyone who is the true descendant of the Zhu clan." Xiao Hua inwardly nodded his head. He already understood that the Zhu family had likely been annihilated by the Tao sect. Their descendants should have been cursed by the Tao sect experts, causing them to slowly decline. It's a pity that the Zhu family has been annihilated, and so has the Zhu family's academic legacy. Fu Jiwen's face was filled with regret. Even now, there are still many students who frequently travel to Shuzhou's Wuyuan County to study, hoping to discover the heritage of the Zhu clan. That inheritance is second only to Confucius's knowledge. If you can get it, it will definitely be an amazing achievement. Hee, obtaining and achieving are two different things. Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Taoist Xiao is right. But since you can get it, you might be able to break through the Zhu clan's academic legacy and become a great scholar. Fu Jiwen also nodded his head. Who wouldn't like this kind of temptation? It's still fame and fortune. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. While they were talking, the bidding for the authentic work of Senior Kong Liwen had finally reached the climax. Young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiao Hua, seemed to be competing with another VIP on the 3rd floor to raise the price, directly raising the price to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, in the end, young Master Duanmu actually had no choice but to give up when the other party only increased the price by one top-grade primeval stone. This made Xiaohua sigh endlessly. Perhaps the 3 top-grade primeval stones that Xiaohua used to obstruct him were the last few straws that broke the camel's back. The bidding for the authentic work of great scholar came to an end. The next bidding was still for the items of hidden immortal continent. However, these things were mostly refining techniques of imperial tools, only some great refiners had use for them. Not only were there few people bidding, even Xiaohua was too lazy to listen. He could be considered to be proficient in the refining techniques of Dao sect and soul cultivators. He also knew a lot of refining techniques of the devil world. Imperial tools, in essence, most of them were derived from Dao sect's tools. Xiaohua could refine spirit tools, why would he be greedy for the refining techniques of imperial tools? Young Master Fu. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out some spirit fruits from the space. He handed them to Fu Jiwen and said, "Try these spirit fruits, and then continue to analyze the remaining 10 great imperial tools with this Xiao." Okay. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and took the spirit fruit. He gently took a bite, tasted it, and said, "Can I bring some back?" "Of course you can." Xiaohua nodded his head. However, these spirit fruits are full of heaven and earth primeval qi, people without cultivation are not suitable to eat. This one understands. Fu Jiwen carefully received some and replied, "My wife likes these things, but this one is incompetent and can hardly satisfy her request." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua understood and said enviously, "It's rare for your wife to be so loving, so this Xiao won't help you?" Then, with a wave of Xiaohua's hand, a large pile of spirit fruits appeared on the table as if they didn't cost primeval stones. This is too much." Fu Jiwen was shocked and hurriedly refused. "It's okay, it's just some snacks. Young Master Fu, take it and eat." Xiaohua casually waved his hand, "This Xiao has troubled you for so long, I'm sorry." "All right." Fu Jiwen was really moved in his heart and happily put all the spirit fruits into his small universe bag. Then, he took out a bright red fruit and said while eating, "Ranked above the mysterious demon chess are the tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither. The reason why these 2 imperial equipment are placed together is because these 2 imperial equipment were used by the people of the Immortal Palace before the Golden Boy and Jade Girl were conferred into the Immortal Palace. Just now, didn't this one tell fellow Xiao that this music is one of the 5 classics of the Confucian school, and the art of music is also one of the compulsory lessons for students? The tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither are imperial equipment that mainly use sound attacks. Of course, if we were to simply talk about the power of these 2 imperial equipment, I personally believe that they cannot be compared to the demon and god chess. Perhaps it is because everyone thinks that these 2 imperial equipment are elegant, so they place them on the demon and god chess. Speaking of the tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither, naturally there is a story that everyone knows. Fu Jiwen said again, "In the early years, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl didn't know each other, and they were also enemies. When the 2 were young, they met in the same academy. It wasn't love at first sight, but after a long time, the 2 gradually developed feelings for each other. However, when the 2 were ready to reveal their relationship, they were discovered by their families. The 2 finally understood that their lovers were enemies, and under the opposition of the 2 families, the 2 couldn't get married. Therefore, the 2 had no choice but to stop their studies and fly away. However, since the seed of love was planted, it was inevitable that it would sprout. When the seed grew into a big tree, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl couldn't help but inquire about the other party's situation. When the 2 found out that the other party had rejected countless marriage proposals, and even Jade Girl didn't hesitate to fight with her life, the 2's hearts suddenly softened. Just when the 2 were about to get in touch, the war between the 2 families broke out. The 2 families fought in a dangerous situation, and killed each other. Many of their elders died, and even if the two were in love with each other, they were forced to act against each other's families. At the end of the bloody battle, the two finally met, but the two couldn't bear to kill each other. At the crucial moment, the two stepped into the trap set by the two families in advance, and prepared to go to the Yellow Springs together. This trap was set up by taking advantage of the danger of foreign objects. After the two fell into the dangerous situation, everyone thought that the two would die without a doubt. But after they fought a bloody battle for a night, they saw the inside of the dangerous situation shine brightly, and then a wonderful music like the sound of nature came out from inside. That music was like rain, and erased the blood in everyone's heart. That music was like the sound of heaven, and all the dead souls were transcended. In this music, everyone was remorseful, and everyone was reflecting. When the music was over, the two families didn't want to kill each other anymore. They shook hands and made peace, and vowed to be good for their families. When the two families made the vow, the golden boy and jade girl each took the tranquil heart flute and heavenly melody zither and flew out of the dangerous situation. The two were in love, and their love was stronger than gold. In the case of dying for love, the heavens were moved, and they actually obtained two imperial equipment in this dangerous situation. It was also these two who relied on these imperial equipment to change the blood feud between the two families. When the two cultivated to the 5-chi unification realm, they received the conferring document from the Immortal Palace, and entered the Immortal Palace to serve. Made up. Hearing Fu Jiwen's words, Xiaohua unrestrainedly asserted, not only is this story cliché, it's also full of flaws. Not to mention that when the two met in the academy, they didn't inquire about each other's background, and not to mention that the two were able to walk together in the battle between the two families, and went into the dangerous situation together. Just this imperial equipment, it's impossible to control it right away. The final ending is even more bullshit. I'm afraid that the old woman gave the name of the Immortal Palace to her young granddaughter to make them happy, right? Fu Jiwen shrugged, and said with a smile, maybe. But this story has been circulating in the hidden immortal continent for many years, and no one doubted it. Also, the tranquil heart flute and heavenly melody zither, these two imperial equipment are indeed from the Immortal Palace. It said that when the Immortal Palace sent soldiers to capture the demons who didn't submit to the Immortal Palace, someone personally saw the power of these two imperial equipment. That's what the Immortal Palace used to trick people, to make people admire the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua pointed with his hand, and said downstairs, just like this Yulin Feng, saying so much, isn't it just to make people pay more origin stones? Ha ha ha, Fu Jiwen laughed, because downstairs, Fu Jiwen was bidding for a phoenix tail zither, and was exaggerating. Chapter 3284. By the way, what do you mean by Immortal Palace capturing unruly demons? Xiaohua asked in confusion, does Immortal Palace still care about Hidden Immortal Continent? Hidden Immortal Continent has tens of thousands of countries and hundreds of millions of people. Fu Jiwen explained, these ordinary governance rights are all in the hands of the kings of the 10,000 countries. Immortal Palace naturally won't intervene. Even if the country's power changes, Immortal Palace still won't care. Even if a power different from Confucian cultivators appears, Immortal Palace may not intervene. But if these powers openly compete with Immortal Palace, openly oppose Confucian cultivators, and openly slaughter Confucian cultivators, then Immortal Palace will definitely kill them. According to what I know, 800 years ago, in the Yong province, there was a powerful bull demon who wanted to establish his own empire. Moreover, he treated the common people of the Yong province as his food. This angered the Immortal Palace, and they sent troops to kill that bull demon. Oh, isn't bull demon a demon of Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Can Immortal Palace just kill it? Xiaohua asked in surprise. The real demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm have never disdained to come to Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. The demons that can appear in hidden immortal continent are not the orthodox demons of Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Moreover, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm's Great Sage Palace has also publicly announced that any demon that enters hidden immortal continent in Western Paradise will be killed without mercy. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, so Immortal Palace also didn't show mercy to this bull demon. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua understood. When he was about to ask what the number 1 ranked imperial equipment was, Yu Linfeng pressed his hand down. The hidden immortal continent's light ball that was just flickering with brilliance immediately dimmed, and the light ball next to it started to glow. Fellow immortals, all the rare items of hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators have been sold. Now, I will take out some rare items from Western Paradise, please bid. As Yu Linfeng's voice fell, dang, dang, dang. The sound of the wooden fish rang out from the ball of light, and the complete Sanskrit chants rang out at the same time. Amitba. The old monks who were sitting steadily had no choice but to put their palms together and stand up to shout. Namo Amitba. A Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. The ball of light suddenly expanded and turned into a barefooted Buddha that was several feet tall. He stood in the air, and the swastika character between his brows and the benevolence in his slightly opened eyes instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh! The barefoot Buddha waved his hand, and it came crashing down like a mountain. Dang, 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 dang. A series of hurried sounds of the wooden fish rang out again, and then there was a deathly silence. Whether it was the wooden fish or the Sanskrit chanting, both had disappeared. As the Buddha's huge hand pressed down, the entire Buddha flickered with golden light, and in a breath's time, it turned into fireflies. The fireflies danced in the air for a moment, and then condensed into the outline of the Nirvana world. Just like before, there were more than 10 slightly larger balls of light. These balls of light were different from the ones in the hidden immortal continent. There were no other colors, only pure Buddhist light. Namo Amitba. Several old monks chanted in unison. As I heard, for a time, Bagafan lived at the top of the Eagle Peak in the royal resident city, along with a group of 1,250 people. They were all arhats, and they were all exhausted, no more worries, truly free. Their hearts were good, and their wisdom was good, like a wise horse or a great dragon. What they had done, they had abandoned all burdens, they had grasped their own benefits, and they were all tied up. They knew that they were free, and their hearts were free. Apart from Ananda, they lived alone and learned to obtain the fruit of preflow. Mahakasyapa was the highest. Several old monks were solemn as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. The entire auction house was silent for a moment, and then there was a lot of noise. Clearly, these Confucian cultivators were not very interested in Buddhism. Yu Linfeng had an apologetic smile on his face. He raised his hand and saluted to his left and right. My hidden immortal continent is a land of etiquette. Since there are treasures of Buddhism here, we naturally have to respect them. We will wait for a moment, and it won't be too late to bid after these masters finish chanting. Yu Linfeng, hurry up. It's already late. I still have to go back and meditate with my beautiful concubine. Who's here to listen to their nonsense for no reason? Who would have thought that just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an irritable voice rang out. Not only was it blaming Yu Linfeng, it was also ridiculing Buddhism's old monks. Yu Linfeng saw that everyone was unhappy and bitterly smiled. Since it's like this, then I will start bidding. With that, Yu Linfeng grabbed with his hand, and a Buddhist light flew out from the outline of the Pure Land and landed in front of Yu Linfeng. When the Buddhist light faded away, it was a monk's staff. That monk's staff had 6 dragons coiled around it, and each dragon head was extremely ferocious. Where was the benevolent appearance of Buddhism? This is one of the 18 treasures of the Pure Land. It is said to be the personal item of the famous Buddhist monk, Miao Chen. These 6 dragons are the protectors of Buddhism. This monk's staff has the power of 6 dragons after using Buddhism's secret technique. And with this 6-dragon monk's staff, one can also ride the wind. Yu Linfeng gave a brief introduction, then continued, I'm afraid that only Buddhism's experts can clearly see the mysteries of this monk's staff. I'm not fated with Buddhism, so I can't explain it clearly. The starting price of this monk's staff is 10 upper-grade vitality stones, and each increment is 1 upper-grade vitality stone. I invite the fated person to make a bid. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately raised their hand to bid, out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Strange. Xiao Hua laughed. Weren't there a lot of people making a racket just now? Why didn't they wait for these monks to finish reciting the scriptures before making a move? Could it be that they're trying to sell dog meat under false pretenses? This. Fu Jiwen looked around and hesitated. He whispered, I'm not sure about this situation. I remember that when I came down last time, there were very few people bidding for these Buddhist artifacts. Most of them weren't sold. Perhaps these people were planted by Zhai Xinglu? Xiao Hua frowned. They want the old monks of Buddhism to pay more vitality stones? Not necessarily. Fu Jiwen shook his head. These old monks of Buddhism don't care about ordinary Buddhist artifacts. They're eager to throw the Buddhist artifacts, scriptures, and Buddhas from nirvana to hidden immortal continent. What they care about are the relics of the eminent monks. Although those relics contain the psyche power of the eminent monks, most of it is the karma of the eminent monks. These karma are extremely difficult to control and can only be transcended using Buddhism. If it's obtained by someone with ill intentions, it may have an adverse effect on Buddhism. Moreover, relics are also the bodies of the eminent monks. Buddhism won't let them wander outside and want to bring them back to nirvana to be buried. N. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, these bidders should have the cultivation of Buddhism. I'm afraid that's the case. Seeing the auction gradually becoming lively, Fu Jiwen sighed. Buddhism's invasion of Confucian cultivators is very serious. Bronze Pillar country strictly forbids Taoist and Buddhist temples, but it can't stop Confucian cultivators from practicing Buddhism's cultivation methods. Many Confucian cultivators who can't make any progress in Confucian cultivation may turn their eyes to Taoist and Buddhist sects, wanting to use them to advance their cultivation. And Buddhism's cultivation methods and heart sutras have always been given away casually. Confucian cultivators with cultivation experience can easily enter the sect. In the long run, hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators will no longer be Confucian. Young Master Fu. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't ask others to worry. Don't you also have the cultivation of Taoist? Fu Jiwen hesitated slightly and shook his head slightly. My situation is different from theirs and also different from fellow Xiao. All right. Xiao Hua didn't pursue the matter. After all, this matter already involved Fu Jiwen's secret. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. Oh right, young Master Fu, didn't you say that there would be flying imperial devices from hidden immortal continent? Why aren't there any? The last time I came, I saw Bright Moon Palace bid for quite a few flying imperial devices. This time, I'm afraid there aren't any left. Fu Jiwen said hesitantly. Or perhaps, when the last few imperial devices are up for auction, we'll bid again? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the auction. After the 6-dragon staff, there were some other Buddhist artifacts, or prayer beads, or alms bowls, or incense burners. There was even a water bottle with a willow stuck on it. Seeing the aqua vase appear, Xiao Hua almost jumped up. However, when he saw the numerous sprouts on the willow tree that were trying their best to grow, he sat down. It was very obvious that the willow tree branch was a living thing. Perhaps it was broken off by some little bird at dusk and inserted into the aqua vase. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua asked again, "Young Master Fu, do you know what the Buddhist sect's Bhikkhu's 18 objects are?" "Of course I know," Fu Jiwen said very casually. "The 18 objects are the 18 objects that Buddhist sect's eminent monks often carry with them. These 18 objects are the Buddhist sect's eminent monks' protection. Unfortunately, one of them has committed a minor sin. Among them, there are 3 grades, heavy, medium, and light. That is, Li San Yi is shedding, which is a heavy sin. Li Bo is Tuji Luo, which is a medium sin. The rest are light sins. These ordinary Buddhist sect monks only use 6 kinds of things: Li San Yi, Li Bo, and water pouch. These 6 kinds of things are known as the Bhikkhu's 6 objects. Although this humble one did not deliberately listen to these things, the monks who are everywhere often preach them. This humble one listened and understood. Immediately after, Fu Jiwen looked at the kasaya that he was bidding for. He pointed at it and said, "In fact, these 18 objects are what ordinary people need in life. They are yangji, which is a wooden chip used to remove the stench in the mouth. Bathing bean, which is a powder ground from soybeans, beans, and peas, which is used for bathing and washing. Li San Yi, which refers to the 3 kinds of clothes of Sangha, Yodoro, and Antua. Li Bo, which refers to the army's 3 kinds of clothes. Li Bo, which is a water bottle used to hold water for washing or drinking. Li Bo, which is also known as a measuring vessel, which is used to hold food. Li Bo, which is a cloth on the ground or on the bed when sitting or lying down. Li Bo, which is a staff with a Li Bo on the head. When walking, the Li Bo vibrates to alert people of insects on the road, or when begging to attract people's attention. Incense burner, which is an instrument used to burn incense and invite Buddhas. Li Bo, which is also known as a water filter, a cloth used to filter insects in water. Li Bo, which is a cloth used to wipe hands, including face wipes, body wipes, and feet wipes. Knife, which is used to cut clothes, shave hair, and cut claws. Li Bo, which is a flintlock used to strike a fire. Li Bo, which is a tool used to pluck out nose hairs or thorns. Li Bo, which is a bed made of rope, which is convenient for sitting in meditation. Chapter 3285. So that's how it is. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I thought the 18 objects were some profound things, but it turns out, it's just like this. However, the Buddhist artifacts of the Buddhist sect need to be supported by the Buddhist Dharma. They need to be constantly nourished by their psyche power, so most of the Buddhist artifacts come from these 18 objects." Fu Jiwen pointed out the strangeness, because these 18 objects don't leave the monk's side every day. Forget it, thinking about the kasaya on top of his Buddha Sarira, the 9-dragon staff, and even the clear water bottle, all of which were things that the old monk never left his body for who knows how many years ago. Xiaohua felt a bit sick of them. However, since they were all worn by the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua didn't think of throwing them away. The fun is here, the fun is here. Just when Xiaohua was feeling disgusted by the Buddhist artifacts and was somewhat distracted, Fu Jiwen suddenly stood up from the chair and walked to the window with a smile. "Oh?" Xiaohua was also curious. He looked outside and saw that there were dozens of jade boxes lined up in front of Yulin Feng. Each jade box was wide open, and inside were sariras as big as chicken eggs and as small as soybeans. These sariras were of different quality. Some emitted pure Buddhist light while others emitted multicolored light. Not only Xiaohua, who had already condensed a 4th-stage lotus platform, could tell at a glance, but even a Confucian scholar who didn't have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect could also tell. However, Yu Linfeng's voice sounded again, "Fellow immortals, these are the sariras of the Buddhist monks that my Zhai Xing Lu painstakingly found near Yu province. As for the use of these sariras, Hee, there are Buddhist monks here, so I can't say it clearly. However, if there's anyone who doesn't know, you can go to my Zhai Lu's place to look for it. All I have to say is that the Buddhist light is incomparably pure and can perfectly blend with the righteous energy of my Confucian cultivator. Ha ha ha, the base price of each of these Buddhist relics is 1 top-grade primeval stone. Damn it. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the hidden immortal continent. 1 top-grade primeval stone, what kind of concept is that? Just now, the true work of the great Confucian scholar only used a top-grade primeval stone as the base price. How could these relics have a base price of 1 top-grade primeval stone? What was more special was that these relics were of different qualities. Zhai Lu's starting price was 1 supreme-grade primordial stone. Wasn't that clearly bullying? However, someone had really stepped forward to be bullied by Zhai Lu. As soon as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a voice shouted, "I'll add 10 top-grade source stones for that untainted relic. This old man will add 50 upper-grade primordial stones. No, a relic of this quality can raise my nature energy by 2 grades. I'll give you 2 supreme-grade primordial stones, ha ha ha." Fu Jiwen laughed. These people are really not afraid of trouble. Last time, when everyone made fun of these old monks, they still cared about their reputation and added upper-grade primordial stones one by one. This time, they actually added 2 top-grade primordial stones at once. Are they sure that these old monks are going to take action? Xiaohua faintly smiled and asked, if the old monk were to go into silent meditation, this Xiao would like to see how they will deal with this. That won't happen. Fu Jiwen shook his head and said, Buddhism emphasizes that monks don't lie. Whatever they say should definitely be believed. According to this one's knowledge, every time Zhai Lu holds this kind of auction, they will definitely be present. All the relics will never be left behind. All of them will be bought by them. Humph. Monks don't lie. Say that again after you've seen people like Han Zhu. Xiaohua was rather disapproving of this sentence, but hearing the end, Xiaohua was flabbergasted. Then how much primordial stones will they spend? Fu Jiwen snorted and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you see who is behind them? Who? Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, but he still asked. Behind them are the kind men and women of Burial Immortal Continent and Western Paradise Continent. The daily offerings of these trillions of kind men and women are unimaginable to ordinary people. These monks are relying on these offerings to straighten their backs and dare to challenge here. This is why they dare to say that every relic must be bought. Fu Jiwen sneered, it is also because of this, the relics here, these monks must buy them. Otherwise, they won't be able to answer to these kind men and women. Sigh. Xiaohua listened and looked at the several monks whose expressions were calm as if they were not affected by the increasing bidding price of the relics. He sighed and said, respectfully welcoming the relics of the eminent monks back to Western Paradise Continent and letting the departed souls of these eminent monks rest in peace, this is originally a very good thing. If both sides were kind, it would be a good thing. But now one side is trying their best to raise the price, secretly rejoicing in their own gains while the other side is fearless and unhesitatingly taking out the offerings of others. This is already not a good thing to respectfully welcome, but an evil thing to flaunt. I'm afraid this is one of the methods Buddhism uses to attract believers in Burial Immortal Continent, right? Fu Jiwen thought carefully and of course also felt sad. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Even if this one is just a bystander, watching the show, it seems like I'm also helping the tyrant. That's natural. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the entire Bright Moon Palace. And this Zhai Lu is the chief evil and also the instigator. The secular people are right. Money is the source of all evil. Zhai Lu accumulates wealth like this. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Seeing that the monk from the Buddhist sect did not respond, the several Confucian scholars who had been aggressively bidding immediately lost their confidence. They began to raise the price one by one. However, the number of people who raised the price also decreased. Quite a number of people chose to withdraw. After all, not everyone was willing to try this kind of stimulation that was similar to beating drums and passing flowers. Amitba. Suddenly, one of the few old monks who looked relatively young took a step forward. He put his palms together and bowed to the surroundings. These relics are something that my Buddhist sect must obtain. I'm sure everyone already knows that. As for the meaning of the relics, this old monk also does not want to say much. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhism sect. This old monk is under the orders of the Buddha Lord to welcome them back to Western Paradise continent. These relics can increase a Confucian cultivator's noble spirit, but correspondingly, the negative karma in the relics will also be added to the cultivator's body. Everyone here does not understand the secret arts of my Buddhism sect and does not know how to eliminate negative karma and get rid of negative karma. In the future, you will definitely be tired of this negative karma. Therefore, this old monk advises everyone here that greed is easy to breed and negative karma is difficult to eliminate. Practicing honestly is the right path. As he spoke, the monk pointed at the dozens of relics floating in the air. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhist sect's Arhat. My Buddha Lord is willing to redeem each wandering soul with 3 supreme-grade primordial stones. If anyone here is willing to pay a higher price than my Buddhism sect, then please go ahead. My Arhat's wandering souls cannot rest in peace in Western Paradise continent. My Buddhist sect's hundreds of millions of benefactors who sincerely worship Buddha will also not be at ease. This monk. Upstairs, Fujiwen was stunned. He actually dares to threaten? Looks like the Buddhism sect also has no surplus food. Xiaofan sighed and looked at Yu Linfeng. He knew this monk's threat was nothing. The only one who would suffer losses was Zhai Xing Lu. Yu Linfeng's brows frowned a little, then he laughed and said loudly, "The Buddhist sect's master has already made a big bid. I wonder which immortal friend wants to increase the price. How can there be anyone who wants to charge forward?" Fujiwen lost interest and walked back to the chair from the window. He sat down and said, "This is hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones, who can afford it?" Just now, this monk already said those harsh words. If some idiot increases the price by 1 supreme-grade primordial stone and these monks really give up, wouldn't this idiot cry himself to death? What if I take this idiot? Xiaofan looked at the dozens of relics, his heart beating wildly, and he almost blurted out. "Tch." Fujiwen was disdainful. Fellow Taoist Xiao is neither a Confucian cultivator nor a member of the Buddhism sect. Why would you take this idiot? If you want to be, it should be someone from Zhai Xing Lu. Hiss. Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly suppressed the greed in his heart. Nonsense, it was a blessing to have 3 cultivators, but from another point of view, it was a great tragedy. In this conflict between Confucians and Buddhists, he might be caught in the middle. He might as well be a Taoist loose cultivator. Why would he expose his Buddhism sect cultivation for no reason? That's true, Xiaofan nodded and looked at the scene. He smiled and said, "I bet that Zhai Xing Lu will definitely test it out." Fujiwen shook his head slightly. "I don't think so, because there's really no need. Let's wait and see." Xiaofan smiled but didn't say anything. Sure enough, after Yu Linfeng's words fell, no one spoke. After half a cup of tea's time, Yu Linfeng said helplessly, "If no one bids, this old man will add 3 supreme-grade primordial stones for each relic." A slightly shaky voice came from downstairs. "Damn it!" Fujiwen almost jumped out of his chair. This is too fake. The people downstairs, can they have hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones? According to the rules, they have no right to bid at all. There's no need to be so angry. Xiaohua smiled. This is just like how young Master Duanmu tested me. Zhai Xing Lu must give the Buddhism sect face, and the Buddhism sect must give Zhai Xing Lu an answer. This auction is just a question and answer, nothing more. And this Xiao is sure that the bidder will definitely get something from this supreme-grade primordial stone. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua thought, the monk said lightly, this old monk will add 1 supreme-grade primordial stone for each relic. That person didn't make a sound. Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. The dozens of jade boxes closed at the same time and flew to the monk. The monk bowed and said, Amitba, many thanks to Zhai Xing Lu for your help. Chapter 3286. With a wave of the monk's yellow robes, the dozens of jade boxes disappeared at the same time. Then, with another wave of his hand, a small cosmos bag flew out of his sleeve and slowly landed in front of Yu Linfeng. This is the ransom for the dozens of Buddhas. Yu Linfeng, please check it. Monks don't lie. I know that. Yu Linfeng naturally wouldn't check it and accepted it with a smile. Then, when he saw the old monks turn around and leave without a word, he hurriedly shouted, I'll see you off, masters. Amitba. The monks left, but a Buddhist chant that was as clear as spring water was left in the auction. An eminent monk is indeed an eminent monk. Although this Buddhist chant didn't contain a trace of psychokinesis, it was enough to hear one's heart. Yu Linfeng hurriedly laughed and said, they turned around and left without leaving a speck of dust behind. Since the masters have left, Zhai Xing Lu's auction is about to end. The treasures from the Pure Land have already fallen to the ground. Zhai Xing Lu still has some items from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. However, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm is too dangerous for the human race. These items are not even comparable to the ones from the Pure Land. Of course, these few items are definitely the best of the best. That's why Zhai Xing Lu has always placed the items from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm at the end of the auction. Come on. Yu Linfeng finished speaking and waved his hand. Caw. A bird's cry that shook the entire place was suddenly heard. An extremely small light spot flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the light spot transformed into a bird that was several feet large. This bird looked like an eagle, but it wore a golden crown on its head. Under the golden crown, the majestic eagle's eyes shone with a light that couldn't be looked at directly. Boom! The bird spread its wings as it landed, and thousands of streams of light flew out from its huge wings. When the bird stretched its neck and let out a long cry, the thousands of streams of light rushed into the outline of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and turned into a few spots of light. Fellow Taoist Xiao. On the balcony, Fujiwen smiled bitterly. I lost the bet earlier. I admit defeat. Actually, you didn't lose. Xiaohua looked at the bird's shadow with interest and said with a smile, it's just that you never had the chance to come into contact with these scheming people, so you don't know what they're thinking. A loss is a loss. Fujiwen waved his hand. Fine, since you've lost, then tell me, what is the name of this bird? Why can it replace the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Xiaohua pointed. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Fujiwen actually shook his head and said, I know very little about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, and I don't know what this flying beast is. If I'm not wrong, then this beast should be a great sage of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Only a great sage can represent the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Alright, then what is a great sage? Saints are supreme beings. Fujiwen explains, our hidden immortal continent saints are supreme beings in the human realm. The great sage of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm is the title of the most powerful demon. Xiaohua was naturally not satisfied with this kind of answer. He waved his hand and said, if you don't know, then you don't know. It seems like you really don't know. It's not just me who doesn't know. Fujiwen said with a smile, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is a place where thousands of demons gather. If we humans go there, we'll be their food. In my hidden immortal continent, other than the great grandmaster and above seniors who have the qualifications to explore the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, no one else has ever been there. If fellow Xiao asks 100 people, it's already not bad if one person can answer clearly. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua smiled faintly, you better reveal the mystery of the top 10 Imperial equipment. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the number 1 Imperial equipment will be. What can it be? Fujiwen smiled mysteriously and said, fellow Xiao has never practiced martial arts before, so I'm afraid you don't know what it means to practice the blade for 100 days, practice the spear for 1,000 days, practice the sword for 10,000 days, right? Xiaohua was startled and asked curiously, could it be that young Master Fu has practiced martial arts before? Of course. Fujiwen said proudly, hidden immortal continent's Confucian scholars all have to practice the 6 arts. Martial arts, sword arts, and so on are all things that must be learned. I understand. Xiaohua nodded, the top of the top 10 Imperial equipment is the sword. Right. Fujiwen said with a smile, the sword is an ancient sacred item, the most revered and noble, worshipped by humans and gods. It's the ancestor of short weapons, a weapon for close combat. With its profound Dao skills, it became a legend. In fact, because it's light and convenient to carry, it's beautiful to wear, and it's quick to use, the hidden immortal continent's various dynasties, princes, emperors, marquises, scholars, swordsmen, merchants, and commoners, all of them take pride in it. Since ancient times, the sword and its skills have been unhindered in the battlefield, dominating the martial arts world, establishing a country, and upholding justice. Thus, it has been passed down to this day, and is still loved by the people of the world. With its glorious history, it's deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can be passed down without decline. The top of the top 10 Imperial equipment is precisely the tender-like-water sword. Tender-like-water sword. Xiaohua seemed to have understood something. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to erase is the grace of a beauty. The sorrow of a beauty's feelings is like flowing water, if it can't be cut off, it will be chaotic. This tender-like-water sword is truly outstanding. That's right. This tender-like-water sword is like its name, a soft sword. The entire sword is transparent like water. When placed in water, it's the same as water. The sword's body is warm. After this sword is cut off, it can automatically fuse back together. Just like feelings. It can't be truly cut off. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiaohua said thoughtfully, if it's only like this, how can it be the number 1 Imperial equipment? The sharpest thing in this world is tenderness, and the most hurtful thing in this aristocratic family is also tenderness. This tender-like-water sword can open the heavens with water droplets. When Fujiwen talked about tenderness, his eyes unexpectedly also showed tenderness. As long as there are still feelings in their hearts, they can't escape the attack of this tender-like-water sword. It's said that in the past, the hidden immortal continent's pear blossom fairy was injured and abandoned by the nobles of the immortal palace. In a rage, she held the tender-like-water sword and killed her way to the immortal palace. In front of the southern heavenly gate, her sword soared through the sky and annihilated tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. When Empress Dowager led the immortal palace's Star River to kill the fairy's sword cut the Star River into 2. Unfortunately, this tender-like-water sword was broken by the starlight in the Star River and turned into a morning star that disappeared into the horizon. The pear blossom fairy even charged into the Star River with hatred, and her body and soul were destroyed. From then on, no matter what Imperial equipment was born, it would be difficult for it to surpass. This tender-like-water sword has always been listed as the number 1 Imperial equipment. Xiaohua sighed, this is another sad but beautiful story. I wonder if this story is the #1 Imperial equipment story? Or is it tender like water sword that is the #1 Imperial equipment? What's the difference? Fujiwen laughed, the things you can't get are always the best. The faintly discernible legends are always the most beautiful. The memories in a person's heart are always the most profound. Strange, hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of his own wishful staff and immediately interrupted, the ancestor of short weapons, the staff is also the #1 weapon. Why isn't there a staff in the top 10 Imperial equipment? Staff? Fujiwen scratched his head and laughed, fellow Daoist Xiao must be joking. A staff, isn't it just a staff? How can it be in the top 10 Imperial equipment? Forget it, I won't play the lute to a cow with you. Xiaohua casually waved his hand, but before he could continue, his expression changed and he hurriedly looked at the auction hall. In front of Yulin Feng, there was a jade slip. That's right, it was a jade slip commonly seen in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment it was floating in front of Yulin Feng. Yulin Feng said, fellow Taoists, this item is the jade eye used by the ancient Taoists before they were destroyed by us Confucian cultivators. It should have been placed in the Daoist trifling item auction, but because this item was obtained from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, it wasn't taken out until now. This item's inspection method is different from the jade eye. After Zhai Xinglu obtained it, we searched through the ancient records and found out that this item was called a jade slip. After that, Zhai Xinglu specially found a Daoist expert and used their unique divine sense to inspect it. Only then did we find out that it was a 5 elements escape technique. Oh, to be more specific, it should be a commonly seen high-level escape technique in the hidden immortal continent called the water avoidance technique. This item is really rare. At least, I've never heard of it before. According to the person who inspected it, after practicing this escape technique, one can borrow the water of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to fly. It's even more powerful than us using the water avoidance technique to travel in the Jianghu. When the Daoist sect was flourishing, it must have been extremely precious. However, now that the Daoist sect has declined, according to that person, there isn't even a person who can use the elementary water escape technique. How could there be someone who needs this higher-level escape technique? Even when Zhai Xinglu saw that this item was of little value and wanted to sell it to that person bitterly smiled and refused. Thus, Zhai Xinglu could only bring it here to bid. It's a bit strange. Although Xiaohua was excited, he had already calmed down. He pinched his chin and said curiously, why did this guy say such a secret so clearly? Isn't he afraid that no one will bid? Huh. Fujiwen at the side laughed and said, this is the 3rd time I've heard this. This whatever jade slip is the same as the amplifying thunder wood that I want, no one will bid for it. If not for it being more rare than the amplifying thunder wood and having a higher base price, this guy would have already taken it out when the bidding started. What's the base price of this item? Xiaohua hurriedly asked. 1 piece of top-grade primeval stone. Fujiwen was really familiar with it and said without hesitation. Xiaohua cursed loudly, damn it, this is indeed a rare item worth hoarding. This kind of broken jade slip is actually sold for 1 piece of top-grade primeval stone? Yes, this item is just like the golden core cultivation method. In some people's eyes, this item is trash. But in the eyes of others, this item is a peerless treasure. Zhai Xinglu fancied this point and would rather smash it in their hands than lower the price. The base price of this jade slip is 50 top-grade primeval stones. Without waiting for Fujiwen to finish speaking, Yulin Feng cut the base price of the jade slip in half. Damn it, Fujiwen immediately jumped up, this young master has waited for this auction 3 times and that amplifying thunderwood didn't even lower the price of a single primeval stone. How can this jade slip be lowered just like that? This is too unfair. Chapter 3287. Hehe, it's not unfair. It's your bad character. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand. I bid 51 high-grade source stones. Io, fellow Xiao. Fu Jiwen hurriedly shouted, you bid too early, others can see that you're determined to get it. That's right. Since I'm determined to get it, then I naturally have to let others know. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the opposite side, where Duanmu young master was. 52 high-grade source stones. Sure enough, Duanmu young master's voice leisurely came. Xiao Hua confidently said, 53, Fu Jiwen naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. This Duanmu young master was probably the biggest obstacle to Xiao Hua bidding for this jade slip, or even the only obstacle. No matter when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, Duanmu young master would definitely return the favor from last time. Since that was the case, why didn't Xiao Hua open his mouth earlier? What a pity. Fu Jiwen stomped his feet, fellow Xiao, I'm afraid there are even better things later. You let him return it too early. Not early, not early. Xiao Hua also leisurely said, I've benefited a lot from this auction, this item will be the last item to bid. I won't be able to use any of the items in the future. Besides, even if there are more in the future, I'll just continue to bid, who would be afraid of them? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua thought, Duanmu young master only bid once and didn't say anything else. It seemed to be to return Xiao Hua's favor. And somewhere in Bright Moon Palace, Zhu Qing, who had been watching the entire auction with a sullen face, sighed again, such a good favor, why, let it go so easily? Could it be that Xiao Hua really needs this jade slip? And his strength is so strong that, he's not afraid of the Duanmu family? Okay, this senior bids 53 high-grade source stones. Yu Linfeng saw that the useless jade slip was finally sold as he wished, and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, if no one bids, this item will be this senior's. 55 high-grade source stones. Just as Xiao Hua was about to call out Xiao Yi with a smile, another voice came from downstairs. Xiao Hua's face turned cold. Looking up, it was the person who bid for the golden core cultivation method. Are you crazy? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Fu Jiwen scolded in sympathy, fellow Daoist Xiao has already helped him bid for a gold core cultivation method, how can he repay kindness with enmity? Or perhaps, his identity as a cultivator of the Dao sect has already been exposed, so he can't add insult to injury. Young Master Fu, you're using the wrong words to make things worse. You should be trying to create new problems. Xiao Hua said coldly. Hehe, that's right, that's right. Fu Jiwen chuckled. After chatting with Xiao Hua for so long, Fu Jiwen felt like they were old friends at first sight. Unconsciously, he had already regarded Xiao Hua as an old friend. He won't be bidding again soon. Xiao Hua said indifferently. He raised his hand and said, 56 high-grade primordial stones. Immediately after, he muttered, could it be that this guy is blaming me for not helping him bid for the golden core cultivation method? Or do you think that I'm making fun of you? Humph, no matter what, you made me spend 2 high-grade primordial stones for nothing. Good, this fellow Daoist has increased the price. Fellow Daoist downstairs, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng appeared excited again, as if every increase in price could excite him. Ah! Just as Yu Linfeng was anticipating the increase in price, below the balcony, the cultivator who had just bid screamed for no reason, and then resisted the urge to say anything else. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen's eyes darted around, looking at Xiao Hua as he said in a low voice. Hehe, using virtue to convince people, using virtue to convince people. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously, I've always advocated using virtue to convince people. Fellow Daoist, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng was rather surprised, but he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, the Bright Moon Palace was surrounded by many experts from Star Plucking Tower, and they weren't afraid of others causing trouble. Since no one shouted to stop, it couldn't have been done by that mysterious senior upstairs. The Taoist cultivator who instigated the internal strife naturally wouldn't bid, and even the meddlesome people in the surroundings didn't dare to make a sound. Young Master Duanmu was even more bewildered as he looked at the similarly illusory window in front of him, thinking about something unknown. Good. Yu Linfeng's anticipated climax didn't come, and he could only somewhat dejectedly point his finger, and the jade slip slowly flew towards Xiaohua's window. Seeing the jade slip fly towards him, Xiaohua had the urge to use heaven and earth in the sleeve, as if only by holding this item in his hand would his heart be at ease. Of course, Xiaohua's current magic power wasn't enough to support heaven and earth in the sleeve, and the current Xiaohua didn't seem to be as impetuous as he was back in the Dawn Rain continent. He only looked, indifferently looked, and his eyes didn't move from the jade slip at all, as if he already had a card up his sleeve, and wasn't afraid of anyone coming to snatch it from him. It was as if he was completely certain that even if this jade slip was snatched away by someone, he would still be able to take it back. Unknowingly, Xiaohua, who seemed to be a young lad, had already begun to transform, whether it was his temperament or bearing. Perhaps it was because of time, or perhaps it was because of a great change. In short, at this moment, Xiaohua, who hadn't recovered much magic power, and whose divine abilities weren't even 30% of his peak, actually had a confidence he never had before. Xiao-Yi. Xiaohua took the jade slip and said, "Should this old man hand over the origin stones to you now?" Xiao-Yi answered and entered, then hastily waved her hand and said, reporting to Senior, "As long as there's a bid below a supreme-grade origin stone, Senior doesn't need to immediately hand over the origin stones. This is a kind of treatment for distinguished guests." "No need." Xiaohua stretched out his hand, took out a supreme-grade origin stone, and handed it to Xiao-Yi, saying, "This kind of treatment doesn't have any practical meaning. Hee, Senior, you'll soon know the treatment for distinguished guests." Xiao-Yi took the origin stone, pursed her lips, and smiled, then lowered her head and left. "What kind of treatment do distinguished guests have?" Xiaohua used his divine sense to enter the jade slip, carefully probing it, and asked Fujiwen again. Fujiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread out his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I'm just joking. This is the first time I've entered a distinguished guest's room, how could I know the treatment for distinguished guests?" However, after thinking for a moment, he probed again, "If it's the most obvious treatment, it might be when bidding for the last few treasures. After a certain price, the cultivators downstairs aren't allowed to bid. They're probably afraid that they can't afford the origin stones, so they're blindly shouting there." Xiaohua answered indifferently. Fujiwen couldn't clearly see Xiaohua's appearance in the stardust, but he also understood that Xiaohua was probing the water escape technique. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua put the jade slip into the space, and handed it over to the green-robed Xiaohua to comprehend. At this moment, Xiaohua was really happy. Although this water escape technique wasn't a high-grade water escape technique like Yu Linfeng said, it was still a mid-grade water escape technique. After fusing with the water, it was an escape technique that relied on the water energy of heaven and earth to fly. In other words, as long as it was a place with water energy of heaven and earth, one could use this escape technique to fly. It wasn't like before where there was real water to be able to escape. As for the water avoidance technique from the West Sea, Xiaohua had already finished comprehending it with the Buddha's Saraira. That technique was very strange and required the so-called origin energy to be used. However, Xiaohua didn't know what origin energy was, so he couldn't test it out. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment and pondered a little. He knew that although these two water escape techniques weren't of the same origin, the realms of the escape techniques were connected. If he finished cultivating the water avoidance technique, he could naturally continue to cultivate the mid-grade water escape technique. Oh, right, isn't there someone in front of us who knows about origin energy? It's a waste not to ask. Xiaohua glanced at Fu Jiwen, who was also silently looking at the auction, and came to a realization. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Young Master Fu, I still have a question to ask. Fellow Daoist Xiao, why are you so polite? Please ask." Fu Jiwen hurriedly moved his gaze away from the window and said with a smile. Xiaohua said, "I would like to ask, what is origin energy? Is it the magic power of Confucian cultivators?" "Yes." Fu Jiwen said curiously, "Taoism is magic power, Buddhism is psychokinesis, Confucian cultivators are naturally origin energy. But why do some demons' cultivation techniques also mention origin energy?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "This is what I don't understand." "Oh, I understand." Fu Jiwen said with a smile, "Does fellow Daoist know about the 9 grades of origin energy and the 27th rank?" "I naturally know about this." Xiaohua nodded. "Then it's easy to explain." Fu Jiwen explained, because the 3 continents have magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. "Oh, I'm not very clear about the 1,000 demons sacred realm, this kind of classification is too heterogeneous. However, some cultivation techniques can be used regardless of magic power, psychokinesis, or origin energy. Therefore, Confucian cultivators use origin energy to refer to all magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "These Confucian cultivators are really tyrannical. Origin energy is 9 grades, the substitution of origin energy is convenient for them. It can't be helped." "Who asked the hidden immortal continent to have the most Confucian cultivators?" Fu Jiwen smiled, then pointed outside the window and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to look for flying equipment? Now they have already started to bid for flying demonic beasts, why don't you take a look?" "Okay." Xiaohua responded and looked outside the window. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. Since magic power can be used as origin energy, then when his magic power is fully recovered, he can naturally use the water escape technique. In other words, he can already use the complete 5 elements escape technique. His light escape technique cultivation has indeed taken a solid step. At this moment, in front of you Lin Feng, there is a row of over 10 eggs of different sizes, which are also emitting different kinds of bewitching brilliance. The shape of these eggs is as strange as the halo. Some are oval, some are flat, some are gourd-shaped, and there are even some that are long. There are even some eggs that are faintly flickering, as if these eggs are lightly breathing. These are demonic beast eggs? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked Fu Jiwen in a low voice. Chapter 3288. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to answer, Yu Linfeng unfolded his fan and pretended to wave it a few times. He smiled and said, "What fellow immortals are looking at is naturally the eggs of the extremely precious birds and beasts of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Everyone knows that the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent can't be compared to the demons of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. They can't rely on their physical bodies to fly long distances. They can only rely on flying tools and birds. Generally, flying tools requires primeval stones and primeval energy. Sometimes, it also consumes divine sense. Birds for transportation don't need to be so troublesome. As long as you communicate with them, you don't need to think too much. You can sleep and be taken away by the birds. What's more, a well-trained bird is a great help to us. They can also help you kill any evil cultivators you encounter. And these birds and flying beasts are best raised from young. Sign a blood contract with them before they hatch. If you erase the blood contract with the birds and flying beasts, then sign a new one, the bird's spirituality will disappear a lot. The eggs of the birds and flying beasts in front of me are all from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. They weren't raised in captivity by the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, you don't need to worry about the spirituality of these birds and flying beasts after they hatch. Of course, if any fellow immortal is unlucky and can't hatch the eggs, or if the hatched demonic beast doesn't have spirituality, my Zhai Xing Lu won't take responsibility. Ha ha ha. Yu Linfeng teased a few words. He flung his fan and said, "The first egg is a cloud crane egg. The starting price is 5 high-grade primeval stones." 6, 10, following Yu Linfeng's words, the entire auction hall became lively again. After all, these flying beasts were commonly used. Many people came here for these eggs. How could they be patient? They hurriedly bid. That fellow Taoist Xiao Fujiwen stole a glance at Xiaohua. Seeing that he didn't do anything, he said with a smile, "I want to bid for a wood-attributed green crane. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can help me." Xiaohua smiled and said, "No problem, you can bid as much as you want, it's not what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks." Fujiwen said with some shame, "Dao friend helped me bid for the thunder amplification wood, so I should have given all these high-grade primeval stones to Dao friend. However, I have been thinking that these upper-grade primordial stones are not enough to compensate fellow Taoist. I don't know how I can compensate or repay fellow Taoist. But now, I'm not paying attention to fellow Taoist's gift, and I'm bidding for the birds instead." "All right." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, "There's no need to mention this again. Just now, young Master Fu gave me a lot of pointers, and that's more than enough to repay him. Young Master Fu, you can bid as much as you want. There's no need to think too much about it." "All right." Fujiwen sighed. "Actually, the reason why I bid for the green crane is because I want to wait for my wife to escape, and take her to travel the world." "Escape?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had misheard, but Fujiwen seemed to have blurted it out. His face was a little embarrassed, and he immediately looked out the window, not saying another word. Since Fujiwen didn't say anything, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't ask any more. Soon, the price of the cloud crane egg reached 23 high-grade primordial stones, and it was bought by a cultivator downstairs. Following that, the fire snake, Blue Luan, Cloud Howl, Chick-E, Shihong, and other bird beasts were all bought by 20 or so high-grade primordial stones. Unfortunately, these bird beasts were not of the wood attribute. Fujiwen didn't say anything. Fujiwen, who always looked calm, was actually a little anxious. He stood in front of the window sill and looked at the decreasing number of beast eggs. Fortunately, when the third last beast egg was auctioned, it was the wood attribute cloud crane that Fujiwen wanted, and he almost couldn't wait to bid. His bid didn't matter, but everyone was a little hesitant. After all, everyone had seen the bid for the water escape technique. Who would dare to compete with a virtuous senior? After a slight awkward silence, this cloud crane was actually bought by Fujiwen for 10 or so high-grade primordial stones. But at this critical moment, young Master Duanmu started to bid again. Moreover, he increased the price by 5 high-grade primordial stones twice, and still raised the price of this cloud crane to the height of 25 high-grade primordial stones. "Humph." Xiaohua sneered, and said in a low voice, "This is young Master Duanmu telling me that this is the last time he will be lenient. From now on, the bridge will be the bridge, and the road will be the road. He won't let go again. The conflict from before. Hee, I'm afraid it can't be revealed. Did I ruin fellow Taoists' matter?" Fujiwen hurriedly said. He really didn't think that much. "How about I give it to young Master Duanmu? How is that possible? Doing this is adding fuel to the fire." Xiaohua shook his head. "Don't be afraid of him, this has nothing to do with you. 26 high-grade primordial stones. I want to see, what will young Master Duanmu look like after he loses his mask? After Xiao Hua spoke, the entire auction house was silent. No one bid anymore, and the green crane egg flew to the window. Fu Jiwen took the green crane egg and carefully put it into the small qiankuan bag. Looking at Fu Jiwen's relieved expression, Xiao Hua suddenly asked curiously, "Young Master Fu, this small qiankuan bag can store living things?" "Of course." Fu Jiwen didn't find Xiao Hua's ignorance strange at all, and said with a smile, Qiankuan means to form a universe of its own, of course it can store living things. But no matter if it's the small qiankuan bag, the qiankuan bag, or even the qiankuan bangles, they can't store living things for long periods of time. After a certain period of time, the living things have to come out for air. In the following few bids, other than the remaining beast eggs, there were even a dozen young beasts. Although Xiao Hua hadn't seen these young beasts before, he wasn't interested in them. He had a lot of strange things in his space, and every one of them was more powerful than these young beasts. He wouldn't spend primordial stones for no reason. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Linfeng finally finished processing the young beasts. Then, he looked at the last golden ball of light on the outline of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, you should all know that every time my Bright Moon Palace bids for rare items, we leave the 3 most valuable items behind. The next item to bid is one of them." Swoosh. Once Yu Linfeng said this, everyone held their breaths and looked at the golden ball of light with rapt attention. They didn't even want to breathe loudly, and quietly listened to Yu Linfeng's analysis. They really wanted to know what it was. This item. Yu Linfeng didn't even take the item and said, "This item is only for the VIPs on the 3rd floor. As for the other immortals, I'm sorry, you don't have the qualifications to bid." Fellow immortal Yu. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone naturally wasn't convinced. He jumped up and said, "I know the rules of Star Picking Tower very well. When the price of a rare item is set, only the VIPs on the 3rd floor are qualified to bid. But this item hasn't even revealed its base price yet, so we're not allowed to bid? Could it be, this item's base price has already exceeded?" At this point, the cultivator seemed to have understood something and couldn't close his mouth. This was the first time he heard that the Bright Moon Palace bid for an item with a base price of more than 10 top-grade source stones. AI, it's not just the base price. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and sighed, "Even if you have enough source stones to bid, you still have to consider whether you have the strength to protect this item, whether you have the life to protect this item." Sai. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, the golden light slowly flew closer. The golden light was blazing. Although it hadn't revealed its true appearance, the indescribable heat was like the scorching sun, and it already made everyone in the Bright Moon Palace feel anxious and thirsty. A feeling of difficulty arose in everyone's hearts. Unconsciously, everyone slightly narrowed their eyes, but the desire in their eyes was even more intense than the scorching sun. They stared fixedly at the light, wanting to know just how rare this item was. When the light landed in front of Yu Linfeng, it was actually dozens of feet wide. It was clear that Yu Linfeng didn't dare to approach the light and had already flown to the top of the Bright Moon Palace. At the same time, wisps of blue mist emerged from all over the Bright Moon Palace like clouds, enveloping everyone in front of it and blocking the heat. "Rise!" Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and a rare imperial artifact that looked like an ink brush came out of his sleeves. He let out a roar like spring thunder and reached out his hand. The brush was about to throw towards the golden light. "Wait!" Just at this moment, an extremely loud and clear voice that was even more shocking than muffled thunder came from the window sill on Xiao Hua's left. Sai. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua's mind was shaken by this voice. Xiao Hua couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air, and looked to his left in disbelief. This window, it seems like there hasn't been a bid. There hasn't even been a sound, right? It seems like, their goal is this golden item. When Yu Linfeng heard this voice, his body naturally trembled, and the ink brush remained in his hand. However, Yu Linfeng's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior upstairs, may I say something? There's no need to open this item." That voice was very imposing, and in people's ears, it seemed to resonate in their hearts. There was an inconceivable power that made people submit from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this little one understands. Yu Linfeng actually agreed, and withdrew his hand, putting the ink brush back into his sleeve. Cough cough. A clear coughing sound appeared at this time, and a ball of green light floated from the night sky of the bright moon palace. Within the light, Zhu Qing had already changed into green clothes, and slowly flew down like a student rushing to take the exam. When Yu Linfeng saw Zhu Qing, he immediately sweated profusely. His usually calm expression was replaced with panic, and he hastily bowed and said, "Tower Lord, this subordinate, you can go down." Zhu Qing didn't talk to Yu Linfeng as warmly as she talked to Xiaohua. Just a few words made Yu Linfeng feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to ask anything, and hastily floated down from the sky. However, he still didn't dare to approach the golden light, and followed the edge of the bright moon palace to stand in the shadows. Chapter 3289. Phew. Everyone let out a long breath. The feeling of being suppressed by the dragon's might was really terrible. It was like the struggle of a drowning person before death. That kind of suffocation, that kind of helplessness, that kind of insignificance, was something that these people would probably never forget in their entire lives. Hee, this is good. What do you think? Another arrogant voice shouted, "Do you think you can profane the dragon's remains? You can't even resist this dragon aura, yet you still dare to make a big fuss about it. Do you think, the likes of you have the right to see it? Go." Zhu Qing's face regained some color. She waved her hand and the ink brush landed in her hand. Then she pushed her hand and the dragon bone flew far away. It turned into a golden moon and hung in the night sky of the bright moon palace. "Seniors." Zhu Qing bowed again, speaking softly, "My star-picking tower has some unspeakable difficulties in bidding for this item in Bright Moon Palace. This matter was done in haste. You can see that I didn't even prepare an imperial item to block the dragon aura. You can see. I was caught unprepared. Of course, there are some things, that senior blames me too early. I, Zhai Xinglu, know very well what this dragon bone is. In front of the thousands of fellow immortals from the Bright Moon Palace, I can swear that I, Zhai Xinglu, have already sent people to contact Senior. It was only after we did not receive any news from Senior that we decided to bid for this dragon bone when the Bronze Pillar country was at war with other countries. As for how Senior got the news and rushed here, I don't know the reason. I wanted to explain it to Senior face to face, but Senior seems to have misunderstood. I can only explain it here. That faint voice spoke, unknown if it meant it heard or understood. In short, when Zhu Qing heard this voice, he became spirited again and said, "However, since the bidding has already begun, I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids. This dragon bone. Especially because of the dragon horn, this item is already priceless. I do not dare to profane the dragon bone, so I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids." Zhu Qing's words were very clear, and Xiaohua also understood. Not only did this dragon bone have some problems with its origin, but the bidding process was also very complicated. Zhai Xinglu had already known the importance of the dragon bone before the auction. He would definitely have contacted the East Sea Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was no reply. Furthermore, the Bronze Pillar country was at war. Zhai Xinglu was afraid that there would be problems with the dragon bone. He was anxious to get rid of this hot potato, so he hurriedly sent the dragon bone to the auction. But what was surprising was that before the auction, someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace actually came. What's more, the person who came was very aggressive. They did not receive the message from Zhai Xinglu, but got the message from someone else. They were here to denounce Zhu Qing, so they did not listen to her explanation at all. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more difficult for her to dismount. After all, ordinary cultivators wouldn't know what items would be auctioned in this auction, but people like young Master Duanmu would definitely know. Perhaps, the item that young Master Duanmu had mentioned earlier might really be this. For this, he was willing to sacrifice 3 supreme-grade primal stones. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zhu Qing to give the dragon bone to someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace for free. The only way was to bid. Poor child, Xiaohua looked at Zhu Qing sympathetically and thought, it seems that everything is not easy. I'll bid. Although no name was mentioned, everyone already knew that the person who bid first was from the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this time, someone in the room said, no matter how many primal stones others bid, my East will have 1 supreme-grade primal stone more than them. He. Before the person from the East Sea Dragon Palace finished speaking, the voice that was a little leaky laughed shrilly and said, I know that your East Sea Dragon Palace has countless treasures, but it's not only your East Sea Dragon Palace that has treasures in this world. I have 10 supreme-grade primal stones more than the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then, all the other forces entered the auction and started bidding. On the balcony, Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the golden moon. He secretly pondered whether or not he should bid. Just now, the dragon might above the dragon horn was really terrifying. If it could be used on a magic weapon, it would absolutely be a sharp weapon to kill people. Oh, I forgot about it. Xiaohua suddenly patted his forehead and woke up, damn it, it doesn't matter if I want it or not. Isn't Little White lacking this thing? If Little White needs it, I'll buy it regardless of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thinking, Xiaohua's mind immediately turned into a jade archive. Xiaohua appeared in front of the mysterious dark cloud. This mysterious dark cloud seems to have some changes. Because he had learned from the bone that ordinary people couldn't see souls, Xiaohua paid special attention to this mysterious dark cloud. However, when he saw the heavenly marks and earth deeds on it, Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. Previously, although there were heavenly marks and earth deeds outside the mysterious dark cloud, these mysterious natural objects were faintly discernible, and simply couldn't be seen clearly. But now, these heavenly might could be clearly seen, as if they were carved outside the mysterious dark cloud. Moreover, there were strands of green shadows entangling the heavenly might. Those heavenly marks and earth deeds were already like a tight armor wrapping around the mysterious dark clouds, and these green shadows gave off a green glow outside the armor, adding another layer of protection. Moreover, within the heavenly marks and earth deeds, there were some faint lightning and broken threads. Even Xiaohua, who was in the Jade Archive, felt a burst of dizziness when he looked at these broken threads. Suddenly, a scene of 5 thunderbolts roaring appeared in front of his eyes. I'm afraid that the 9th heaven of spirit origin has made new progress. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure hid in the dark cloud. The moment Xiaohua's figure disappeared into the dark cloud, millions of lightning and broken threads were born from the dark cloud. However, as soon as Xiaohua touched Xiaohua's figure, his figure disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua, you're here. When Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky, the little white dragon immediately sensed it. The huge dragon head poked out from the top of the sky and called out with a smile. Xiaohua glanced at Xiaohua. At this time, the sky was incomparably spacious. Many green seal characters fluttered in the sky as if they were alive. Xiaohua's incomparably huge dragon body was already entrenched at the junction between the sky and the sky, covering the entire horizon. Those countless dark green soul strands were like seaweed in the sea, entwining the dragon body. When the soul strands danced, the dragon body also danced. Countless dark green splendors were like fireflies that filled the sky. The soul cultivator Xiaohua also transformed into 100 zhang tall giant. His whole body was not surrounded by the soul strands. His body was everywhere. "I'm here," Xiaohua said indifferently. He looked at the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who ignored him and saluted, "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard." Buzz buzz. Countless green seal characters rushed out from the sea of soul strands. The soul cultivator Xiaohua's figure slowly shrank, turning into the same appearance as Xiaohua. He also cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I have a bone here and a soul treasure called the Soul Bridge. I don't know if I can give it to fellow Taoist to cultivate?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Xiaohua didn't smile. He only said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, please give it to me. Comprehending the bone and refining the soul treasure is my duty. Previously, my cultivation was insufficient and I couldn't control the 9th heaven of spirit origin. Now, with Xiao Bai's help, I can barely do it." "Good." Xiaohua laughed. The bone and soul treasure were comprehended by him, and even the soul treasure was refined by him. Now that he had the help of Xiaohua, wouldn't he be able to save himself some trouble? "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." With a wave of his hand, the jade archive Xiaohua pulled the bone out of space and handed it to the soul cultivator Xiaohua. The soul cultivator Xiaohua didn't even bother to look at it. Instead, he opened his mouth, and several soul strands shot out like tentacles and swallowed the bone. Xiaohua looked at this action with a dumbfounded expression. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, we are of the same origin. Can you be a bit more refined? Otherwise, don't say you know I in front of Xiao Bai." Xiaohua responded indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take this to heart. Xiaohua waved his hand again and said, "This is another bone. There is a green seal character recorded in it. I haven't comprehended it yet, so I'll give it to you." Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew his hand, and the bone disappeared into thin air. "Give it to me." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and asked Xiaohua for it. "Pay attention to your manners." Xiaohua put the bone in Xiaohua's hand. The soul cultivator, Xiaohua, took the bone and slowly placed it in front of his forehead, pressing it against his forehead. "Good, that's how it should be." Jade Archive Xiaohua praised with satisfaction. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Xiaohua slapped his hand down, causing a ripple to appear on his forehead. Then, his knuckles sank back in. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say helplessly, "Fortunately, this can be considered as some progress." "What about the soul treasure? Let me see it," Xiaohua asked again. It seemed that he was very bored in the 9 heavens of spirit origin, and these bones and soul treasures were good things for him to pass the time. "Fellow Taoist, are you sure there is no problem?" Xiaohua still didn't dare to send the soul bridge that hadn't been refined into the mysterious dark clouds, and asked tentatively. Xiaohua said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to take it, then take it. If you don't want to take it, then slowly refine it." "Okay," Xiaohua waved his hand, wanting to drag the bone ball to the endless sky. Unfortunately, beyond his expectations, he didn't see the bone ball appear even after waving his hand a few times. How strange. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked outside the dark clouds thoughtfully and said with a faint smile, "Let's go take a look." Xiaohua turned into a green light and rushed out of the endless sky. Xiaohua naturally followed him out of the mysterious dark clouds. Outside the dark clouds, the bone ball was stuck to the surface of the mysterious dark clouds and rotating at an extremely fast speed. The bone particles had long disappeared, leaving only layers of white flashing light. As for the mysterious dark clouds, where the bone ball touched, the heaven pattern earth deed was emitting a faint green light, blocking the bone ball. Moreover, where the bone ball touched, the thousands of lightning threads and broken fireflies also gathered to block the bone ball. Chapter 3290. This thing is a genuine soul item. According to the bone, it can change the shape of the soul bridge according to the soul of different people. It matches the heavenly pattern and earth deed of the soul. Only then can it enter the soul of another person. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan said indifferently after taking a glance at it. It seems. I can only refine it myself. Jade Archive Xiaofan smiled bitterly. Really? You're underestimating me too much. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan waved his hand and the bone ball fell into his hand. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of green gas that covered the bone ball. The bone ball flew into the air and entered Xiaohua's mouth along with the green gas. Then, Soul Cultivator Xiaofan rushed into the mysterious cloud, but the heavenly pattern and earth deed didn't react at all. Good, Jade Archive Xiaofan clapped his hands, that's the way to do it. That's the style of an expert. Jade Archive Xiaofan once again flew into the mysterious dark clouds. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaofan had already hidden himself within the soul strands. He knew that Jade Archive Xiaofan would no longer look for him. He didn't know if Jade Archive Xiaofan was cultivating the Nine Heaven Spirit origin or refining his soul bridge. Fellow Taoist, my cultivation has yet to recover. Looking at the situation outside, I'm afraid I'll have to compete with others. Only then can I have a good ending. I wonder if fellow Taoist can lend me a hand? Jade Archive Xiaofan raised his head and laughed. You want me to go out? Soul Cultivator Xiaofan didn't show himself. Instead, he spoke with a thunderous voice and thousands of green seal characters overflowed in the sky. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Jade Archive Xiaofan frowned and had a bad feeling in his heart. Do you think I can go out? Soul Cultivator Xiaofan said indifferently, I'm just a strand of your soul. Without another body, I'll turn into dust as soon as I go out. But Jade Archive Xiaofan thought of the soul inside the flying sword and was about to ask. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan naturally knew what he was thinking and immediately said, the soul on the flying sword is the carrier of the flying sword. Naturally, it can go out alone. Or perhaps, when your physical body perishes, our primordial spirits will be able to leave. As for now, it's absolutely impossible. External incarnation technique. Jade Archive Xiaofan suddenly thought of the body extension technique mentioned by the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress. That's right. Once you have successfully cultivated an avatar, perhaps all of us will be able to lend you a hand. Soul Cultivator Xiaofan replied, actually, you should know all of this, but you. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Having too many primordial divinities isn't necessarily a good thing for you. As Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's voice disappeared, Jade Archive Xiaohua's face turned awkward. Yes, as long as the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua knew, the Jade Archive Xiaohua should also know. But there was only one Jade Archive Xiaohua. What green-robed Xiaohua? What Soul Cultivator Xiaohua? What Karmic Xiaohua? There were simply too many. There was no way he could learn all of these primordial divinities at once. He could only slowly assimilate and digest them. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed as he thought of the important matter. He hurriedly called Little White over and told it about the dragon bones in the auction house. Then, he asked, Little White, your soul is already full. Aren't you just waiting for this body? Hee, many thanks, Xiaohua. Whitey laughed loudly, its dragon roar echoing through the entire sky. What I want is a complete body. Not only do I want the dragon bones, but I also want the blood essence. These incomplete dragon bones. According to what you said, only the dragon horns are of some use. I can't use them. Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded and said, how do you say? I can only rely on my luck in the future. Let's leave it to fate. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to go out. Little White didn't seem to mind, and then said somewhat apologetically, it's a pity that my memories are now very fragmented. I don't know what many of them are, so I can't give you any pointers in your cultivation. I'm really sorry. Hee, this is nothing. Jade Archive Xiaohua laughed, you and I share weal and woe together. There's no need to mention these empty courtesies. Little White's huge dragon head nodded up and down, and then said with some hesitation, with your cultivation level, I can just touch the layer of seal in your soul, but, this seal is a bit strange. As for how strange it is, I'll have to enter it first. Hearing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart settled, and said, oh right, Little White, can you see my 9-heaven spirit? See? Little White didn't seem to understand. After thinking for a moment, it asked, are you talking about the surroundings? Yes. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart jumped, and nodded. I can. So many soul strands, so many green lines, how can I not see it? Little White answered straightforwardly. Jade Archive Xiaohua shook his head slightly, what I mean is, when you enter here, can you see the shape of this place? I understand. You're talking about the appearance of this soul. Little White suddenly realized. That's right. Of course I can't see it. Little White laughed, otherwise, why would I struggle with all my might when you dragged me in? You can't see it? Jade Archive Xiaohua was a little surprised, but why can I see your appearance? You can even cultivate layer by layer? Xiaohua, you have to understand. Being able to see and being able to sense are two different things. Little White explained, moreover, the soul is fused with the body, and is protected by the body. Others can't see it. A soul that has left the body can be called a soul, and is no longer a soul. Perhaps it can be seen by others. Of course, even if it is the soul of the body, if there is a powerful secret technique that can surpass the protection of the body to the soul, perhaps it can be seen. Speaking to here, Little White apologized again, these are just some of my incomplete memories, I don't know if they are correct. It can be considered as a reference. That is to say, if there is a soul sword piercing from the outside. Jade Archive Xiaohua had a trace of understanding, this is just based on feeling. In fact, no matter what, their soul sword can't see the appearance of the soul. Yes, that should be the case. Little White nodded, the soul is the most mysterious place in the body. How can it be exposed there? Then, you may not be able to see the layer of seal in my soul? And just by sensing it? The seal may be visible, but what is under the seal, I can only sense it, but not see it. Little White laughed. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and said, then you can slowly break the seal, I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. Little White knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to leave, and the huge dragon head retracted into the sea of soul strands. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked around, the sky was full of flickering lights, and sighed, alas, if this is a soul cultivator. It's really strange. But what's even stranger is this Xiao's Dharma eye. After speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua retreated from the mysterious dark clouds. However, when his primordial spirit returned, he was shocked again when he looked at the auction field. He saw that the auction field, which was very lively just a moment ago, was now completely silent. Even Zhu Qing was silently standing in the air with her lips tightly shut. Although there was a trace of a smile on her face, there was a trace of strangeness in her eyes. Strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It was only a moment. What happened? However, the bright moon, which was as bright as the sun, was still hanging there. Obviously, the bidding for the dragon bones was not over yet. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was about to ask Fu Jiwen when he suddenly saw Zhu Qing's somewhat helpless expression. He came to a realization, damn it, this is the voice transmission of the people from the Dragon Palace, young Master Duanmu, and a few cultivators who have the strength to bid for the dragon bones. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can't be compromised. As long as there are enough benefits, everything can be exchanged. A set of dragon bones can be measured with top-grade primordial stones, and a promise can also be measured with top-grade primordial stones. These people, just now, were all very aggressive. One wanted to add 1 top-grade primordial stone more than the others, and another wanted to add 10 top-grade primordial stones more than everyone else, as if the dragon bones were something that must be obtained. But in fact, only the East Sea Dragon Palace had the intention to obtain it. The others were just looting a burning house, wanting to gain benefits from it. It seems that I should have bid just now. Maybe I can even get a high-level water escape technique. Strange. Just when Xiaohua was thinking whether it was too late to bid now, Fu Jiwen whispered, "This has been discussed for a long time, why hasn't the result come out yet? Could it be that, besides the East Sea Dragon Palace, there is someone who urgently needs this thing?" Ha ha ha. For a moment, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Xiaohua was definitely not the only smart person in this world. Although Fu Jiwen's cultivation was ordinary, he obviously understood the strangeness of it. What does young Master Fu think? Besides the East Sea Dragon Palace, who else needs this dragon bone? Xiaohua naturally did not know, so he could only ask in order to advance and retreat. Fu Jiwen looked out of the window at the slightly strange third floor and whispered, "This dragon bone may be an excellent material for refining weapons in the eyes of Taoist cultivators. In the eyes of Buddhists, it is also a material for refining Buddhist weapons. In the eyes of the East Sea Dragon Palace, it is the remains of a senior to be revered and collected. But in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, the most important thing is the fate of the royal family." What? The fate of the royal family? This dragon bone has something to do with fate? That's right. Fu Jiwen nodded. The fate of the royal family is related to the amount of imperial qi of the royal family descendants. And the dragon aura on the dragon bone, especially the dragon horn, can be transformed into imperial qi with the help of Confucian cultivators' secret techniques. Xiaohua understood and glanced at the third floor's window sill. There must be a royal family of the Bronze Pillar country on the third floor. Also, Zhai Xinglu is eagerly bidding for this dragon bone, probably because they are afraid of attracting the attention of the royal families of various countries. Especially the royal family of the Bronze Pillar country. There is definitely no royal family of the Bronze Pillar country here. Fu Jiwen said decisively. There can only be the royal family of another country. And the king of the Bronze Pillar country is definitely not in the country. The regent should be the crown prince, and the relationship between the crown prince and Zhai Xinglu is ordinary. Chapter 3291. Yes, yes, yes. When Xiaohua heard that Fu Jiwen was able to read so much information from it, he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't help but be convinced. He nodded and said, if the king of the Copper Pillar country was here, this dragon bone would definitely be left in the royal family of the Copper Pillar country. But since the dragon bone is being auctioned here, your king must not know. Since he doesn't know, Zhai Xinglu won't inform the other royal family members. Otherwise, Zhai Xinglu won't exist in Bronze Pillar country. Those who can come, can only be the royal family of other countries. But the problem is, since the East Sea Dragon Palace is here, which royal family is not afraid of the East Sea Dragon Palace and dares to compete with them? Hearing this, Xiaohua finally understood Fu Jiwen's real doubts. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, "The hidden immortal continent is so big, who knows?" Xiaohua stopped talking. Nonsense, Zhai Xinglu organized the bidding for the dragon bone in such a hurry. How could they invite all the royal families of the hidden immortal continent? It must be the royal family of Yuzhou or the vicinity of Yuzhou. Although there were many royal families, Fu Jiwen must know these royal families like the back of his hand with the practice of reading 10,000 books and traveling 1,000 miles. Even he found it strange. There must be a secret behind this matter. There were many secrets in this world, and the answers to these secrets were definitely known by someone. However, as for who that person was, that was another mystery. However, the secret of this matter is obviously not something the cultivators of Bright Moon Palace can know. Just as Fu Jiwen was racking his brains to calculate, the voice of the East Sea Dragon Palace sounded again, "Young Master Zhu, this old man wants to buy this item." Then, the voice disappeared again. But seeing Zhu Qing's expression lighten, he shouted again, "Okay, we'll do as Senior says. This item belongs to Senior." Saying this, Zhu Qing waved his hand, and the ink brush flew out from his sleeve and rushed to the balcony on the 3rd floor. Hee, how can this old man use Zhai Xinglu's item? A strange sound was heard again. Woo! A gust of wind suddenly came from a balcony on the 3rd floor. Immediately, the golden full moon was elongated. The dragon might that appeared earlier rushed everywhere again. However, this time, it seemed to be a demonstration of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The dragon might disappeared as soon as it appeared. Then, the golden brilliance fell somewhere on the 3rd floor. Inside the Bright Moon Palace, the golden light disappeared, and the ink brush fell from the sky. Zhu Qing flew over and caught the ink brush, but didn't fly back. Instead, she stood there silently. When Yu Linfeng saw this, he hastily flew out from his hiding place. At this moment, he had already regained his smile and naturally cupped his hands towards the surrounding people. "Fellow immortals, I've made you wait for a long time. I'm back. There aren't many opportunities left for us to bid. If any fellow immortals are still hesitating, don't say I didn't warn you. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this one. If you want to find another good treasure like tonight's auction, I'm afraid it won't be too possible." This guy really knows how to talk. Xiaohua smiled. Yu Linfeng's words covered everyone's awkwardness and his own mistake. He even teased them a few times, which eased the atmosphere by quite a bit. Suddenly, Yu Linfeng slapped his forehead again, as if he had just woken up. He shouted, I'm afraid I was wrong. Everyone has been waiting for this moment, right? Waiting to bid. Flying Imperial equipment, right?" As he spoke, Yu Linfeng tapped the folding fan in his hand. A small boat flew over from the distant light spot. The boat's bow trembled as if it was riding the waves. This is an ink boat personally made by a disciple of Hidden Immortal Continent's School of Moism. It has the School of Moism's unique symbol. It's the real deal. Yu Linfeng seemed to have grasped the rhythm of the auction. He regained his confidence and introduced it with a smile. "School of Moism?" Xiaohua heard this from upstairs and asked Fu Jiwen, "School of Moism should also be one of the schools of the 100 schools of thought, right?" "Indeed." Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "This school of Moism is very powerful. It's second only to Confucianism. Previously, there was a saying that anyone who wasn't a Confucian was a school of Moism. The founder of School of Moism was Mod. Later on, he was revered as Z, or Mozi. This school of thought uses love with impartiality, mutual benefit as its basis. Impartiality means to see others as oneself. Love with impartiality means to love others as oneself. Love with impartiality can achieve the goal of mutual benefit. Politically, they advocate for virtuousness, unity, and non-aggression. Economically, they advocate for a strong economy and frugality. Ideologically, they advocate for respecting the heavens and ghosts. At the same time, they also advocate for non-life, emphasizing on relying on one's own strength. Love with impartiality, non-aggression, virtuousness, unity, frugality, non-happiness, heavenly will, understanding ghosts, and non-life. This is what all disciples of School of Moism must practice. If it's only like this, then this School of Moism can't be considered powerful. Fu Jiwen said again, School of Moism is unique in 2 points. First, School of Moism has a strict organization. Most of its members come from the lower strata of society. According to legend, all of them are willing to go through fire and tread on knives to inspire themselves. Their disciples who engage in debating are called Mabian, those who engage in martial arts are called Wuxia, their leaders are called Ju, Zi. Their discipline is strict and clear. According to legend, School of Moism, those who kill will die, those who injure will be punished. Oh! Isn't that a ranger? Hearing this, Xiaofan came to a realization. He originally thought that a ranger was something from Confucianism. He didn't expect that it was actually from School of Moism. Yes, a ranger is from School of Moism. Fu Jiwen nodded. However, that's an ancient matter. In today's 100 schools of Confucianism, which youth doesn't want to be a free and unfettered ranger? Which school doesn't have a few rangers whose names will be remembered for hundreds of generations? Then what's the second powerful point? Xiaofan seemed to have thought of something. Is it this flying device? Correct, what fellow Taoist Xiao thinks is correct. Fu Jiwen said with a smile. According to legend, Senior Moism is an expert in craftsmanship. His wisdom and dexterity far surpass the other schools of Confucianism. He can be said to be knowledgeable and multi-talented. It is said that he can instantly cut a 3-inch piece of wood into an ingenious object that can carry more than 600 kilograms. This ingenious object doesn't rely on noble spirit. According to Han Fizi Waichua Shuozhua, Moism is a wood kite. It took him 3 years to succeed and 1 day to fail. Even in ancient times, in order to teach the people, Moism even used leverage to develop oranges to carry water. He also made pulleys, ladders, and so on for production and military purposes. He was also an expert in city defense techniques, the so-called Moism. His disciples summarized his experience into the 21 chapters of city defense. These mechanical techniques of his are the embryonic form of our current Confucianism's imperial equipment. It can be said that Confucianism's imperial equipment came from School of Moism. Unfortunately, Moism's views are tit for tat with Confucianism. He opposes the system of feudal officials and advocates valuing the virtuous. When appointing officials, one must pay attention to talent. He breaks the old concept of hierarchy, and makes officials impermanent and the people impermanent. Therefore, in ancient times, Confucianism and School of Moism fought very fiercely. School of Moism was suppressed by Confucianism to the point of choking. Looks like this esoteric debate is also a matter of luck. School of Moism's luck is far inferior to Confucianism's. Xiaofan says with a smile. This Xiao does not understand the essence of School of Moism, but it sounds somewhat similar to my Taoist's refiners. Indeed. Fu Jiwen nods and says, most of the Confucianism's refiners are basically School of Moism's disciples. Although they don't admit it. Moreover. Speaking to here, Fu Jiwen pauses for a bit. He glances at Xiaofan and says, Previously I told fellow Taoist about the mysterious demon god chess, right? On the hidden immortal continent, there is a rather strange saying. That is, the demon god chess was originally owned by School of Moism. Senior Moism obtained a lot of enlightenment from the demon god chess. The mechanism technique and the refining technique also originated from the demon god chess. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, Fu Jiwen's understanding of the godly devil chess, the most mysterious of the 10 great imperial artifacts, could be considered vague. But now, Fu Jiwen's last sentence made Xiaohua feel somewhat enlightened. The godly devil chess, the 6 great generals, the 6 great demon realms, weren't they puppets? It's just that this kind of puppet is really high level and can resist a real cultivator. That's right, young Master Fu, Confucianism also has puppets, right? Puppets? Fu Jiwen stares blankly for a moment. Soon after, he somewhat understands and says with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao should be talking about puppets. Puppets? Xiaohua has never heard of this name. He tries to probe, is it to take some materials and refine them, and then listen to the orders of the refiner like a human? Yes, it's puppets. Fu Jiwen nods and says, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. School of Moism indeed has this method to make puppets. This is not rare in the hidden immortal continent. Oh, if you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. Puppets didn't appear in today's auction. Then that's it. Xiaohua nods, that demon god chess, should be the puppets that School of Moism is talking about. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Fu Jiwen shakes his head, there are many people in the hidden immortal continent who are as knowledgeable as fellow Taoist Xiao. They didn't say anything, I'm afraid. Fu Jiwen doesn't finish, but obviously, Bing doesn't agree with what Xiaohua says. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiaohua laughs, School of Moism is an aristocratic family of mechanics. They are also the best at imperial artifacts. Their strength cannot be underestimated. They are the strongest opponent of Confucianism. This. Fu Jiwen mutters, how can the demon god chess be puppets? Who can control such a powerful puppet? Furthermore, the biggest opponent of Confucianism is no longer School of Moism. Xiaohua naturally doesn't have any evidence to say that the demon god chess is a puppet. Everything is just a guess. But Fu Jiwen mutters in the end, he laughs again, this Xiao naturally knows. Currently, Confucianism's opponent is Buddhist sect. Although it's a tripartite balance of power, it seems that Thousand Demons' sacred realm isn't too interested in Pure Land and hidden immortal continent. This. Fu Jiwen sees that School of Moism's ink boat has already been sold out. He subconsciously reminds, fellow Taoist Xiao, if you want to freely gallop in the hidden immortal continent, having a good spirit beast or flying imperial artifact is the best choice. Fellow Taoist Xiao didn't bid for the previous spirit beast, it's better to bid for an imperial artifact. Chapter 3292. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua waves his hand. He has the refining method of Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunderboat in his space, as well as enough materials. If given time, refining a real Thunderboat is not a problem, who cares about some ink boat? Tell me, why is Moism not the opponent of Confucianism? Then Buddhism and demons are also not the biggest threat to Confucianism? Alas! Fellow Xiao, haven't you heard that those who are defeated internally must be defeated externally? Or should I say, to resist external aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs? Fu Jiwen sighs and says, nowadays, the biggest problem of Confucianism is not Buddhism, but themselves. Oh? What do you mean? Xiaohua is surprised, isn't this hidden immortal continent the world of Confucianism? Fellow Xiao, you know the words political and martial arts, right? Of course, who doesn't know those who have read books? Xiao Hua is somewhat baffled. Political and martial arts are naturally used to govern the world. Fu Jiwen says in a low voice, but what about martial arts? That is to use martial arts to expand the territory. Isn't this normal? Xiao Hua scratches his head, what's so strange about it? If it's just one school's opinion, it naturally doesn't matter. But if it's two schools' debate, one specialized in martial arts and the other in political, then, wouldn't it be contradictory? Fu Jiwen's voice is even lower. Xiao Hua is speechless, looking at the flying equipment that is still bidding. He doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. What young master said is too vague, I can't understand it. In ancient times, the one who opposed Confucianism was Moism. Now, Moism's disciples are reduced to great masters. They don't pose a threat to Confucianism, but Confucianism's disciples are proficient in the 6 arts, but after all, they are scholars. They are often ridiculed for not having the strength to truss a chicken. Now, the one who opposes Confucianism is militarism. Fu Jiwen finally says hidden immortal continent's biggest worry. Militarism? Xiao Hua is speechless, he naturally doesn't know what militarism is. Fu Jiwen is already used to Xiao Hua's ignorance. He patiently explains, the ancestor of militarism is the outstanding military expert Sun Wu. This senior is also respected as a son, his grandson. His work is the famous military book, Sun's Art of War. It was a military masterpiece, the earliest military book on the hidden immortal continent. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated, and other military sayings came from this book. Even now, it enjoyed a great reputation on the hidden immortal continent. Many academies listed it as a must-study book. The militarists are opposed to empty talk of benevolence and righteousness. They advocate victory and strength, so the world is convinced. Of course, this is only their school's opinion. The most terrifying thing is their martial arts. Fu Jiwen continued, the art of war may be a contest between countries, but martial arts is a direct attack on the Confucians' refined politeness, ruling the world with etiquette, and winning people with virtue. Use virtue to win people over, use virtue to win people over, haha. This Xiao rubbed his nose, his heart filled with sorrow. If literary governance is the ideology of Confucianism, then martial arts is the ideology of the school of military strategy. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. The Confucian school uses words to contain the noble spirit and uses it to defeat the enemy. The militarists, on the other hand, use their fists, kicks, and martial techniques to trigger the noble spirit and use it to win. And this Xiao seems to understand a little. Xiao Hua understood martial techniques, so he naturally knew the difference. He nodded. It's a pity that martial techniques have a high requirement for one's aptitude. It's different from the Confucian school. As long as one is not unbearably ignorant, one can study. Therefore, although the militarists are somewhat tyrannical and overbearing, they are still not a match for the Confucian school. Fu Jiwen concluded. The Bronze Pillar State seems to be the militarists. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something in his mind. Perhaps it's not that serious, Xiao Hua smiled. Don't the legalists also have flying swords? Don't they also use the noble spirit to activate the flying swords? This is no different from using martial techniques to activate the noble spirit. It should be different. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly. Martial artists are people who strive for strength and courage. It's very contrary to the Confucian school's philosophy of using words and not actions. Moreover, the Confucian school emphasizes etiquette to educate the world, while the militarists use force to conquer the world. So, Xiao Hua hit the nail on the head. This is the fundamental difference between the Confucian school and the militarists. It has nothing to do with martial techniques. In fact, this is also the choice of the rulers of the various countries due to their own greed and ambition. It has nothing to do with the Confucian school or the militarists. Fujiwen thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Xiao can see clearly. Most of the rulers of countries that promote martial arts and strive to expand their territory are heavily influenced by the militarists. This bronze pillar state seems to be controlled by the militarists. Perhaps. Xiao Hua was not particularly interested in the struggle between the Confucian cultivators and the militarists. As he spoke, he looked at the auction. The hidden immortal continent had a lot of flying imperial tools, and their styles were also strange. In addition to flying boats, there were also carriages, houses, flying birds, and so on. What was special was that there were actually 2 fish-shaped imperial tools, which opened Xiao Hua's eyes. After Yu Linfeng finished bidding for these flying imperial tools one by one, he looked at the 2 balls of light above the hidden immortal continent and above the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. He took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, the tense moment has finally arrived. There are still 2 things that have not been shown to fellow Taoists in this auction. Aside from the treasure of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, these are the 2 most precious things. Similarly, these 2 things can only be bid for by the VIPs on the balcony. Fellow Taoists below the balcony, due to the lack of primeval stones that my Zhai Xing Lu has, we cannot bid. Please forgive us, fellow Taoists." This time, when everyone heard Yu Linfeng's words, no one dared to be noisy. The last 2 treasures were on par with the dragon bones. They were absolutely priceless treasures. When the dragon bones appeared, everyone had suffered a lot. Now, they naturally knew that this treasure wasn't something they could get their hands on. The only thing they could do was look at it and enjoy it. Fellow Taoist Yu, this auction is really long. Hurry up and explain the treasures that are about to be auctioned. A voice urgently said, "Although we don't have enough primeval stones to bid, it's good to be able to broaden our horizons." Okay. Yu Linfeng raised his hand and pointed his fan. The light above the hidden immortal continent slowly flew over. However, under everyone's expectant gazes, it only flew halfway before stopping. Yu Linfeng continued, "Fellow Taoists, have you heard of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot?" Yu Linfeng's words were truly shocking. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. The cultivator who asked the question almost stuttered, Fellow Taoist Yu. Are you sure you're not mistaken? This Scarlet Emperor, is it one of the 5 ancient heavenly emperors? The one that killed the 1,000 demon sacred realms Kunpeng and fought against immortal Emperor Gochen for 1,000 years? Yu Linfeng, this is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot that he used to command thousands of generals and defeat immortal Emperor Gochen? Another person hastily shouted. It seemed that this Scarlet Emperor and Scarlet Emperor's war chariot were something that everyone on the hidden immortal continent knew about. Fellow Taoists. Yu Linfeng hastily smiled and said, "Don't worry, didn't I already say before? Our Zhai Xing Lu's auction won't have anything too rare." "You don't mean what you say, fellow Taoist Yu. That dragon bone just now, isn't it rare?" Before Yu Linfeng could finish, someone interrupted him. Yu Linfeng wasn't angry and smiled, "There are exceptions to everything, right? The dragon bone just now was personally bid by my lord, and this item was bid by me. Do you think this is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot?" Ha ha ha. Someone on the 3rd floor laughed. "If it really is the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, then I'm afraid we don't have the qualifications to be VIPs here. Fellow Taoist Yu, hurry up and reveal it." "Yes, senior." Yu Linfeng heard this and hastily bowed. He pointed the fan in his hand and the light that stopped in the air flew over again. As it flew closer, a silhouette of several feet in size appeared. Before anyone could see it clearly, there was a loud bang, and a crimson flame rushed out from the brilliance. A feeling of being burned by fire involuntarily arose in everyone's hearts. Moreover, the fiery red light was very glaring. Everyone's eyes were once again blinded by the glare. However, even with their eyes closed, the simple and unadorned yet ferocious battlefield was still reflected in everyone's eyes. Good heavens, this war chariot is really powerful. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and felt the hot aura of the battlefield. He couldn't help but whisper, the material used to make this war chariot is very special. It can emit fire-type spiritual energy. The cultivator who drives this war chariot can use this war chariot to display power that is even more powerful than a magic treasure. Moreover, this war chariot itself contains a baleful aura, full of blood and resentment. Even if it isn't the real Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, it must have gone through thousands of battles, and tens of thousands of people must have died under this war chariot. If one sits on this war chariot and flies, not to mention its awe-inspiring, even some cowardly cultivators would have to hide far away. If one were to fight with others, it would make them tremble in fear, and they wouldn't be able to display even 70% of their cultivation. Schwa. Yu Linfeng, whose face was also illuminated by the scarlet flame, took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle emitted a misty light. It was like a layer of gauze that completely covered the war chariot, and the scarlet flame was contained within the gauze. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and laughed. This is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot. It's called the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Although this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, its size and carvings are exactly the same. What's special is that this Scarlet Flame War Chariot was also owned by a general who commanded tens of thousands of troops. He also relied on this war chariot to achieve great achievements on the battlefield. It's not convenient for me to announce the specific details of this Scarlet Flame War Chariot here. However, what I can reveal to fellow immortals is that this war chariot's entire body is made from a complete piece of fire spirit stone. Sealed within it are the soul essences of 3 fire spirit beasts. Without the strength of 4th grade essence energy, it is impossible to control it. Chapter 3293. Hiss. All the cultivators were shocked. A whole piece of fire spirit stone? How many top-grade primordial stones will it cost? Fire spirit stone is precious, but don't forget the 3 fire spirit beasts inside. Those are fire-bathing spirit beasts. They were extinct in ancient times. Xiaohua didn't care about the material of the Scarlet Flame War Chariot, but after hearing about the fire spirit stone, he hurriedly scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but groan, "Oh my god, this is a fire essence flame crystal." Such a big piece of fire essence flame crystal is actually made into a war chariot. And there are 3 spirit beast souls inside. If it's a real Scarlet Emperor war chariot, what will it look like? Of course, Xiaohua also understood that the Scarlet Emperor war chariot must look like this Scarlet Flame War Chariot, but he just couldn't imagine that there was a material more precious than the fire essence flame crystal. This was what they meant by there was no best, only better. Not bad, this war chariot is excellent, I like it very much. Little friend you, how much is this war chariot? A faint voice came from the room of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Senior, the starting price of this war chariot is 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. Yu Linfeng hurriedly said respectfully, every increment is 1,000 top-grade primordial stones. Okay, I bid 50,000 top-grade primordial stones. The person from the East Sea Dragon Palace opened the bidding without hesitation. Your East Sea Dragon Palace is in the East Sea, the water element primordial chi is rich. What use can the Scarlet Flame War Chariot be in the East Sea? A woman's voice said faintly, I bid 60,000 top-grade primordial stones. Sister already has so many ceremonial guards, why do you still need this war chariot? This little sister just so happens to be lacking a carriage, so this item can be given to this little sister. Another delicate girl spoke up. This little sister bid 61,000. I bid 65,000. Xiaohua didn't show any weakness. This was a big piece of fire essence flame crystal. The price of 60,000 top-grade primordial stones was definitely not high. Moreover, Xiaohua really liked this war chariot and wanted to use it as a means of transportation. 67,000. An old man at the side immediately said. On the contrary, young Master Duanmu, whom Xiaohua was worried about, did not bid. However, Xiaohua understood after thinking for a bit. Young Master Duanmu had the dragon horse and the golden carriage. Naturally, he did not need this scarlet flame war chariot. There were many VIPs who had taken a liking to the scarlet flame war chariot. In just a few moments, the price had been raised to 100,000. However, it was clear that this price was far from the limit. The people on the third floor leisurely increased the price bit by bit. Meanwhile, the people downstairs were already dumbfounded. Previously, the bidding for the dragon bone was done through voice transmission, so they did not hear it. But now, the number of top-grade primordial stones that had not been decided had far exceeded their expectations. For a time, all kinds of envious and jealous gazes fell on the blurry balcony on the third floor. Apart from the East Sea Dragon Palace, who were the other clans? Everyone was whispering and guessing. Naturally, Xiaohua's identity had also become a mystery. Everyone was guessing who the person who had previously competed with young Master Duanmu was and who had now suddenly bid for the Scarlet Flame War Chariot was. In the crowd, there was a stardust figure whose gender could not be determined, and whose height could not be determined. He did not talk to anyone and only coldly raised his head. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the illusory balcony. He seemed to be carefully observing and also seemed to be carefully distinguishing the cultivator who was competing with him for the cultivation method. As the number of primordial stones increased, the number of people bidding also decreased. In the end, only Xiaohua and two girls were bidding. After Xiaohua called out a number, the entire auction house was silent. The two girls stopped, as if they had retreated. Yu Linfeng's face was flushed red as he said loudly, "If the two seniors do not increase the price, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot will be this senior's." Then, Yu Linfeng said to Xiaohua, "Senior, you should know that this war chariot is really rare. If senior wants to take this war chariot, you must first complete the transaction of primordial stones." "Well said." Xiaohua faintly smiled and was about to call Xiao Yi in. But at this time, a slightly weak voice spoke, "Fellow immortal Yu, please wait a moment." "Oh?" Yu Linfeng raised his eyebrows. "Senior wants to bid?" He. Following the girl's chuckle, a light smoke like fog appeared from the windowsill. In a moment, the three-story balcony was covered. The people downstairs were immediately separated from the third floor. The fog blocked everyone's vision and divine sense. In front of Xiaohua's eyes, the source of the voice came from. As the fog gushed out, a window was slowly pushed open. The face of a girl in her 20s appeared in front of the window. This woman's skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Her two faint eyebrows were black without drawing, and her small cherry lips carried a graceful smile. Coupled with her light red palace dress, she could make 100 flowers blush to death. Looking at her fairy-like features, Xiaohua was momentarily dazed. Her beauty was completely different from Shueshue and fairy Hongxia. Other than her innate beauty, it was more of an aura and charm that she had nurtured. "Fellow immortal." The girl opened her mouth. Her voice was still somewhat weak, and her brows were slightly furrowed. This caused Xiaohua's heart to ache. He couldn't help but want to speak. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could speak, Fu Jiwen had already spoken. "Fairy, if you have something to say, please speak. This junior is all ears." He. The girl pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Little friend, this servant is Princess Bai Hua of Liang Province's Cha Nu country. My name is Xine. This scarlet flame war chariot is exactly what this servant needs. I wonder if little friend can explain it to your esteemed teacher. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen's face turned red. He looked at Xiaohua somewhat embarrassedly and hurriedly shut his mouth. His eyes didn't dare to look at Princess Baihua. Xiaohua looked at Princess Baihua's beautiful face. He circulated God's guidance in his body but didn't find anything strange. He knew in his heart that Princess Baihua didn't use any soul-sucking secret technique. Everything was based on her own beauty. This kind of beauty even made him slightly dazed. Fu Jiwen's answer really didn't count for anything. So it's Princess in front of me. I really am a bit rude. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. This servant has already told fellow immortal my name. Fellow immortal shouldn't be so stingy, right? Princess Baihua looked somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, this embarrassment and anger made people feel inferior. Xiaohua only cursed himself in his heart for being foolish. The girl had already told him her name. He was actually such a bastard that he didn't even tell her his name. I, Xiaohua, greets Princess. Oh, so it's fellow immortal Xiao. This servant really hasn't heard of fellow immortal's name. Princess Baihua's face was filled with astonishment. May I know where fellow immortal is cultivating? This Xiao was originally a loose cultivator from overseas. Princess not knowing this servant's name, is really too normal. Fellow immortal Xiao, do you have a place to stay? Princess Baihua hurriedly smiled and said, although my Cha Nu country wasn't founded by a Taoist sect, we still welcome capable people like fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't mind, you can come to my Cha Nu country to be the country's teacher. Xiaohua almost agreed. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, Princess has misunderstood. This Xiao's cultivation is shallow. How could I dare to be the country's teacher? Princess, if you have something to say, just say it. This scarlet flame war chariot, this Xiao really likes it. Hee, since fellow immortal Xiao is so straightforward, this servant won't be polite. Princess Baihua smiled again. It was really like 100 flowers blooming. Scarlet Flame War Chariot, as the name suggests, is a war chariot. It's not a simple flying imperial equipment. It's used for battle. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want to lead troops in battle and doesn't want to be the commander of 10,000 troops, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is really not as suitable as those flying imperial equipment from before. This Xiao doesn't want to be the commander now, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to in the future. Xiaohua said with a smile. Princess Baihua slightly nodded her head. Fellow immortal Xiao, this servant congratulates you in advance for having this ambition. However, fellow immortal Xiao, this is your future ambition. This servant needs this Scarlet Flame War Chariot right now. This servant is now facing a battle and this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a great help for this servant. Forget it, I won't hide it from fellow immortal Xiao. This servant will tell you the truth. My Cha Nu country has always had a princess take over the throne. Like this servant, there are 2 other princesses who are qualified to take over the throne. The country wants to choose one of the 3 of us to take over the Cha Nu country. Naturally, there are methods to choose. One of them is to be the commander and fight. With this Scarlet Flame War Chariot, this servant will be like a tiger that has grown wings, increasing my chances of success by 10%. Speaking to this point, Princess Baihua slightly hesitated. She looked to the side and said, Murong family's big sister originally also liked this war chariot and wanted to use it as her ride. However, after hearing this servant's difficulties, she already gave this war chariot to this servant. Sigh. A voice of hidden bitterness sounded like the cry of a group of kingfishers. That so-called Murong family's big sister opened her mouth and said, Your Highness Princess, you can just say what you want. Why do you have to drag this servant into the water? This servant only pulled on Murong family's banner, that's all. Elder sister doesn't need to mind. Princess Baihua laughed. Even Xiaohua had the heart to reprimand her, let alone Murong family's elder sister. Forget it, Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, although this war chariot is not bad, this Xiao has the heart to take it. However, since Princess has a more important matter, this Xiao can give it to you. This servant knew that fellow immortal Xiao would give this servant face. Princess Baihua was overjoyed, and this servant will also remember fellow immortal's favor. In my Cha Nu country's treasury, there are some Taoist magic treasures as well as some cultivation methods and secret techniques. However, this servant does not have them with me. If possible, when you have free time, fellow immortal can come to my Cha Nu country. This servant will return this favor to fellow immortal. Good, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, as you wish. Good. Princess Baihua faintly smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers that were whiter than white jade waved. A white flower flew through the pink mist and landed in front of Xiaohua. Princess Baihua's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, this is this servant's token. Fellow immortal can use this thing to report in front of this servant's palace door. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.